Okay, good afternoon. Good afternoon. You're all welcome to today's YouTube Live and Twitter Space and every other place live, wherever you're watching from. You're all specially welcome. I'm super excited that we're doing this today. My name is Glory Elijah. This is Frankly Speaking with Glory Elijah. Wherever you see me right now, this remains Frankly Speaking with Glory Elijah. I call myself the girl with the tea. And yes, the tea is quite hot and spicy today. And I cannot wait. Okay, voila. I cannot wait to interact with every single one of you. But first, before we get into today's conversations, because the conversations are many, right? Yeah, before we get into all of it, special thanks to every single one of you, especially on YouTube, that were here already waiting at the doorstep of today's community gathering. Thank you all so much for honoring me by coming through so early and waiting, to start the conversation with me. I am grateful. I do not take your time for granted. And I'm super excited that we actually started early today. Yeah, I think I was only 2 minutes late. So I am improving. So yeah, I'm happy. I'm grateful that we're doing this today. Of course, there's a lot to talk about. This week, being the week 6 of the BBNaija 10/10 season, has been quite eventful. A lot has happened. And of course, once again, Glory Elijah got dragged across the streets of all social media platforms. I mean, it's becoming the usual thing now. So when I see it happening, I just, yeah, everybody will be all right. But anyways, guys, as I said, I'm looking forward to our interaction today because a lot has happened. Guys, hey, where do we even begin from? So, of course, as usual, I have an outline here, but it is not a must that we follow the outline. I just want us to have like a free for all conversation today. So, I'm going to try as much as possible to keep my introduction very, very brief. And by introduction, of course, I mean the outline of what we will be discussing today. So, first, Kola's Terror Roast of Sultana. Why do viewers get in their feelings so easily? That was the question I kept on asking myself when that terror roast was happening. Okay, not viewers now. Why do fans easily get in their feelings when they feel like their fave is being attacked or being called out on their bullshit? Why do fans get so triggered? I mean, I understand the moment you identify an individual on the show that you tend to relate with on all levels, and you love that person, you have so much admiration for that person, automatically you become overly protective of that person. So you find yourself out here like a gladiator fighting to protect the person's honor. But sometimes I feel like fans just need to learn how to let it go. Why? Because when all the facts are pointing directly at your fave, that your fave are who they are or what they present themselves to be, no matter how much you try to rewrite the narrative, no matter how much you try to change the circumstances, it will never change because your faves are in there and live on TV. We are seeing them for who and what they are themselves. They are fashioning and forming up perceptions about themselves. And so we have no choice but to first receive the perception, experience the perception before we then go ahead to form our own perception about them. So sometimes all of these fighting is actually a very lost cause. Before you even begin a fight, you've already lost the battle. So I don't even understand why. Because Paula was busy roasting Sultana. I mean, everybody knew that it was a roast. It's more like this American yo mama battle that they normally do on the streets. It's the same thing, So Sultana knew what she was walking into. Every single person that played that game during that sponsor task, emphasis on sponsor task, they knew what they were getting themselves into. Sultana particularly refused to leave the stage for DEDE. She wanted to be a part of that game. But sadly, she did not expect that she was actually going to get literally roasted by Kola. And as much as that can be quite annoying sometimes with the gossip, Kola he did a great job because he felt like he was playing the role of Dede's knight in shining armor at that point in time, because all the firings, all the roast things I was dishing out to Sultana, you could tell that to some extent they were quite personal. It felt like he had been overhearing all of Sultana's gossips and all of the vile things that Sultana had been doing and saying about DEDE. And so he decided to use that to roast Sultana. And the truth is, all of those things were actually, in a way, facts. So I did not understand why Sultana was upset and crying. And then a lot of people on the outside were saying that, oh, Kola went so low. And I asked you all the question that, okay, sorry, this might sound quite petty, but excuse you, when she was peeing in DEDE's box, did she not go down low? Abby, was she standing up tall? And where was her mindset at that point in time? Was her mindset not in the mud? Because it takes someone with a dirty mind, a diabolical mind, to carry out such an act of violation against the fellow housemate. Game or no game, that should not even happen. So I asked you all the question, why do viewers get, okay, why do fans, not viewers, no, let me not generalize, why do fans get so unnecessarily triggered when their fave is getting it hot for all of their nastiness and all of their naughtiness on the show? Why? Anyways, as if the week was not exciting enough, because we actually thought that this week was going to be a kumbaya week, right? But then as if the week wasn't exciting enough, there was the DEDE and what's her name now? Mide's friendship rift. I'm going to be frank with all of you. If there's a group of people that was rejoicing that those people's friendship got split, I am literally number one. I'm literally on the front row. I'm standing number one on the line. I'm happy. I'm excited that their friendship is split already. Why? Because it's no news. We've been talking about it, that the friendship is not balanced. You know, we have one friend that is just living her life, and then we have the other friend that has made an enemy of the other friend without the knowledge of the other friend. You know, so yeah, there's a lot to talk about over there, and I would love to hear your thoughts about that. And then the head of house of the week, ladies and gentlemen, none other than Faith. You see, yeah, for some weird reason, I'd always known that if it happens that Faith becomes head of house in any week, that week was going to probably be the week that Big Brother's house will burn down. And it almost happened. Yes, it almost happened. Big Brother's house actually really burnt this week, like it was on fire this week, but it almost literally burnt down by virtue of Faith's excessive reaction to Imisi's consistent rebellion and provocation. So, ladies and gentlemen, a lot has been said, and in that regard, I think I've actually done justice to the conversation already. I've done like 3 videos already about it, if I'm not mistaken, and I really want to hear from all of you. So I don't want to say much on that topic because I don't want it to seem like I'm trying to influence your opinions or your perceptions about the whole matter. So I'm not going to say much on that. I want to hear from all of you, all right? But if there's any need for me to chip in something, of course, I definitely will, all right? But now, beneath the topic of Faith's head of house reign this week, a lot of things happened, a lot of things came up. Now, his first speech, I personally loved it. I totally loved it. I felt like that speech was needed. That speech was a wake-up call to all the housemates, whether they agree or yes. A lot of them would deny and say that it was too harsh, that, but you could tell that that speech was a rude awakening to all of the housemates. Because prior to Monday, you could sense that some of the housemates had actually forgotten why they were in Big Brother's house. Yes, there were some people that were consistently giving us content back to back, but there were others that were just in the background. Some people, from being housemates, automatically became fans of their fellow housemates. We're talking about the likes of Culture, Ruboy. Those people, especially Culture, Culture has a very interesting strategy of causing, okay, let me not say causing chaos, but just indirectly sowing seeds of discord in the minds of people, you know, instigating things, subtly triggering people. But then a lot of times you find him praising and sharing accolades on his friend, Ruboy. So it makes you wonder, like, okay, I don't understand. Why are you in this house? You sound like a fanatic of this guy. You should be outside and be heading his PR team, his media team. You should be outside, you know, canvassing for votes for Ruboy. Why inside the house? I mean, as far as I'm concerned, every time I watch Ruboy especially, sorry, culture, especially during most of his diary sessions. It's like he spends the bulk of his time giving praises to Rude Boy. So why am I saying this? Still, back to Faith's speech, his first head of house speech. I felt like that speech, it was a very interesting one, and it was a rude awakening to all of the housemates because things sort of changed. Yeah, there was a mental shift for all the housemates, and then other types of shifts. We're going to discuss that further. And then Thelma's insolence. You see, yeah, this is the part where I have a problem with most of the maybe not most, okay, let's say all the housemates and a lot of these fans turned fanatics on the outside. I feel like people watch the show with so much emotions that they forget that in the midst of the competition, in the midst of the game, there's the title of head of house that comes with leadership responsibilities. And to some extent, I do not blame a lot of the people that were heavily criticizing Faith's leadership style this week. You could just sense that some of them have never held a leadership role in their life, or they do not aspire to hold a leadership role in their life, or they have held a leadership role and they did a terrible job at it. Now, this is not to say that Faith has been the most perfect head of house this entire season. No, he has his flaws. And his flaw is his very strict principles, which, if you think about it, if you are a principled person yourself, it is not a bad thing. It is actually a good thing. But then if you are the type of person that is not necessarily principled, it is a problem for you because you have a problem of tardiness. You have a lackadaisical attitude and approach to things and life. So it becomes a problem to you. So when you read up on most of these criticisms from a lot of these fanatics and these fans, you just get to catch a glimpse into their personalities and how they prefer to do things, how they prefer to exist in society. And then you realize that, okay, fine, if we're talking about a society that is heavily decadent, a society that does not like to follow instructions, a society that does not believe in things being done the right way, these are the people that are the culprits here. So if you want to start pointing fingers, these are the people that you should be pointing fingers at. Okay, but then I loved what Big Brother said, besides leadership being all and what it is, a good leader should also be able to be amongst his people and lead from within his people, And a typical example is what current presidential aspirant Peter Obi is currently doing. Disclaimer, this conversation is not about to be political, but it is a premium example. Look at what Peter Obi is currently doing. He wants to become president of Nigeria in 2027. So what does he do? He travels to different localities. He goes ahead to feel the pulse of the people. He goes to marketplaces, local markets. We're not talking about supermarkets. He goes to local markets. He gets to learn the prices of food and commodities in the market. He moves around without unnecessary noise, but just basically to feel the pulse of the people and to understand where it really bites, where the economy really bites for the people. Whereas on the other hand, we have a leader currently that leads from all the way above, right? He does not necessarily understand the real problems of the people. He does not necessarily understand the many what word do I use now? He does not necessarily understand the pain of the people, right? And it does not make him a bad leader, but it just means that his own style of leadership is not suitable for the climb, for this Nigerian society. All right. So whilst his style of leadership might be good in certain situations, in certain societies, for this Nigerian society, it is not necessarily the best, because it makes it look like he's completely detached from the reality of the people. I don't know if you guys get what I mean. So why am I using that as an example? When you look at the way Faith has led this week as head of house, his style has made a lot of things work. He has been able to create a lot of structure in the house in the space of how many days. He's been able to work together with some of the best hands in the house in terms of kitchen duties. and also in terms of how to manage the limited food supplies that they have for the week. Also looking at the fact that the theme of the week is the barest minimum. He's been able to work with expert hands to manage situations. However, because he is that much of a principled person, he has not allowed himself room, for excesses. And such excesses are the excesses of the likes of Imisi, who is deliberately rebellious, deliberately insolent, and deliberately provocative, which is another angle to this conversation about Faith's head of house reign. But before we get to Imisi's conversation, let's talk about the first person that was insolent and rebellious to Faith. And that person is Thelma. Thelma, the moment she learned that Faith won the head of house challenger, I mean, she even admitted it in the diary room during a diary session. She was excited because, according to her, this is why she's in Big Brother's house. This is the drama she has been looking for. In other words, she was already bracing herself to disregard his head of house position. She was already preparing herself to be rebellious. And so she started by not standing up to go and receive her punishments when others were going ahead to receive their punishment. She was deliberate in not listening to his voice. She was deliberate in being the first person to disregard his instruction, which is not actually his instruction, but actually an instruction from Big Brother. And I'm glad that she got anyways, I don't even know if she has actually received the second punishment. I don't know, I'm not sure. I've not seen that happen yet, but I'm glad that Big Brother had actually stepped in to correct that misnomer that she had created for herself. And then on to Imisi. Imisi's, as I said, Imisi's reactions all through this week towards Faith has been heavily intentional, premeditated. She premeditated all of these things that she has been doing, and she has given this guy 3 strikes already. It was on the 3rd strike that Faith got heavily triggered. And then he resorted to wanting to, teach her a lesson by, okay, fine. You want to cook these proteins, you bypassed the instructions and the agreements that we had in the house, that if anybody wanted to cook anything extra outside of the general food, that they have to go through the kitchen chefs. Imisi deliberately bypassed all of those procedures just because she wanted to provoke Faith, as she has been doing for the longest time, not just this week, but for the longest time. So for Faith, that was a 3rd strike. The first strike was her not washing her plate. The second strike was her taking the bread, knowing fully well that there was a procedure to it, taking it and still being adamant that she was not going to listen to his instructions, that he cannot tell her what to do in Big Brother's house because it is not his house. That was the second strike. And then the third form of provocation was deliberately going ahead to take protein without going through the procedure again. And mind you, if you think about it, all of these things is her deliberately violating the agreements that the whole house had. Remember, it was not Faith that put a stamp that, okay, nobody must enter the kitchen. We must only have so and so. He brought it on as a suggestion that he thinks it would be better for them to have people that will be in charge of the food supplies so that there will be decorum. But what did Imisi do? Because that suggestion was coming from Faith, she did not see it as a general agreement with the whole house. She saw it as an instruction from Faith, the head of house. And so she deliberately violated all of these instructions, all of these agreements. So I need people to understand that all of these things that have been happening this week, all of these attacks from Imisi, have been premeditated. They are intentional. When he won the head of house challenger, she said it, she declared it, that this week we shall see. That was her stance towards the whole thing, So as I said, Imisi's deliberate disregard for the head of house authority finally led to that explosive scuffle between herself and Faith over the kerosene situation. Now, according to how Faith had explained it during, you know what, let me know when we talk about it. When people come, you come and talk about it. All right. Now, I've also talked about Faith's strict rules. And if you had watched his diary session yesterday, he had talked about the lessons he had learned in all of the situations. And you see, for me, a lot of people will always say, oh, Glory, Faith is your faith. You love Faith. You always give him grace. And to be honest, as much as I feel like I do not owe anybody an explanation because, hey, I don't give a fuck about anybody that thinks that way about me. But I think it's also very important to state this clearly that as much as these housemates are playing games, Glory Elijah has always maintained, and I've not only maintained it privately, I've always said it publicly, that I love housemates who are audacious. I love housemates who call a spade a spade. I love housemates who do things and then they go ahead and take accountability for their actions. It is one thing to be playing the big brother game, but it is also another thing for you to, with your full chest, stand on your 10 toes and take accountability for your actions. Why? Because at the end of the day, you know and you acknowledge that, listen, for me to survive in this game, there are certain extremities that I have to perform. There are certain things that I have to do just to stay afloat and to buy longevity in the game. And there's absolutely nothing wrong in it so long as I can stand on my 10 toes and take accountability for all of my actions. So when you place these two characters side by side, Imisi and Faith, Imisi is the provocateur, obviously. Faith, on the other hand, he receives and receives and receives until he can receive no more, and then he reacts. But then, as much as both of their reactions or their Imisi's provocation can be, extreme, and as much as Faith's reaction also got extreme this week, if there's one thing I really respect about Faith, it is the fact that he knows where he went wrong and he's able to take accountability for it and he's able to learn his lesson. He's able to take a moment to introspect. He's able to reflect on his actions and his reactions, and he's able to, advise himself and able to admit he's wrong, which was exactly what he did during his diary session yesterday. And not only yesterday, but other times as well. But then, Imisi, on the other hand, is the absolute opposite. Yes, we know that she's acting. She told us that she's acting. But then, one would expect that you've actually said that you're acting. So what that should mean is that whenever you get out of character and you know that you've truly gone out of character, when you have an opportunity to tell your side of the story during your diary session, shouldn't that be an opportunity for you to also take accountability for your actions and let the viewers know that, okay, fine, I was actually acting in this regard. I know that I actually went extreme, but I really wanted to prove a point. I think if she had been able to do that all along, she would have actually bought respect of intelligent people. Because I'm sorry, as far as I'm concerned, the people that are always defending Imisi's excesses without boldly stating clearly the wrongs that she does, I do not think they're very intelligent. It's offensive what I've just said, but it's fine. Yeah, I say it again. I do not think they're very intelligent. It also tells a lot about their character. So that is the difference between these two people. But then it's quite sad that when it comes to the viewership, the viewing audience of this show, season in, season out, there is always that group of people that are very logical. It's not like their emotions are dead, no, but they do not allow their sense of judgment to be clouded by their emotions and by their sentiment towards their favorite housemate. They are able to admit that, okay, fine, as much as I like this person, I also acknowledge that this person can be a bit much. I also acknowledge that this person can be a bit excessive and a tad bit irritating and provocative. But then on the flip side, we have the other, the other section of viewers, the very, very delusional ones, the very, very emotional ones, very, very emotional. Everything that does not go in favor of the person they like is set up. Everything that does not go in favor of the person that they like is a gang up. They spin around so many ruthless narratives, all aimed towards damaging the reputation of not only housemates involved, but also people like me on the outside who does not actually give a fuck about their faith or any other faiths on the show. So it's like they see it as a crime for people to be neutral and to just call a spade and call whatever happens on the show what it is. You find it very offensive. And it's just very exhausting, to be very honest with all of you. So, ladies and gentlemen, as I said, I've done about 3 videos already about the situation between these two people this week. If you want to watch, go ahead, check it out on my YouTube channel. But I would love to hear your thoughts about it, okay? And yes, moving on, Doris's beef against Faith. Ladies and gentlemen, have you all noticed that right from the beginning of this season, aside the week where the housemates, where the theme of the week was circus, where the housemates had presented a wager where they had performed circus, tricks. And if you notice in that week, where in that week, were they in the same team? Was Faith and Doris in the same team during the circus week? No, they weren't. They were not. Doris was in the other team, yes. But my point is, have you noticed that as much as Doris dislikes Faith's guts, which we all know that it is all because she sees Faith as a threat, she sees Faith as, like the version of her that she should be, because she believes that she's the most hardworking person in the house. She believes that she's the best in terms of wages and sponsor tasks. But then it so happens that no matter what she says, no matter what she does, at the end of the day, Faith's team always wins. So because of that, her resentment keeps on growing and growing and growing towards Faith. And for every given opportunity that she has to talk about Faith to people, she says the most demeaning things about this young man. She uses the most derogatory language to describe him. But then one would think that, okay, after having her meeting, maybe, just maybe, for the wager of that week, she would win again. Her team ends up losing. And then she says that Faith is very controlling. Faith always wants to be in charge. But have you noticed that whenever Doris is in any group, whether it is for a sponsor task, be it for a wager presentation for the week, she automatically takes on the role of the leader, the person in charge of the script, the person in charge of all the props, the person in charge of everything. Now, why am I bringing all these examples up? It is the fact that this season, when you talk about hypocrisy, when you talk about people with double standards, people that know how to use a very, very long stick to measure morality with their fellow housemates, but then the standard with which they are measuring that morality, when you try to use that same standard to rate them, they lack, because they do not even measure up at all. You just look at these 10 over 10 housemates. There's so many of them that are hypocrites. There's so many of them that speak with two sides of their mouth. Where they point fingers, just have a look at them. Whatever they are pointing fingers about, it points back at them. And yes, we might call this games, but personally, I wouldn't even really have a problem with it, because at the end of the day, when it comes to this game that these housemates play to stay ahead in the competition, we're talking about people that try to be the most manipulative, people that try to be, the most at everything that they do. And of course, Big Brother has been telling them to do the most, right? But then it is now back again to the fans. The fans. And it makes me wonder, how do you people watch the show? How do you watch it? How? Because I'm baffled. How do you watch the show? Huh? I mean, last week we talked about Big Soso. The way she called out Dede, called Dede a prostitute, blah, 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 blah. And then, whilst calling Dede a prostitute, was placing the likes of Mide and Sultana on a very, very high pedestal, that at least they are with one man. One man who, I think when we talk about this one man, these men, Bright Morgan, Jason J, they have declared that they have girlfriends outside, and that's if the story is true. But at least that is what they declared to the world, that they have a girlfriend outside, right? So Big Soso, for one, the one that claims to be spiritual, the one that claims to be godly, the one that claims to have the spirit of discernment, which in my opinion is a terrible lie, the one that claims to be a person of God, giving Mide and Sultana accolades for sticking to one man in a terrible, myopically distorted mind. You now look at the two girls in question. Okay, God, now watch out. I mean, it's the same Mide that has been doing back to back with Bright Morgan. In the sheets, in the bathroom, out in the lounge, different corners here and there. I mean, I don't have any qualms about it because at the end of the day, they are all consenting adults, right? So there's no fuss over it. But my emphasis is on Big Soso's hypocrisy and double standards. And then look at Sultana. There's no name that's not called DEDE. There's no nasty, demeaning way she has not described DEDE. But then, who was testing the microphone last night? Somebody commented on my video that they hope that she did not drink all the soup from the microphone. You know what I mean? Just busy rocking the mic last night like no man's business. But then that you see, that's the problem. That should not be an issue. I mean, as far as I'm concerned, though, you're a single mom of two. You come on a show like Big Brother. You choose to live your life the way you want to live your life. Nobody cares. Do whatever you want to do. If you like, walk naked on live TV. It is your prerogative. You choose to do that. That is your headache. That is your problem. It is not Gloria Elijah's business. But then it becomes Gloria Elijah's business when you dish out the vilest and most malicious gossips about certain females in the house. You say the worst things about them. You body shame them. You call them names. But then when we now look at your lifestyle in the house, it is not a reflection of one who has a high standard. I'm sorry to say, but it is not a reflection of the lifestyle of one who has a high standard or who has self-respect. It is utterly the reflection of one who is projecting the low standard that their lifestyle is. And that is a fact. So as I said, it shouldn't be a problem in the first place. But then, once again, it now boils down to the fans. It's like the fans have, should I call it selective amnesia? Or let's just say they are very, very selective in what they criticize and what they celebrate. They will see these things, they will criticize it. But when it comes to, when it comes to their faith, they will definitely celebrate it. But then the beauty about it all is not everybody is myopic. There are people like us that actually watch the show with common sense, which is not common. But thank God we have common sense. So we watch the show with common sense and we see all these things. And we say it as it is. So congratulations to Sultana. I mean, she showed us her skill last night and wow, it was interesting to watch. And congratulations to, what's her name? Is it Mide and Big Soso for, being the woman of spirituality in quotes that thinks that she's in the right position, to point fingers at people who are living right and people who are not living right. And then on to Jason J. Ladies and gentlemen, I brought on this conversation during the week, but Jason J's fans decided to come and drag me. Of course, I gave it to them back hot. But then the truth has to be said. This week, we see Jason J struggling. This guy is struggling as if he's drowning. Struggling. He's always moody, always looking sad, always looking downcast. Was it the one that won the Head of House challenge this week? No, he wasn't the one. Okay, he was the one that won it last week, Sunday. Was it last week, Sunday? Was it last week? I think it was last week. I can't even remember at this point. Yeah. But aside his brief Head of House victory and his reign for less than 24 hours, aside that, this guy has sort of diminished, like drastically diminished. I remember the Jason J from week 1 that Big Brother bestowed the title of the fastest housemate of the season. This guy's speed was second to none. His comportment, his composure, his presence in the house very solid, aside the fact that Otella really did overshine him during his own head of house reign, but Jason J had presence. But all of a sudden, ever since he had that day-to-day situation and then started leeching onto or latching, let me not say leeching, but latching onto Sultana, it just felt like all of his shine just diminished. Everything just went down to zero. We don't know Jason J anymore. Excitement, zero. Entertainment, zero. Performance in the arena and every other competition in the house, zero. And you see, I love the fact that he is also aware that he has lost it in the house. When he had his diary session some days ago, he said it to Big Brother that he feels like he has lost it. He's struggling. But then the problem I have with a character like Jason J is that they always refuse to take accountability for their lapses, and it's a problem. Initially, I thought it was just him playing the game, but ladies and gentlemen, no. I have noticed that on different occasions when he has had conversations with Big Brother in the diary room, and Big Brother had tried to advise him, Big Brother had tried to set him straight, Big Brother had tried to give him suggestions on how to pick himself back up and how to remedy his situation. This guy argues in a way with Big Brother, and when he goes back into the house, he is still going back to his vomit. Now, this is not me saying that Sultana is his vomit, but that situation he has with Sultana, it is the mud that he is rubbing his face in. And because he is playing in mud, it is not allowing him to see that he is currently losing out on the game. This week, I almost did not, in fact, last week, I almost did not see him. This week, he's in that house, but I almost did not see him. The only thing that revived his career and his presence in that house was when Faith had issues with Imisi. First of all, it was a battery situation. The guy was so angry, was so triggered, and I'm like, wow, dude, one would think and expect that you being someone that is very learned and very intelligent, you should know better that all heads of house cannot be the same. Every single head of house would definitely come with their own style of leadership. But that is on the side. Don't want to comment on that anymore. So I felt really bad for Jason J this week. But at the same time, I decided to just protect my feeling bad. Let me put it that way. I decided to protect my feeling bad because the guy does not want to remove himself from that situation. People that was trying to advise him during his diary session, and this guy was saying that he knows the solution to his problem. I'm paraphrasing what he said now. He said he knows the solution to his problem. He knows that he's supposed to detach himself from Sultana and whatever he's doing with Sultana, but he doesn't want to do it yet because he knows that it's going to hurt her. Dude, why do you care if it's going to hurt Sultana? I don't understand. Now, Natu follow come the house. Did you follow Sultana all the way from Kaduna or Abuja or wherever to Big Brother's house? Must you play the game nursing another housemate's feelings? Must you? Like, I don't understand. It's like every time Big Brother tries to point him in the right direction, the guy will go back, go and be cuddling with Sultana. I don't know if he thinks that that is an excellent game he's playing, but I do not see that game taking him anywhere. I just feel like even currently, that game he's playing or whatever it is completely truncating the potential that he has to be in top 5. And this is just my opinion based on what I watch on TV of these housemates. So I don't know what you all think. I would love to hear your thoughts about that. And then finally, I mentioned this on my video yesterday when I was analyzing Faith's session. I said we're going to discuss it today during the live conversation. You know, when Big Brother was advising Faith about his lessons on leadership that he has learned this week, Big Brother told him, make sure to enjoy yourself, give your housemate some grace, and then remember that your rules only apply to you. That was quite confusing. And if Big Brother does not mind, I would love to him to make a provision in the rule book that gives clarity to the roles and responsibilities of the head of house. Because that statement that Big Brother made, it just completely invalidated and illegalized the title and position of head of house. And I was quite disappointed. You know why? Because this is not the first season that I have seen a housemate not really performing well as head of house. And then when they go to the diary room, they go and complain to Big Brother that, oh, is it that I'm not being very assertive? Is it that I'm not really pulling my weight as the leader of the house? And Big Brother would advise such an individual that, listen, you are the head of house. You need to hold on to your mantle of leadership. You need to be able to be, you need to be assertive. You see, this particular advice, he actually issued this advice to Jason J in week 1, when almost all the housemates will come to the diary room, and then Big Brother would ask them, oh, what do you think about your current head of house? And they were all complaining about Jason J. That, oh, Jason J is not assertive, Jason J is not pulling his weight, Jason J is allowing Ortega and some people to take charge, Jason J is allowing Ortega and Rude Boy and Doris to take charge of everything. They were not happy. And then Jason J went to the diary room, and then he had a conversation about it with Big Brother, and Big Brother told him that he should learn to speak up. I mean, in no exact words of Big Brother, but Big Brother advised him. He needed to be more assertive. He needed to speak up. He needed to learn how to manage meetings and gatherings whenever they are having them. Big Brother encouraged Jason J to take charge, to own his leadership role in the house. So it was quite confusing to me that when he was now advising Faith yesterday during Faith's diary session, he was telling Faith that, oh, remember that your rules only applies to you. And it was quite confusing to me because it makes me wonder, okay, so why do we have the position of head of house if the head of house cannot give out simple instructions that will bring in decorum and organization structure to the house? And then it felt like I had a eureka moment that, okay, I mean, when you think about it, when you look at the way things are actually going on in the house, in fact, from the very beginning of this season, you will notice that even Big Brother himself is an enabler, probably for the sake of traffic, whether for the purpose of creating more content, more drama, more chaos. But Big Brother is the enabler of the disrespect that the housemates dish out to him. I don't know if you all have noticed, but every time, you see, this is the first season ever that Big Brother would instruct housemates consecutive, like every time, this is the norm now. Big Brother would instruct housemates, go to the lounge and remain out there, close the garden doors. And these housemates will be dragging their feet. They will be wasting their time. They'll be taking their time. Some of them will be sitting down when Big Brother is making this announcement, though, but they will sit down. They are looking around. They are waiting to see who is going to be the last person to go outside. They will now wait for Big Brother to start doing a countdown. Housemates, 10, 9, 8, 7, 8. And guess what? There's still one Lodo housemate inside that house that will still be there waiting for Big Brother to land the last number 1 before that person will now run out. The audacity, the disrespect, the disregard, it stinks. And as much as I am one of those people that have said that this season, I'm not really particular about Big Brother issuing strikes, but at least when the housemates, disregard his authority like that, when they violate the rules of the house, Big Brother needs to be addressing all of these things. He needs to be calling them to order. Because at this moment, it doesn't look like there is even a Big Brother. And as far as I'm concerned, I don't know, to be honest. I think he enjoys it. It's either he enjoys it or it's either he does not even know how to flex his authority in the house. So it's now looking like Big Brother is not the owner of the house. It is now the housemates that own the house. Imagine when the guests now become the orgas of the house. No respect, no single respect to Big Brother or even production. Imagine Sultana that is observing punishment. This girl yesterday still had the audacity to remove her microphone, put it one side, and was whispering to Jason J. After pool party on Thursday, she was whispering. And this is what she is currently serving punishment for. And then there's also the likes of, what's her name? Joanna, the snail of the week. She has been wearing that her punishment back, however way she likes. Sometimes she wears it, sometimes she does not wear. Like the tardiness in the house, though. The tardiness stank this week. As much as the theme of the week is barest minimum, everywhere was looking disorganized, everywhere was looking tardy. The house was not looking aesthetically pleasing anymore. The garden was looking a mess. Everywhere was just looking shabby. The fact that Big Brother did not I mean, thanks to Faith for trying to bring structure to the house. But the fact that people that was just allowing the house, everything was just looking a mess. Ew. So people that needs to give us clarity. Are you saying that the role of the head of house or the responsibility of the head of house is to only sit on the throne and read brief, and that is it? You are head of house just to be reading brief. Because when you think about it, if the head of house is not trying to bring structure and organization to the house, don't you think that Big Brother's house would have been burnt down to the group to the floor by now? If the head of house is not there to say, okay, we have limited food supply, let's create a timetable for food, how we are going to share the food so that it goes round for everybody to have food to feed. Tell me how it's going to make sense. Because these housemates in that house, they all behave like they're animals in the jungle. Some of them are so greedy and selfish and so self-centered that they know that this food will not be enough for everybody. But some of them, the likes of Doris does that a lot. Doris can steal food. Ha! The way Doris steals food, you wonder that, girl, as round as you are, you're already round though, but you're still stealing food and chopping as if you never seen this kind of food chop in your life before. They will steal food. They will go and put it in their box. They will steal and steal and steal. They hoard and hoard and hoard. Some of them, when they want to eat, the portion that they eat should be enough for 3 people, but only one person will eat. So what is the duties of the head of house? People that needs to give us clarity, because I felt like that advice to Faith, I felt like it was his own way of saying that, oh, don't make any rules anymore so that Imisi can continue to go crazy in the house. Doesn't really make sense. So I'm going to stop talking here right now, guys. I've raised so many issues, all right? And I would love to hear from all of you. If there's anything I did not touch upon, please do, by all means, just go ahead and touch on all of those things I did not touch on, all right? So I'm going to go ahead now and share the link in the comment section for those of you on YouTube. I would like to hear your opinion. And then those of you on Twitter, you know what to do. Kindly go ahead, send in a request to speak. And please, let me put out this disclaimer, all right? You see, this week, if I'm not just this weekend, every week, it's one problem to the other between me and a lot of these fanatics. And it baffles me how people do not like my opinion. But every time I put out a tweet or I put out a video, they still come and they want to come and drag. So please, for the purpose of this gathering, kindly respect the viewers and the listeners. If you do not respect me, don't even show up. But if you want to share your opinion, please, I beg you in the name of God, let's do it with decorum. Be polite, be intellectual in your analysis. There's no need for insult. There are so many ways you can express yourself without insulting me or the people that are going to be sharing their own perspective here. So please, let's respect one another so that we can have a peaceful and enjoyable conversation. All right. Thank you very much for your understanding. All right. So we're going to begin with people on Twitter. There's someone called DC. Is it Dicey or DC? I hope I'm not getting it wrong. DC, you're welcome to the conversation. Let's hear from you. DC. DC or DC?
Okay. Yeah, I was muted.
Okay, you're welcome. You're welcome. How are you?
Yeah, I'm fine, thank you. So first of all, I want to talk. Anyway, my friend is Sultana, and I want to say I'm very pissed with what she and Jason did. But my prayer is that either this week, which is tomorrow, or next week, Jason will leave the house and. Yes, that is the prayer. I would not say what Sultana did is bad, what Jason did is bad.
Yeah.
They are two adults. I just because definitely I know Sultana, Jason will leave before Sultana. Would leave before Sultana. Either tomorrow or next week, because I know he's not going to win. If he doesn't leave tomorrow, I'm sure he's not going to win the head of house.
Yeah.
Faith and Coin don't want to play and put effort.
Yeah.
He will not win head of house. So that's my consolation for what is happening between Jason and Sultana. I'm giving Sultana grace for Jason to leave.
Yeah.
That's it. So I want to speak on Faith's head of house issue.
Okay.
First, I want to say, in a situation, in this world we are, when people follow majority.
Yes.
When majority don't like a particular person, everything that person does, they will gang up and support the person. They will not support that same person, whether the person is doing right or wrong. True. That is the situation where Faith has found himself.
True.
Because even when Faith is right, they don't want to listen. because they've all form a clique. I don't want to use the word gang up. That
True.
this person, we don't like this person. Whatever he's saying does not matter. And another thing, I don't blame Faith the way he's standing up for himself. Maybe sometimes he might be wrong, but because of his body structure, it is not like that. People will continue to bully him because imagine rude boy saying I will beat him.
Yes.
How can you say if you're your baby? You don't say. Forget his structure. You can't even if they fight. Yeah.
Yes.
Say because boy is big, you want to overpower him. There are instruments that you don't know a small child can even use something, even if it's a stick or something. If he knows that this is big, I cannot do anything. They will fight. It's not that you will beat him. Are you okay?
True.
Why are you saying that? You know, because of the boy structure. Most times I just feel as if it's one kind of non-entity. But I'm so happy that because of his structure, he was able to be a doctor.
Yes.
That is a major plus. Because when they look at him at this one, they'll know that it don't be beans to be a doctor. It's not a beans.
True.
Do you get? So that's by the way. Then secondly, the housemates. They are really, I want to say, they really gang up in the house. People think it's a civil society. They gang up, they are ganging up against Faith, all of them. And that stupid girl, she's going to go anyway. All these people that I have, what will I call it? I have the instinct that they are going tomorrow Sunday. I don't want to even talk much about them. Like secondly, Joanna. I said Big Brother want to be biased because that fool, that one, I used to like her before, but this thing, because it's very, very, very bad. No matter what, if she is not even the snail of the house, Faith would have saved her with the immunity or whatsoever.
Yeah.
You understand? How can you join people? No matter what, if you don't like the person, you know that this person is someone that have saved you, like, okay, who is your deputy? This person. You understand?
Yes.
You can't be joining other housemates and be doing mockery and be laughing and see some things that I don't know, these people don't see. If I'm in the house, I like Faith. Faith is a woman, because Faith is like one of my colleagues at work.
Yes.
They don't need friends. They don't need friends. You see, Faith, it doesn't even need friends. Like, even if all the houses are together, it will stay on his own.
Yes.
He will stay on his own and do his things. But people cannot survive in the house without being friends with each other and competing each other. But Faith is not that kind of person. So people should not say, I'm pitying Faith is alone, this is that. Faith is somebody. In fact, it doesn't like, well, let's say introverts. It's not the kind of friends. Even if you are friend with Faith, Faith does not gossip. Look at when Zita was talking to him. Faith is the wrong person to even make friend with because you'll be complaining something. He will just be asking you a question.
Yes.
He doesn't gossip. He will not contribute. Do you get? So Faith is not like them. And his intellectual is very, very high. So I don't know when to get to time that Big Brother will really give the winner, like the winning position to somebody that is intellectually smart and with more beneficial to the anyway. BBN in terms it does that. They don't do pity card. They don't even vote non-entity as a winner. You understand? They are straight. They are not biased. But these are our own look at. Do you get? So that's just all I have to say. In summary, Sultana will be free. Jesse will go to Imo next week. So let's hope that she'll be free. Let's give her grace.
Yeah.
It's fine. She'll be free because she's under a spell. Right now, I don't want to fault her. Then Faith stands strong. Faith does not need friends in that house. He doesn't care. Nobody can beat anybody. But even me now, on my age, if I say I want to beat a 9-year-old child or a 10-year-old child, if the child don't like to really fight me, we will fight together. The child might even carry something or anything. Don't say you beat somebody because he's small. You understand? Faith is okay standing alone. And I want Faith to win head of house tomorrow and on Monday. But the way Faith is doing, I think he's frustrated. He didn't want to win because he's telling Big. I watched the guy session.
Yeah.
I think he doesn't want to win head of house again because the stress is too much. But I want him to win. But the way he's saying, I am scared that he will not put the effort to win it because he's done with all the disrespect and dirtiness and everything they are doing. But I really want Faith to win it again so that they will die. Just to win it again and prove a point.
Yeah.
So that's just the summary of everything. Faith will be fine. Faith is okay. I don't care the gang up and everything. I like the guy because calculator is straight. He knows why he is in that house. He's not in that house to do keep and or to do. You are there. It's like a war zone. You are there. When you get home, you're going to be comfortable. You're eating your food. I'm stealing your Nigeria, everything. You are there for business. It's great and do your business. So I don't know what people are saying and my just all.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. And I want to say this here. Oh my goodness. See, I'm not gonna lie you. I love the way you want to remove Faith, rather Jason J as a distraction for your fave. I mean, that is really spot on. Anybody that truly cares about their fave, they would also pray the same kind of prayer. So well done, madam. Well done. All right. Let's speak with King T. King T, isn't it? Yeah. You're welcome. How are you?
Well, I'm okay. How are you?
I'm good. I'm good. Welcome.
I love your conversation.
Thank you.
I've been following you like anything 4 years now on YouTube and yeah.
Thank you.
And sometimes when you talk from your own experience and the way you see things. And everybody has the way different kind of people see things in their own way.
True.
You have to be your own side. The way you think, okay, this person is better. I also tell you that this person is not better by your way. It's just we just have to say our mind.
Yes.
Like what is going on now? I won't be biased. Let's look at what is going on between Imisi. I'm here to talk about Imisi and Faith. Then I'll be honest with myself. And let's be honest with ourselves here. This thing is a game. This is a game, this is show. Do as you can do.
Mm-hmm.
But let's look at what Faith is doing. Before Faith become head of house, there's a lot of issue. Please, let's take it from the back. There's a lot of issue that is going on between Imisi and Faith.
Mm-hmm.
Take it that way.
Yes.
And the one show must show us about the fry pan stuff or stuff. Do you know that Big Brother did not tell him to do that? Do you know that when the other day about Isabella is dropping Imisi box and Faith it on the floor and broke the egg? Do you know that Imisi went to the kitchen and started crying? You see this game, it's just about it to start. I'm not saying that Imisi was perfect with what happened the other day. Let's take it from this way. The problem starts from, okay, Faith is the head of house. He wants to change his rule. Everybody's right to change his rule. Everybody's okay to do whatever he wants to do in his tenure. So say, okay, for me, I'm not giving anybody the battery. I'm dropping it here. You people should come and pick. You know, when you're talking to elderly people, you're not talking to kids. You need to talk to them with respect. Let's take it from that side. Respect is reciprocal. The way you serve me, the way I'll serve you back. Let's forget about the issue on the ground between Imisi and Faith before. We have some other people that become head of house and their tenure was good or bad. Yes. Let's look at Faith. You came in as okay, you want the Imisi, you want the head of house, you want to know how it's going. And you come. Fine, it's good for you to pick out your rule. This thing happens to JCJ without coming down to come and change battery. And okay, this one happens to Tema without coming to come and receive the punishment. Fine. Those are our fault. Let's go back to when they are sharing the bread. Imisi said, Big also asked me to take the bread. If Big also did not ask me to take the bread, I will not. Then the first stand on something that because he's a leader, he needs to stand on his what he's saying. Okay, first said, Imisi, drop the bread, write your name, and pick it up back. Simple. And Imisi said, I've taken the bread, you can write my name, and you saw that I'm using my hand to write the name. That's where the issue starts from. Okay, if you didn't drop the bread, I'll do this and that for you. You're not going to eat in this house, you're not going to do that. Before the challenge, let's go back to where he ordered, okay, that's after the challenge. Yeah, when Imisi was sleeping, you're talking to a woman, you're not talking to a coach. You're talking to adult people, you're not talking to a kid. In this Nigeria, nobody follows rules and regulations. This Nigeria for you. You will make your other person will make his own rules. That's simple. It's fine that everybody can disrespect. If you are caught disrespecting, you will take the punishment. He asked me Imisi to go and wash the place. Imisi said, you can see I just wake up. When I'm done, I will go and wash. You don't need to give order. Okay, we understand you are the head of house. Give me some hours. Imisi said I don't know that. Give me 5 hours. Look at what Faith. Look at the reply she gave to Imisi that later. After this thing, if you don't do it, you are going to be in trouble. Bro, if I'm the one, I'll tell you, okay, bring your trouble. You talked to me, I said I'll wash it. For the fact that Imisi put the plate inside the fridge, he was not the one that was milk. And he explained to Faith, there was milk I want to use the second day. I was one that was like, but Faith did not fit from that side because he has a conversation with Imisi. Imisi could not give her the reply. You can see the energy. It's not ordinary because you are the HOH. It's the issue that is coming from the. Let's begin from that side. Okay, if you after the tax, if you didn't do that, you'll see the problem. If I was the one, if you're the one, glory, you will say that. Pick up your problem. Let me see. At last, it comes down to where they are sharing food again. Look at what is going on there. Okay, let's go back to we finished that side. And you went back to meet KK, K-Bobo and the and she don't give me food. Why? In Big Brother's house. Thank God the Big Brother said something yesterday after everything. Your law is your law. Your rule is your rule. I didn't thank you. Yes, I like that language that Big Brother bring at the end. If you are making your law is not for Big Brother. The law that came back from Big Brother serves JCJ punishment and it serves Demalossi punishment. If you are the law that wants to bring you, but you want to bring out the law, you need to communicate to people. You don't need to bring out, okay, you want to be like Pere, a military soldier. This is democracy, this is not military zone. Everybody that is here, we are all equal. You want to make it superior, okay, you are the head of us. Okay, let me tell you this meaning of the head of us. You have immunity about it. And okay, if any people that need anybody with the immunity that is there, and people that said, okay, if people that need anybody, you should come and represent other house. That's why you're head of us. It's not that you have to give authority or challenge to anybody. That's the meaning of your head of house. Immunity that you're not going over that week. And okay, if brother wants to communicate to all the housemates, okay, you are coming this way. Okay, put the house in order in your own side and try to communicate. Big Brother said, if you look at the conversation that Big Brother has with Faith yesterday, Big Brother said you need to interact with your housemate. And remember when Faith went to meet Rude Boy, what did Rude Boy say? Leave this person. You guys are an issue together. If you know you can stand in, you can stand there, you are free to go on. But if you don't want to give a problem, just leave her on her own. Okay, let's say that Imisi was wrong for not asking of order to go and pick up his food. Because Faith said he came to Bobo and this also should not give Imisi food. If I was the one, I would go to the fridge. You have your kitchen butter. Your kitchen, this thing to not give me food. I'll go to the fridge and I will go to the fridge. Then the funny thing is that you are not cooking for one person. Imisi is cooking for 12 other people. One. Okay, Imisi is right. It's wrong. You don't have something like that. But when everybody was telling you that, Imisi is cooking for it, see the way he acted there, which was wrong. Let's take it that way. Look at what Faith did at that side. You are a leader, you are intelligent. We need to say at this direct session, I believe that Faith is very intelligent, is very good. But the way he acts, the way he talks to people, that's why everybody gets annoyed in the house. You can't just talk to anybody anyhow. You know you are the best. You know you try to. If you look at Faith, the one that you're talking about, Doris, Faith do that as well. He used to put himself at the front. He would like to command. Thank God that when they are having this action, people that correct us to that. When someone said he wants to go, you will tell him you can't do it, you can't do it. About the end and this thing. Then I'm happy that people that correct that statement. You have to give everybody the chance. Don't say nobody is capable. You are here to show your talent. You are here to prove yourself. You are here to do any other thing. And you talk about strike. I don't think that was what happened that day. You can talk with your mouth. There's no pity. There's no nothing.
Okay.
That's why what big sorry.
No.
What big brother needs. You said what?
No, I was saying, can you round up so that I can just respond to some of the things you said? All right.
Thank you. Let me just try to round up.
All right.
But what happened between Imisi and this thing? Both of them are in fault, but Faith is overdoing it.
Okay. All right.
For me, Faith is overdoing it.
All right.
And it needs to be cautioned. That's it. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Thank you so much, King T. And I really appreciate you for articulating your thoughts and also, of course, speaking from your own personal experience. And you're right to say that everybody has a way of expressing the show. I mean, that is something I always say here, that that is something I always say in this community, that you cannot dictate how people experience the show. As much as I watch the show the way I do, and I come up with my analysis, that is the same way all of you and every other person also does it. And I really appreciate the diversity of opinions and perspectives, you know, that we come together and share. But in the light of all of this, right, I'm going to use your words back to you. I think we need to also be able to call a spade a spade. When we say let's call a spade, what are we saying, first of all? We are saying let us tell the truth the way it is, right? When you see this cup, call a cup a cup, call a spoon a spoon. Don't see a cup and call it a bucket. Don't see a bucket and call it a stove. That's what we're saying. We're saying that when something happens, tell it the exact way it is, right? Now, what does that mean in this Faith and Imisi's regard? Everything you have said about how Faith talks, I need us to understand that there's something called manner of approach. All right? Manner of approach is how you speak to people, how you position your tone. What is your tone? I can look at you now and tell you, what did they worry you? You get crazy. Or I can look at you and say, you are crazy, you are mad. Now, there's a difference in my tone, right? The difference is in the level of unseriousness that I used to speak in the first statement I made. And then the difference is also in the level of harshness and aggression that I used to say what I said in the second statement. The second statement comes off as an attack, right? They're crazy, they're crazy. That's violent, that's aggressive, right? The tone is harsh. But if I look at you and say they're crazy, it's just plain, like there's nothing to it, right? And I could say that to you probably because we have a relationship, right? Now, if you look at the way the housemates interact with one another, you find out that some people that have relationships, take for instance, the likes of Rude Boy and Culture, they know how to randomly insult each other. Oh boy, get crazy. Oh boy, get mad. Where's your worry? You go on kill your papa. You see the way they talk like that. That's because they have a rapport. They are friends. They know each other from outside. So their tone can be aggressive. Their tone can be violent. But because they have a relationship, it is fine, right? But then imagine someone like Rude Boy. That's, let's say for example now. Imagine, for example, someone like Rude Boy does not have a relationship with someone like Faith. These two people are from different walks of life. Faith is from a very, very principled and structured background. Rude Boy, on the other hand, he has always said it that he's from the streets. They talk to people anyhow, they address people anyhow. So imagine someone like Rude Boy that does not have any form of friendship or bond with someone like Faith, now approaches Faith and is talking to Faith the way you would normally talk to someone like Culture. There's going to be a problem. And that's what we're talking about, manner of approach. When you do not have a relationship with someone, you do not have a right to be aggressive with them. You do not have a right to speak to them in certain manners, using certain language or certain tones or certain insulting words. You cannot do that because you and that person are not friends. You cannot meet somebody that is not your friend and call the person a monkey. But with your friend, maybe when both of you are joking, and maybe it's something you have used to joke over time, you can just look at the person and say, see this mumu, see this monkey. Because you are friends, your friend might likely condone it and accept it and take it as a joke. All right. Now, if you look at the dynamics of the house, you'll find out that all of these housemates have always found Faith to be intimidating. Intimidating in the sense that, number one, the way society is wired, people that have very small statures like Faith, most of the time, it is expected of them to be quiet in a room. Let's be factual here. Most of the time, when you walk into a gathering, you walk into a setting, people expect people that are very, very small in stature, or maybe they are built in a certain way, or maybe it is the color of their skin. There are just certain prejudices against people with certain maybe deformities, or maybe unusual physical attributes, or maybe unusual looks, there's a certain level of expectation of them. For instance, now it could be a gathering where it's only light-skinned people exist, and then a dark-skinned person goes there, and maybe the person has audacity, maybe the person is confident. They look at the person and they expect that the person should not shine. They'll be like, who is this one? My friend, go and sit down. In Big Brother's house in this season, that has been the case between Faith and these housemates. In the first 2 weeks of the season, this thing had been happening. When people are talking, when things are happening, like they don't rate Faith, they want him to just be quiet, they want to stifle him. And so the boy realized that, okay, this is not going to work for me, because I did not come to this house to be a slave to anybody, or a yes ma, yes sir to anybody. And so he started standing up for himself. And so because he started speaking up for himself, started becoming more vocal, it became a problem. So every time you hear housemates say, you don't know how to talk, it's not like Faith does not know how to talk. What they are complaining about is that when they attack him verbally, they do not expect him to respond. They expect him to shrink. They expect him to go and hide in shame. But Faith is not that type of person. Instead, he stands his ground and he speaks for himself. And that is a problem most of the time for people who do not expect people that they feel they should be lording over to have a voice. Now, Imisi, on the other hand, Imisi's manner of approach towards Faith has always been zero. Even when they were friends, Faith had been condoning her excesses, the way she speaks to him, the way she uses some sort of language, some sort of derogatory language. He has been condoning it. Why? Because they were friends. But when all those sexual advances started from Imisi towards Faith, and then they started having all those issues they were having, their friendship was over. They were no longer friends. They are no longer friends till now. So Imisi has no right to continue addressing Faith in those same derogatory manners and all those insulting words that she used to address him when they were friends. Why? Because they are no longer friends. The manner of approach should have changed. But why? Imisi refused. She blatantly told Big Brother that she was going to make this boy's life a living hell in the house. Why? Because he rejected her advances. She wanted to be in a ship with Faith. Faith rejected her several times. She went to the diary room. She told Big Brother that she does not like to be rejected. So because this boy rejected her, she's going to make his life a living hell. You are giving me a thumbs down. My brother, if you watch the show for yourself, and you are unbiased in what you see, regardless of how we're talking about, oh, we have experiences, you will see all of these things. I would not even have to tell you. So ever since she made those declarations, that is what has informed her attitude towards Faith. I'm not going to go into the details of all of the things that you mentioned, because all of the things that you mentioned, if we are being very honest with ourselves, you really sidelined a lot of things that Imisi did. You ended up putting all the blame on Faith. But I'm going to speak on one. In the case of Imisi going to wash her plate, I will agree with you that Faith did not handle it well by not asking Culture that removed the plate from the fridge and putting it in the sink, by not telling Culture to wash the plate instead, because he was the one that removed it from the fridge, because it wasn't Imisi that removed it from the fridge. When I did my video, I explained that, and I said it, that in that case, Faith was at fault. But you coming here to say that the way Faith told Imisi to go and wash her plate, Imisi is not a child. Nobody's a child in Big Brother's house. My brother, I'm sorry to say, but you were lying. Because Faith was very polite, extremely polite, when he was asking Imisi to go and wash her plate. He first of all asked her about the plate. And then he said, oh, Culture removed the plate from the fridge. He did not know that you would want to use it. And Imisi replied, oh, I was the one that put it there. And then he said, okay, do you want me to go and tell him to put it back in the fridge? Politely, he asked Imisi. Imisi said, oh, what's the point? There's no point now. It's already in the sink. And then he said, okay, please come and wash your plates. Now, that is where Faith made a mistake. He should have gone back in the house and told Culture to wash the plates, since he's the one that removed it from the fridge and put it in the sink. That one, I give it to him. He was at fault in that regard. But where Imisi was at fault as well in that regard was that when Faith said, come and wash your plate, and she said, can't you see I just woke up from sleep? Fine. That was rude. But then when, okay, what time, how many minutes do you need, or what time do you need? And Imisi said, I don't know, give me 5 hours. That was rude. the right thing that she should have said in that regard, if they were on good terms, because I acknowledge the fact that they are not on good terms, right? So there's a likelihood that she will be very rude to him. What she could have easily have said to avoid any confrontation was that, okay, just give me like maybe 5-10 minutes. When I come into the house, I'll wash the plates. Don't worry, it's not a big deal. If Imisi was avoiding problems with Faith, just by saying that, oh, just give me some time, I'll come and wash it, that could have avoided everything. But outrightly telling Faith, I'm just waking up from sleep. I'm just waking up from sleep. Give me 5 hours. In fact, and Faith was begging and begging for time, and she was not forthcoming with time. And then he said what he said. Oh, if after nominations you don't wash the plate, there's going to be a problem. I'm going to have a problem with you. And she said, oh, I would like to see that problem. That is somebody that knew what she was doing. She was spoiling for a fight. She wanted a fight to happen. So what I'm trying to say here is, when Faith is wrong, we will point out where he is wrong. But where Imisi is wrong, we also need to point out where she was wrong. In all of Faith's encounters with Imisi, you cannot take away the fact that a manner of approach to this guy has been zero. It has been provocative. It has been very, very insulting. Now, as I said still on one of my videos, if Faith was a regular housemate, you can say, okay, fine, she's doing whatever she's doing, maybe to create content, or maybe she's just reacting as anybody would react. But now, the guy is no longer a regular housemate. He's the head of house. In other words, he's the embodiment of the presence and authority of Big Brother in that house. Big Brother said it himself when he was addressing Thelma after the live nomination show. So Imisi outrightly disregarding the instructions that the whole house has agreed to from time to time because she wants to spite Faith. That is where there's a problem. And I think if we're going to be honest with ourselves, if we say we want to really be honest with ourselves, we need to be able to bring ourselves to the point where we are able to speak the truth about Imisi's manner of approach, her attitude, her provocations. This conversation would not be complete without us pointing out the facts of this matter like that. All right. So yeah, thank you very much, King T. I'm going to quickly move on now to YouTube. Let's speak with Shield. Hello, Shield. You're welcome.
Hi. How are you
Hi.
doing?
Good. You're welcome. How are you?
I'm very good. And I like how you explain it. That was what was in my mind, because when the guy was talking, I was like, is it like he almost gaslighted me, because I'm like, I really watched this part. Why are you explaining it in a way as if I did not watch it? And
Yeah.
I'm really glad. I mean, you were spot on, because even with the plate thing, I didn't really watch from the beginning, but I watched the interaction between Faith and Imisi. And
Yes.
to be honest, Faith actually came, I mean, he wasn't even shouting. One thing about Faith is, if you give him the time to explain, he always takes his time. Like he's not even, he doesn't yell. He has this kind of a low tone when he speaks, even when he's even angry. And so when he's talking, usually this is what I kind of dislike about the housemates. They don't allow him to talk. And
Yes.
it really makes it very frustrating, because this guy will be talking and then they'll be, saying something else. They'll be like, oh, no. They don't allow people to talk. They're always, trying to react and all those things. And funny thing is that, I saw this tweet and someone was saying that Big Brother is trying to make Imisi a villain in the show. And I'm like, villain where? Because usually we don't even see how Imisi starts, because always is Faith's reaction that we see. I mean, if you are being honest,
Yes.
we always see Faith's reaction. We never see the starts. And that is even what happened with the plate thing. Because at first I was like, this plate thing, I don't understand. Before, like, I think I came to YouTube and I kind of heard your analysis and I was like, oh, okay. Because they didn't even show the starting. I don't know if they showed it, but I didn't watch that part. But Faith was very calm throughout the conversation, even when he was telling Imisi that I'm giving you after the, I think before I said after the live nomination. I was really calm about it. But the thing is, Imisi doesn't like Faith. So whatever the case, she is always trying to, make the whole situation even bigger and bigger and bigger. Well, something little. And I think this Bufabara or whatever, she said it. She said sometimes they'll be fighting in the house, and then she'll be asking for explanation. How did it start? And it just something little. Sometimes there's not even explanation to it, and that's what I feel like is between Imisi and Faith. Sometimes it's just something little, and then Imisi will just make it bigger, and then when it becomes bigger and Faith reacts, obviously we see the Faith reaction, which becomes, we then people be tagging Faith as the aggressor, and which it doesn't make sense. So I really like the explanation you gave to him. I think I don't have anything to say about Faith anymore. So I'll continue to talk about Kola and Jason J. Kola. Okay. So I watched this Plus TV interview, and there was this girl who said she knows Kola from the outside, and Kola is just like how he is in the TV. So whatever I'm saying, I'm just saying that because of what the girl said. If Kola is the same guy you are watching, then let me explain what Kola is. Don't come for me.
If Kola is waiting outside, run!
I was shocked because I was playing a game.
To toast you outside, run! No.
I was playing the game, but when I heard the girl said it, I was like, okay, now I'm ready to tell who Kola is. Kola is someone who, if you are dating, his friends and his family will never like you. This is why.
I swear to God. They will hate you.
They will hate you. They will never like you. He is someone. Yeah, he's someone who will show his good side to everyone. Everyone he's close to. So everyone will see him as the nice guy. And then one thing about you dating him is that whenever he has an issue, he'll always say the bad side of that issue to people. And then the people, because they don't know you, they'll take his side because, hello, this is a nice guy. I'm with him. He's very good. He's I mean, what the hell? Why are you treating the guy like that? And so for me, I really, really, I'm praying for the girl who will ever marry this guy. His family will never like you. His friends will never like you. His colleagues will never, ever like you. He's someone who will never say good things to people. He will never say your good side to people. He will always say the bad side. So people who don't know you, they will always hate you without knowing you, without hearing your side, because he will never say your side. He will just say the bad side. So when I heard that thing, I was like, oh my God, if this is how the guy is, I'm just scared for his future partner. This is serious. Because why is it that, like, whenever you see something, you will never go and ask the person who is involved. You rather form your own opinion, go to people, and then spread negative. Oh, the girl is using me. The girl is playing a game. I'm the good guy. I'm the victim. Please see me as the victim. And everyone sees him as a victim because he has showed his nice side to people. And there is someone who people don't know. He only talked to selected people. So even the people that he talked to, they don't know her that much because he has these boundaries, he has this facade. So she's very unapproachable. So people see her as someone who is arrogant, proud, this and that, because she's not that open. So they always take Kola's side. Why? Because Kola has showed the good side. Kola is a good person. Oh, Kola is a victim. How dare they treat Kola like that? This is an adult who doesn't even come. And every time, whenever his fans always talk, they'll be like, oh, Dede should leave Kola. Why is Kola doesn't want this? Why is that Dede is doing that? But I'm like, are you guys watching? Because whenever Kola and Dede are talking, Kola doesn't even tell straight to Dede's face that, girl, you are using me. Girl, stop what you are doing. Like, you are playing a game. Like, he always changes his tone and everything. Like he wants to appear as the nice guy to Dede, then goes around, tell people Dede is that, Dede is that. So for me, Kola is, if that is who he is, according to the girl, I mean, I've never I've never met, maybe there are some guys like that, but this is really bad. I mean, if you're a girl and you obviously like Kola and one day you want to marry him, please be careful because this guy, yeah, his family will never like you. I'm just saying straightforward. And then Jason J is someone who doesn't take accountability, and that
Yeah.
pisses me off. And I feel like this is his personality because I don't get why, even when it came to, I think how I noticed was the P situation with Sultana. And when Dede was trying to tell him that, like you are close to this girl, and then she peed on my box, and you didn't even come to even tell me or like even, show some remorse or like something. You were just
Mm.
there, you know. And the way he kind of twisted the whole issue and he was telling
Mm.
people that Dede was angry because he kissed Sultan. I'm like, are you guys,
Yeah, like that
is
was
this guy
unhinged.
correct? I'm like,
Yeah, that
really?
was really twisted.
And even with Sultana and him, the way he would twist the whole narrative that she is the temptation, he calls Sultana the temptation. I'm
Yeah.
like, dude, are you for real? You're calling this guy, this girl temptation. Like, so you don't even do anything. So and this kind of reminds me of how we, Christians, how we behave. Like when we do something bad, we blame the devil. It's as if the devil walked us, like we steal, we'll be like, the devil made me steal. So the devil walked you to go and steal the thing. And I'm like, that is how Jason J is. Like, you are calling this girl temptation. So she is the one, you are not enjoying anything. Like, she'll come and worry you. You'll be like, oh,
Mm-hmm.
no, no, I don't want it. And she'll be forcing you. Most times it's even you who goes to her. Like I don't really see even Sultana coming to him. It's most times you going to her. You went to her bed,
Mm-hmm.
you always go and sit beside her, you always go and then, she will do something and you are okay with it. But you turn around and you be calling the girl temptation. Be calling, oh,
Mm.
I told this girl that I have a girlfriend and she is not allowing me to be, control myself. What the hell? You are a grown adult. What the
Hmm.
hell? I'm like,
For
this guy,
real.
I don't even understand how fans will be even like supporting what he does. Like, you go on Twitter and fans will be like, he does no wrong. I'm like, are you being for real? So
Sounds
I
really
don't
say
know.
that.
And that's why I don't even like BBN fans. Like, they are really crazy and very toxic. But yeah, this is where I'll end it because I wanted to talk about faith,
Okay.
but you've already said my mind. So I'll end it here.
Thank you so much, Shield. Thank you so
Yeah.
much. All right. Let's quickly speak with Nice. Guys, please, let's try to keep it to 10 minutes. All right. There are so many people that wants to speak. I will also try to not even talk much anymore. Nice, you're welcome.
Good evening,
Hello,
Glory.
Nice. Hi, good
Yeah,
evening. How
Glory.
are you?
I'm fine, and you?
Doing great. You're welcome. All right. So we've outlined a number of conversations. So which one do you want to attack? Pick it and let's go.
Imisi and Faith.
All right. Let's go.
I just realized Nigeria is what it is because of the kind of people we have. Because
Hmm.
Imisi might
Mhm.
win the show, but after winning, I'm not sure any brand would like to associate with her because of the
Let's
way
not
she
say that,
acts.
please. Okay? Please let's not say
No,
that. Let's not say that.
no, let's be frank. Glory, don't worry about those who want to come and hate on what or whatever. Because if they don't see anything wrong with this, because it's like you are pushing the person is doing something that is not good. Instead of you making sure the person knows that this is what I'm doing. It's not right, but it seems like people are giving her that thing like, oh, she didn't do anything wrong. Faith came for her. Oh, Faith is provocative. Where did Faith come for this girl? And I have a problem with Big Brother because Big Brother has not called this issue out. This girl started provocating Faith because he rejected her advances. Somebody who has sat in the diary room to say she's going to make his life hell in the house. And people don't see this. This is nothing to shout about. She always blows things out of proportion. She wants to be street. Fina was street, but Fina was not acting this way. Fina only comes for you when you come for her. She
Hmm.
was good in tax. When it comes to wages, she's there. But anything is only shouting when it comes to food, how to provoke people, and it's always about faith because the person
Hmm.
rejected the advances. Like I don't know. It blows my mind. Like the way people are defending her character. They are defending her
Yeah.
character. Like, oh, faith is this, faith is that. I'm like, are we watching the same show or something else is happening somewhere we don't see?
Hmm.
I think maybe they have two channels because maybe they are showing us something different, and there's a different channel showing when Kate is pursuing Emisi and trying to provoke her, and Emisi will react. And they are showing us where Faith will be. How will I say it? I don't know. The whole thing is yesterday. I was crying from his diary section. I'm like, oh my god, the guy. He feels like everybody hates him, and he's thinking he's a bad person. But people have forgotten that the beginning of the show, Faith was one housemate that was very nice to everybody. Even when he was seated at where Sultana and the rest were bashing people and so on, he would be the one correcting them that no, don't say this about this person. You don't know the person. You don't know the
Yes.
person. When
Mm-hmm.
Sultana was on a meeting case, it was Faith who was talking to Emisi. He was the only person who was close to Emisi that time. Even K Baba had to
Yes.
let go of Emisi. It was Faith. They've all forgotten about that one. You know the persons are not in this house for this. Simple. Why would like this whole thing? And I remember Faith said when they were all provoking Faith before, he said he's going to deal with them with mind games. Because before he will swallow everything they will throw at him. He will not react. Then he realized,
Mm-hmm.
no, these people are trying to take advantage of me. So if this is how they want to go, I'll go low with them. But people don't see it. They say he's a narcissist. You see how he spoke softly? He'll be provoking and be speaking softly because he's not a loud person. He's
Hmm.
not a loud person. You don't expect him to be loud like the way Amy sees, but you all think it's about being like, hey, 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 Agbero, Agbero. We are all street too, but you have to have common sense. Common sense. We need common sense. Before it was a game, but now it's not funny. To the point that the guy said he needs a therapist. It's not funny. And this your big brother, I don't know. The rules and regulations, I don't know what is happening in that house. It, I have to end it here.
All right.
I'm so sad
Thank you
for
very
Faith.
much. Thank you
You're
very
welcome,
much. I
Glory.
really, yeah, I appreciate your contribution, guys. I mean, I understand that emotions might be getting high, but please, when we say things like, "Oh, I don't think any brand is going to work with them," yeah, it doesn't really sound nice, and it's like we're not really wishing them well. So please, let's refrain from saying such things. All right. Thank you very much. Okay, let's speak with Omami. Omami, hi.
Hi, Glory.
Hi, oh, mommy sounds so nostalgic. It's like you carry me like, oh, it's like, oh, mommy, but it sounds like that. You're welcome.
I've been watching you for like 4 years. This is my first time ever being in your live, but I'm just
Yay!
too stressed from this year that I had to just join because faith reminds me so much of myself, and it's like watching like what I went through in school because I was like
Hmm.
SUG leader, and it was just like I just felt like I was just watching myself, and I want to thank you for your analysis. And for the
Thank
second
you.
speaker, I think when he was talking about Nigeria, there's no rule, and Nigeria, there's no rules and regulations. And like you said earlier, it just goes to show what our country is like. And sometimes this actually
Yeah.
made me sit and look at like the way Nigeria is and how if we can really move forward. I'm not in Nigeria, I'm in Canada.
Mhm.
I'm doing my morning walk right now. It's like 8 in the morning. So I just stayed up for your live like I usually do. I'm a
Thank you.
silent viewer at the back. But yeah, I just want to thank you for your analysis. And
Thank you.
the whole thing between Faith and Embassy is just crazy. Yes, they're both wrong, but I just think like Embassy said yesterday, she was like, when she loves you, she loves you. And when she hates you with the same amount of love she once had for you. So I think that's what's
Yeah.
just going on. They're not friends, and she's never going to speak to him in a nice way, and it's always going to be an issue. And since Big Brother is not addressing anything, no one's taking corrections. Like they need to be like more strict. Like how can you pee in someone's bed, someone's bag rather, and nothing was done? So they're just taking
Mm-hmm.
advantage of the whole thing. But I've never really had a fave. I always watch and listen to your analysis and just like be neutral. And I can't wait to hear your revelation at the end or your favorite. But for the first time, I actually have a fave, and my fave
Mm,
is fake. For the first time in the whole 6 years I've been watching, I don't really do faves. I just watch for entertainment.
mm,
But that diary session was just like, wow, wow, wow,
mm,
wow. And I love the fact that he can take accountability for his own actions. And that just
mm.
goes to show the kind of person he is. And I just want to thank you for all what you do. And we have people like me in the background just watching and rooting for you. So keep doing what you're doing. Thank you.
Thank you so much. That was so heartwarming. Thank you very much. I really appreciate you. And by the time I review my favorite, people will be so shocked.
Yeah, it's
Thank you
never who
very
we think it
much.
is. I know. It's never who we think. I know it's not fake. I know it's gonna be like, oh yeah, Kalastia. I was like, what? Never would have guessed. But yeah, I know it's not fake.
Yeah. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. All right, guys. Before we move on to the next speaker, because we're gonna have to move on to okay, we'll speak with Happy Mel and then we'll move on to Twitter to speak with some people. I really need to give a shout out to some very important people here. There's Chioma Onura, there's HT, there is Pal, there is S Kuku. I want to thank these amazing folks for making donations to this channel, guys. You people are simply amazing. And every time you give to this community, I say thank you so much. You don't really know how much you're really doing for us here and for me in particular. But I really appreciate you. Thank you so, so much for your generosity. God bless you all. Okay, let's speak with Happy Mel. Hello, you're welcome, sis.
Hello, good evening. Good
Hi.
evening.
Good evening.
Hi,
How are
it's been,
you?
I'm fine, thank you. It's been a while. How are you?
Yes, welcome.
Okay, I will start
Welcome.
by commending you. Really, you are trying because sometimes when I sit down to watch this show, I want to throw my TV away, but then you have to watch it and then see through some of the nonsense, and then you analyze it and then you keep watching. So, thank you for all you do. We
Thank
appreciate it.
you.
Now I want
Thank
to
you.
go down to I think this housemate from third week or the fourth week, all of them got carried away. They became sadistic. They forgot why they were there. Now cast your mind back to the second week when Rude Boy clocked what Imisi was doing, trying to make herself the victim, that everybody's
Mm-hmm.
ganging up against her, and he clocked it. Said, I think he told someone, I can't remember who he told. Now, this housemate now did that to Faith. I was shocked.
Mm.
Up until that day, I was still a diehard diva fan. I was going to vote for the DEDE till the end. But that singular act just said, okay, we'll give it to Faith. Plus that Jason J comment of her that if Faith win this, let him burn. I'm saying in Nigeria, you are really challenging Nigerians that can be overly emotional and wants to prove points.
Yeah.
Do you see that these people never learn? You watch this show. This is like the 10th season. You should learn from it, especially if you want to be a participant at some point. You should not allow some things, rob you off of this money. Some of them forgot that there is 150 million naira at stake here. And they're behaving as if
Exactly.
their house culture is acting like a fanatic, hyping up
Yeah.
happy up,
Crazy.
and then Bright is manipulating the Mide and Cola against
Mide.
Dede. I'm like, are you people really serious? This is how you people are letting this 1 million naira, 150 million slip through your fingers? Because Bright is playing a good game as it stands now.
Mm-hmm.
Do you
Yeah.
understand? And a lot has happened. A lot has happened, and it's always a very subtle shift from one faith to another. And some of them are
True.
carried away, eating and forgetting themselves. I'm like, chai, they had to suffer. They let them go through something because they've forgotten where they are. What was the
Mm-hmm.
meaning of that gang up? So one person could not even, come out and say no. Even Joanna went as far as making that correction at that point. It just
Mm-hmm.
gives you, this show is so fickle, and as a player your brain should be working 24/7. You should be up and running. So allowing
Absolutely.
issues, some things to just happen and you let it slay, you will not go back and think, look, what I did is wrong. Oh. Now let's go back now to accountability, which is what most of these housemates they lack. And if you now boil it down to how we behave in this country, that's how we are. We don't want to accept that we are wrong. We don't want to call anybody. We just want to keep going. Hey, everybody is after my life. My village people, my family member don't want me to grow. It's everybody's fault but our own. You see how Faith went into that diary room and took accountability for everything. He called himself out, called whoever he needed to call out, and moved. But you will see Imisi tomorrow is Sunday. She will go there and cry foul. And my own issue now, Glory, is watch out. After this, after the finale, all of them started, I was just being myself. It was not a game. What were you being yourself, Auntie? Imisi, is this how you were yourself? Are you
I don't see myself.
that's where you will come and drag your hair on your channel. We will follow you and drag, because they will finish pulling up this nonsense behavior. They're not, I was just being myself. You are allowed to have a game inside that. You are allowed to have strategies. Now imagine the kind of dating game Imisi is playing. Tomorrow she'll come out and tell you she's just being herself. Can you? That's where I will have problems. If they didn't, today is my faith. She should not come out and tell me she's just being herself. Maybe some part of it you are allowed to, be yourself, but then add some spice to it. 150 is at stake here. You are not just allowed to be yourself. Add some drama, add some spice. But when Imisi finished this one and the rest of the housemates, all of them, and you will now see that some of these things they do is really who they are. Because some of these acts they claim they are playing, the way they play is so effortlessly. They don't even go and, cry about it. How can you be so evil and mean and you don't have any conscience to draw you back that this is so wrong? I need to, work on it. Or you can even go to the diary room and say, oh, I was wrong here. I was just acting. That's fair. We agree. But the way these people do, you know that Jessinger has been drowning for this. It's like he didn't have a game plan and he came into this house. And he believed that everybody in that house did not have any game. So when he found out that Dede was saying, these people are playing, he cut. I said, cut anybody you want to cut, or you're the one that will go home. Because you need participants to play this game. I told you at the end of last season, whatever game plan you are coming with, you need people that will, participate. That is why Dede was strategically positioned. When she had Jessica, she had Cola, she had the coin, in her on her board, playing the game with her. It was going smoothly. Now sometimes they want to withdraw. She will go and, do whatever she has to do.
Yes.
Look at that case now that happened. You see how she's re-strategizing. Now, the flaws that we see in it is that she's a human being. Emotions get involved. That's where I extend grace to her and everybody else.
Yeah.
Sometimes they slip off. But it's not bad for you to say, oh, me too, I made a mistake, I overreacted. It's not bad for you to say, we are all human beings, we will understand. We could even do worse than you. No problem. But for you to come and make us feel like we are foolish people, we are not. We are watching the back of our TV, you manipulate, gaslight us. Really? Really? So that's just my issue. Now, this whole, I was just being myself, I will lose my mind. I will honestly lose my mind. As for Sultana and her vile gossip with Doris, in fact, this Faith would have been the best. Last week dragged. I was a little bit bored with last week. Nothing happened. So when Faith won, I was so happy. He shaked things up. So it would have been good, but then Nigerians, we don't like progressive movement and all that. Look at how messy that house is. Look at how messy that house is. So unkempt, everybody was so. But then he did his best. He shaked some table, whatever. They put him off for eviction. The people that will vote will still vote, and I prefer Biggie putting all of them up. Let unserious people go. I don't even know who is voting for some people still in that house. Like, who is voting for these people? I'm not going to mention any name, but some people are not supposed to still be there. How did Dambo's kid go in the second week and some people are still there? I don't get the voting. I don't get the voting audience this year. I don't know what's going on. Because some people should have left that house since. People that were giving content left. What are we doing? So, well, Globe, you are really trying. I just want to, commend you and all that. But then, take care of yourself. Don't let these people drag it too much.
My
Don't
sister.
let you have 5 more weeks to go. You have 5 more weeks. You have more. Don't let them drag it too much. We are praying for you and, take care of yourself.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Happy Mel. It's always a pleasure speaking with you here. Thank you so much, and I really appreciate. All right, guys. Before we move on, once again, I need to give shout outs to some honorable mentions here. I want to give a shout out to HT again. Guys, sorry, 1 second. There's HT. There is Omami. Omami gave a donation to this channel as well. There's Rekia, thank you so much. God bless you. There's AB Okoli. AB, once again, thank you so much. God bless you. I really, really appreciate your generosity. God bless you and provide for all of you in abundance. Thank you all so much. Oh, guys, while we are still talking about all these other things, I hope we have not forgotten that another highlight of the week was Zita dragging the cover witches by their wigs. Listen, I need somebody to come and hype that girl up for us, please. We had been waiting for that moment and it finally happened. Okay, let's move on. Let's speak with Enoch on Twitter. Hello, Enoch.
Hello, Glory.
Hi, how are you? Enoch, you have to unmute your mic. You're not muted, but you have to unmute from your end.
All right, Glory, how are you?
I'm good. You're welcome. How are you? I know you're. Enoch, tell me the truth. You are not happy. You are not happy. Your favor has been collecting basketballs this week from the roasting game.
So you see, I'll get to that very soon.
Okay.
But I just want to touch briefly on Faith. The nation that you see, Faith is an extremely intelligent young man, but is emotionally unintelligent. Very emotionally unintelligent. And I'll just spend a minute on it. You see, Faith, just like you and I, knows very well that Imisi is an agent provocateur. Faith knows very well. Faith also knows very well, just like you and I, that she's trying to make her reign difficult.
Mm.
And you see, as unintelligent, emotionally as Faith is, he's playing into his game. And you see, unfortunately for Faith, we are in a woman's world.
Mm.
Imagine if Faith, as a man, was a guy who was sexually harassing Imisi. The world would have blown up.
Yep.
Africa would have blown up. Nigeria would have blown up. But you see, Imisi got away with it simply because he's a woman. He's a female.
Mm-hmm.
We're in a woman's world now.
Mm-hmm.
So first, should realize by now that no matter how legitimate your case is, you should not be seen having a physical confrontation with the woman in a woman's world.
Hmm.
And this is the second time Faith is doing that. And you see, Faith is not just a housemate. Faith has also his profession and his image to protect. You must not be seen as somebody who, in quotes, is a potential woman beater. But this is the second time you are struggling. Last one was a fine pan. This one it was a crazy. And it doesn't send a good image about him, especially as we in the woman's world. So the earlier he puts his emotionally intelligent cap on, the better for him. If Faith had done this, what he's doing, fighting with the middle of a fine pan in the Western world, Faith's medical license will have been withdrawn. Simply because he struggled with a woman. So that is it. Now let's get to my girl Sultana. In fact, I woke up to everything that went on this one. But you see, let me respond to what one of our ladies said. My first supporter of Sultana said, is not a distraction to Sultana one bit. And then one bit. And I'll be consistent to say that Sultana is a ruthless gamer. Sultana is that kind of person who wouldn't mind burning the entire house down to get what she wants. This is the same Sultana who has peed in people's boxes. This is the same Sultana who has kissed a different guy after getting jail. And then the same Sultana, that is blowjobbing. Excuse my language. You cannot shame the shameless. But you see, let me give you the sequence of events why Sultana is doing what she's doing.
Okay.
When Jason J said last week Sunday, oh, that there's nothing between Sultana is not taken anywhere. Right after the show, Sultana did something that she had never done before. And to let you know that she was also playing a game, no, Jason J, I will tell you something that I've never told any housemate. You know what? I am a mother of 2 children. I was married at age 15. So ask yourself why she told Jason J that after the last eviction. She did that in response to Jason J. That Jason J has totally embarrassed her. But she was telling Jason J that the mother, you know, embarrassed me. I was rather playing a game with you because as a mother of 2, clearly I know this relationship is not going anywhere. But because of what you have done, let me play the card to you right in front of you. And Jason J was shocked. It never crossed his mind that Sultana is a mother of 2. But first of all, on Thursday, during the pool party, when Jason J was moody, because he had apparently seen Cohen casing the day, which wasn't even true anyway. So now do Doris. That Jason J is moody simply because he saw the day Cohen casing. So Sultana is not done. Sultana knows very well that Jason J is more into the day than her. But Sultana says, no way. You cannot outplay me or embarrass me. I will drag you in that mud that I'm in. You are saying you have a relationship right. Me, I'm a mother of 2. I have nothing to protect. I will drag you in that. The mother you are running away from, we are all swimming in it. And in the end, we will see who is the loser. And that's what Sultana is deliberately doing. And her storyline is basically now Jason J. She will not leave Jason J now or tomorrow because she's clinging to Jason J as a strategy. We want to marry him 2, to build a storyline around him. 3, she knows well that Jason J has a potential, even though he has dropped, to becoming head of house and giving her an immunity. So for those who think that Sultana is being a shadow by Jason J, no way. Sultana, during week 2 or 3, when Jason J started calling with her, said, "This is Jason J. She's been going around the day and all that. And in the night, she'll come and press my breast." She told Doris, so Sultana, no, she absolutely nothing to protect. She does the death game. And she's fine of it anyway. So blowjobbing is nothing new to Sultana. She doesn't give a damn about it. As long as it's helping her dirty game, she'll go for it. So, Glory, I think that's all.
Okay. Enoch, my friend. Okay. I always come with rebuttals because I enjoy tweaking, our conversations. So let's begin with okay, first of all, I agree with you. I do not think Jason J is a distraction to Sultana. I totally agree with your analysis that she knows what she's doing. I agree with you. You all recall right from the very first week, I told you all that the most manipulative person of the season is Sultana. Sultana uses people around her as pawns to get to a destination, and it has been working for her for the longest time. For someone who peed in someone's box, I was not shocked when I saw her giving Jason J a blowjob last night. For me, for her to have been able to pee in someone's box, she can't do anything. So there's nothing else that she would do that will surprise me. Yeah. So for that one, I totally agree with you. Yeah, but then when it comes to Faith, now I know that you've always been the person that says that Faith is an intellectual bully, so I will always call for you. Yeah, but now let me ask you this question. You said that for someone who's very intelligent, Faith is not emotionally intelligent. I'll bring your mind to a conversation that Faith had with Big Brother. I think it was in the second week or first week during his diary session. Remember, Faith is a very observant person. a lot of times when I look at him, I see myself. And a lot of you that watch my videos have always said, Glory, there's so many similarities between you and Faith. I see that as well. Because the way the guy calculates, I see myself calculating that way as I watch the show. But I digress. Now, when he came for his diary session, he told Big Brother that he has noticed a lot of dynamics in the house. He explained a lot of things, how housemates are building alliances and friendships around the house. Then he now brought himself into focus. He said he has noticed that because of his stature, because he comes across as a very nice person and a very, refined medical doctor, always having conversations about medicine and other things about life, people don't like him. He notices that when he wants to express himself, they always shut him up. He notices that housemates have been throwing a lot of jabs at him, and because he does not react, they keep on doing it, thinking that he cannot stand up for himself. So he said that now he's about to show them that he can equally play by their own game. That whatever they dish out to him, he can equally return the energy. Now, I'm actually paraphrasing a lot of the things that he said, all right? So ever since then, you will see that when Faith is having conversations with people and they shout at him, you will see that he will stand his ground so that they get angry because it's showing them that, listen, if you talk, I can also talk as well. So he has been matching energy for energy. So the question to you now is, do you think that he's just being emotionally unintelligent because he does not know what he's doing, or he is deliberately it's like when a mad person wants to show you that they are mad, so you too, you show that you are mad. Does that now qualify as you being emotionally unintelligent? So that's a question for you.
All right, Glory. Thank you for the question. You see, I don't have an issue with Faith standing up for himself. That's not an issue at all. The issue I have with, and I told you earlier, that you must not be seen. We are in a woman's world now. No matter how you want to come up and stand up for yourself, don't be seen struggling with a woman on live television. It has the potential of ruining your beautiful career as a medical doctor. And that's why I drew the earlier example that if it was Sid who had sexually harassed Imisi, Africa would have been burst into flames.
Yes.
Because I said, hey, look at this Faith. He's sexually harassing a poor innocent woman. And you know Imisi is not innocent. So my issue with Faith is that it's not the first, it's the second time we have seen Faith physically struggling with something over something with Imisi. And I am saying it's not ideal.
Okay.
Other male guys have had issues with Imisi. I've handled it different. Don't be physically engaged in confrontation with a woman.
Okay.
Especially for someone like Faith who has a medical career.
Okay, so in that regard, Enoch, in that case, I think so. Let me say this. I actually agree with you now, right? But in that regard, I think the best way to put it is not to say that emotionally unintelligent. I think the best way to put it is that he was not being strategic with his reactions, because obviously he knows the situation that he is in. And let me tell you this here. This is something I've always said, and it is the same thing that Faith was also analyzing in the house, that he sees everybody as a competition, like they're all in the game, playing the game. So there's no genderizing everybody's role. There's nothing like, oh, you are a woman, you're a man. Everybody auditions the same way. So whether you are male or female, at the end of the day, you cannot use sentiment and say, okay, oh, because my opponent is a woman or my opponent is a man, I should not do this, I should not do that. But I see where you're coming from, right? And it absolutely makes sense. But I do not think that we can now cap it into, oh, he's emotionally unintelligent. I think for the sake of the game, we can say that he was not strategic with his reactions, and he accepted that. He took accountability for that.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So and you realize, and the reason I'm using emotions for Faith is that, you see, it is only Imisi who has managed to get under Faith's skin to go to that extent. Faith has had issues with Big Soso and Cook. But Faith managed to control his emotions. But with Imisi, he struggles. He's doing that on purpose. So yes, Fela had issue with Big Soul and all that. He wanted to control his emotions. But he's not being emotionally intelligent because you know anything will keep coming. So don't be seen struggling physically.
Yeah.
As a man,
Yeah.
you're much more stronger than a woman. So don't be seen physically. And not once, but twice.
I totally agree with you. I totally agree with you, because if you also think about it here, if you think about it, let's also understand that the nature of Faith's squabbles with Imisi is absolutely different from the nature of the issues, the rifts that he has had with other housemates. Now, we felt it's always been a thing of just plain argument over task. With Doris, it's always an intellectual war. Doris is always trying to compete on an intellectual level with Faith, who is more intelligent over the other person. It has never ever resorted into a physical scuffle or anything. But with Imisi is very provocative, and she tends to be very aggressive, because when she is attacking Faith, she moves from just verbal attacks to physical attacks. And so because Faith has already programmed his mind to dish out energy for energy, he no longer sees Imisi as a female contender, but just a fellow contender. I don't know if you understand, So what he does with Imisi is energy for energy, and so he removes the gender bias between them, and he matches up to energy, up to Imisi, energy for energy. So in that regard, I agree with you, because we live in a society where people can just easily label somebody like that.
Because you see, exactly. Because you see, that's what includes the plot. Because if you're not careful, you become a pawn in Emisi's game.
Yes.
Because Emisi wants that reaction from you, and she's getting it, and she's going to know one, but twice. Because he knows that Faith will be physical with her.
Yes.
So don't be a pawn in her game.
Yes.
She knows.
I agree with you.
She knows where. She knows how to play on the keyboard of Faith's emotions.
Yes.
And that's where I'm getting to. That don't be, because at the end of the day, she has something to protect.
Yeah.
But you, Faith, beyond the housemate, you have a medical profession to protect. Don't be seen as a potential woman beater in the eyes of viewers.
Yes.
And some of these viewers, they are very gullible.
Yes. Yes. I see what you mean.
They will paint a narrative around you, and you will struggle to get out of it.
Yes.
So this is the second time she's having a physical with anything. What should it be?
Yeah.
If Emisi is disregarding your rules, go to people.
Yeah.
Affirm or accept your authority.
Yeah.
Don't be physical with her. Because it plays into her game. That's physical.
Yeah. And you see, I want to say something, Enoch. I think at this, and you know what? Thank you so much for explaining it the way you do. I mean, for the first time when it comes to Faith, I absolutely agree with you. But I think it's also very imperative that we emphasize on the role of Imisi on all of this, because you see, every time there's a gender conversation like this, I feel like if we do not emphasize on the role of the female, it gives them a pass, and it gives them that grace to do what they want to do, and then it places them under that stereotype of, oh, because they are a woman, because it's a woman's world, as whoever said it. So most of the time when a woman behaves in a very uncouth manner or in a very violent manner, it is kind of acceptable because, oh, that is what it is with women. But we need to let people understand that it is not acceptable anywhere. It is not acceptable in any way. You see, the same thing happened during the All-Star season when the one between Alex and Ike happened. I will always use it as an example. And then there was the one that happened between Pere and Doing. And then, where Alex, Doing, they were golden Pere. This thing had been going on for a while between Pere and Alex. And then Pere, after remaining calm for the entire season, finally, in that week, I think it was week 8, he lost his mind and he punched the wall. And people completely erased and turned a blind eye to the fact that this guy had been mentally tortured and emotionally harassed in that house by these girls for over 7 weeks. They overlooked it, they turned the blind eye to it, and then what they focused on was the fact that he punched a wall. They created a label against this guy and said, oh, he's a woman beater, he's a domestic abuser, blah, 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 blah. I said, that's a problem with the society. People easily give women a pass, especially in this Big Brother show. If the woman is their fave, it doesn't even help matters. So we need to rewrite that narrative. I would like for us not to bring in, that statement of, oh, him being a potential woman beater. That's with regards to Faith. Imisi, on the other hand, she has been very violent, she has been very aggressive, and she has the potential of being a man beater. Let us call his face. Yeah, she has threatened the guy. Exactly. She has threatened him.
And that's why I even described her as a provocateur.
Yeah.
She's very provocative, and she does so compared to the normal logic. I said, it's only a meeting who can speak Yoruba for 10-15 minutes. She speaks Yoruba every now and then. And yet, haven't been punished.
Exactly.
And you see, I want to make a point. But that point, somehow some of these, it can be ethnically sensitive.
Preach. Make the point.
So you see, I've carefully seen how this whole season has been structured. And I am clear in my mind that this is a production wants the winner to be Yoruba. I am clear in my mind about that.
Now, wow. Okay.
I'm clear because you see, watch. This is the very first time in a long while that you have seen more of Yoruba-dominated housemates. And if you carefully watch the Saturday night shows and even the Thursday properties, this is the first time in a long time that you don't even hear Igbo songs as you often hear. Now we did. You hardly hear Igbo. It is carefully orchestrated and designed. Let's play Yoruba songs. Let's put the Yoruba candidates. Let's try as possible and bring the Yoruba community and the constituency of vote to the show. So the whole show has been structured.
Wow.
For a Yoruba to win. Because the last time a Yoruba won the show, our time for correction was Lekon. And production seems to know that I think that gradually they are losing the Yoruba community. So let's find ways and means to design a strategy to bring the Yoruba community on board. And that's why these days you hardly even hear Igbo songs during Saturday night party. People want to say you are saying maybe to change, but watch tonight, you hardly hear Yoruba songs, you hardly hear Igbo songs. And this time, Yoruba households are dominating. And that's why Imisi can speak Yoruba language and she will get away with it.
You know what, Enoch? Let me tell you this. First of all, thank you. Sorry, let me mute you because of the background noise. First of all, I want to thank you for raising this particular point, and not the ballistic part of it, no, but the examples that you gave. I do not want to believe that production is deliberately trying to direct the mind of the viewers and the voters into voting for a Yoruba person. I do not want to believe that, all right? So I think we should put that out of question. Let's just take it out of the equation. But I kind of agree with you, though, when you say that during most of the parties, you don't hear all those Igbo songs. I remember those songs, and those songs, they are very important elements of the parties, right? I understand. But I think an excuse for that will be that if you notice here, for every new season of Big Brother, it is mostly the songs that are current in Nigeria during that season that they play the most during the parties. And you will agree with me that currently in Nigeria, most of the songs that are viral, most of the songs that are popular, they are mostly these songs that have Yoruba angles to it. All right. So I don't want to believe that the DJs are specifically told to play only Yoruba music. I think that's kind of extreme. All right. And remember, it's different DJs all the time, and they come with their own DJ playlist. So I don't want to believe that there is an agenda behind the scenes. I don't want to believe that. So please, not to create any tribal tensions, I would like for us to completely zero that out of our minds, all right? But the one thing I would advise is that whichever tribe you belong to, at the end of the day, this is a show, right? And we're looking for the most entertaining housemate, the most interesting and intriguing housemate. So whichever tribe these housemates are, anyone that tickles your fancy, at the end of the day, you would find yourself gravitating towards them are voting for them. All right. Let's douse any tribalistic sentiment. All right. I don't think it's healthy, and it shouldn't be welcome at all. Right. But Enoch, I understand what she was saying, and I'm hoping that production takes note if they are listening to this conversation. I hope that they take notes, and just to balance the equation, please, they should tell the DJs that are coming tonight to play all those Igbo songs, all right, so that everything will be balanced. But I understand where you're coming from. All right, Enoch, thank you very much. It's been a very interesting conversation with you, and I thoroughly enjoyed getting into your mind as usual. Thank you very much. All right. Okay.
Thank you, Glory.
You're welcome. All right. Thank you very much. You're welcome. All right. Before we continue, please, I want to give a quick shout out to some nations again. And this is from HT. This is from K. K says that he or she is a silent, like a religious silent viewer. I am touched and I am grateful. Thank you so much. There's NJ. NJ said, thank you so much for your hard work. NJ, I appreciate you. God bless all of you for your generosity. Thank you so much. All right, we're going to speak with one more person from Twitter, and then we're going to quickly rush back to YouTube. Let's speak with Omar C. I don't know if I got your name correct. Omar C.
Hello.
Hi, you're welcome.
Hey, Glory.
Hi, I'm good. You're welcome.
Good. I wanted to comment from the last point that you raised, which is concerning people giving women houses.
Okay.
Especially in this show. I had time on time posted, especially on Twitter, on people's comments asking, why is it normal?
Sorry, I don't know. It seems like you're close to water. Can you move away from there? Talk to us first, because there's a lot of background noise from your end.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, this is better. Please carry on.
Good. I'm saying that time to time again, people have to be given women use for a path, whether what they are doing is right or not.
Okay.
And then I wanted to give an example about this whole legacy and
yeah. Please carry on. We can hear you. Hello, Omar. I don't know what's happening. Omar, are you there? Omar, we might have to move on because there's actually a lot of people that are waiting to speak. Okay, let's speak with Fiona in place of Omar. Fiona on Twitter, are you there?
Yes, Glory.
Welcome. I'm good. How are you?
I'm okay. Today I really had to go on Twitter because YouTube was so full.
Oh, this is Fifi.
Yes, it's me.
Nice. You're welcome. Wherever you joined from.
Oh my God, you won't believe where I'm joining from. I'm at a party.
Oh, wow.
I'm at a traditional wedding, and I was like, I have to check in
Wow.
for my Glory Saturday life because this week was very crazy. There was a lot to talk about. Last week I didn't get a chance. I got off studio, and when I tried to come back, it was late. I was driving. But this time I'm glad that I could manage to come through. Forgive my voice, I have a bit of cough, so
you sound fine.
It's not being like usual. Yeah, I sound fine. Exactly.
Yeah, thank you.
But I wanted to quickly come here and talk about the one person that you wanted to hear from, and that's about Zita. My goodness. When Zita was blasting the three witches, I was like, go girl. For once, village people are doing some good.
Yep.
They are not, as like Zita's village people. Well done. Well done on this one. Because,
yeah.
Those ladies have vexed a lot of viewers. I don't know if a lot of people are like me, but I personally have been really moving, and I'm like, when will someone call out these people? Boldly talking about past people, giving them derogatory names. The time they were having that conversation and calling Dede and Pepper Nyash, I'm like, babes, Look at who is calling someone Sandpaper Nyash.
Exactly.
And then the day that Sultana was having a conversation with Jason J and explaining about her situation, being a single mother, claiming that she got married at 15 because there was a lady that came out on X with a voice note claiming that she was personally neighbors growing up with Sultana, and she claimed that Sultana left by the time she had kids. She was of the right age. Now that one, I don't want to go into it.
Oh, wow.
It is one person's word against another. We will not know. At this point, we only go with Sultana, who is the author of her own story, and say maybe she's telling the truth. I don't care. But I did not have any form of pity or relatability with her story because of how she has treated her fellow women.
True. I felt the same way too. True.
I was like, you cannot claim that you have been. Sorry, excuse me. I was like, you cannot claim that you have been in like a child marriage or something of the sort, and yet the way you treat and talk about people, it's always demeaning. It's always to put down other women. And don't make yourself look like better than everyone else. I had a problem with that. And so I did not relate to her story at all. And then when Zita came out and was analyzing these people point for point, I was like, is Zita having a camera on the outside? Like is there someone who is feeding her information? Because what people are saying is the same exact sentiments that a lot of us have on the outside. So kudos to Zita. If it was still voting time, I would have given her all my votes because she really did the devil's work this week. Not the devil's work, but the Lord's work.
Yes.
She did the Lord's work. Then I quickly move on to Faith. Now I want to tackle Enoch's view of Faith. Faith is not emotionally unintelligent. No. And I'm glad the way you explained it to him. Faith is well aware of his faculties, and so he started treating people the way they treat him.
Exactly.
He stopped listening to bullshit and he's like, I will treat people the way they treat me. Because I realized what they're trying to tell Faith to be like the good Bible person and turn the other cheek. No.
Yes.
This is Big Brother's house. You guys all went in there for entertainment. You know that the show is a social experiment. You know what it entails. So let us leave these professions aside.
Yes.
For a minute. I don't like it when people enter the house and then people will tag you and say, oh, because he's a doctor, he's not supposed to behave like this. His license. Before he entered the house, did he know he was a doctor? When he entered the house, did he sign certain things? So let them leave Faith to play his game, because right now Faith is a Big Brother household, not a doctor. He will become a doctor when he comes back outside the house and chooses to become a doctor.
Absolutely.
So I hate the way people use double standards to start judging and say, okay, because you're like this, you shouldn't put yourself on this level. No. They're on the same level, him and Imisi, because both of them are Big Brother housemates.
Absolutely.
In that house, it's like football players on a pitch. You cannot start telling someone that, oh, this one used to be an engineer or whatever.
Absolutely.
So the way I applaud Faith for the way he chooses to react to situations. He was the head of house. If he had let Imisi get away, in fact, those housemates all ganged up on him.
Yes.
And they were calling him a bully. But they were the bullies. They were the bullies because they chose that opportunity to finish all their grievances on him and make him look like the bad guy.
Absolutely.
They ganged up on him. Imisi is a true bully. This guy put out clear rules. The rules of the house were simple. How hard was it to follow those rules? So if people come to now, if I react because of what you did, I'm sorry if things went so far and the kerosene got poured or something, but I did not see physical violence. I saw something like push and pull.
Yeah.
That's what it was. Of an item, not of a human being. Let's be clear. It was of an item for both parts. So to me, I applaud. I I like the fact that when Faith went into the diary room, he acknowledged his fault of things getting out of hand.
Yes.
But I know he shouldn't apologize for his actions.
Mm.
And in both accounts, he has been the bigger person.
Yes.
The first time they fought, he came, he went, he was man enough to go to her and apologize. That should show people enough that this guy is not someone who can be physically violent with
Exactly.
But people want to spin that narrative. And the more they keep spinning it, the more it sinks into people who don't watch the show.
Mm-hmm.
And then they will come out with their narrative and be malicious against the guy and be like, oh, the guy is physically violent. Faith is a sweetheart. He's a bunny.
Absolutely.
That is what I have to say.
Thank you so much.
Like you, I'm tired. I was tired. Each time I see them, especially when they are being ugly, I just move on to the next content. I don't want to know, except when it has to do and her friend, what's his name? Coin.
Yeah.
I like that dynamic.
Yeah.
I like when Dede is really making Cola have high BP, because Cola deserves to have high BP.
Yeah.
I don't understand up to now, for whatever reason, I don't care whether Dede is playing into him and starting to receive him more, but I will stick to this. Cola has orchestrated the relationship in his mind. He has orchestrated the flow in his mind, and that's why you see most times they have the conversations. He's always asking stupid questions like, "Oh, what do you think it will feel like when we finally kiss? Oh, you think all that nonsense." This guy, to me, he came up as a guy who can't take no for an answer.
Yeah.
You know that thing they say that when a woman says no, she simply means yes.
Yeah.
Cola has taken
That's the
it,
mindset.
He
Exactly.
has taken it out.
Exactly.
It's like, every no Dede tells me it is 10 years.
Yes.
And so what he's getting, I'm like, I wish people would get to see that the character that Cola is pulling out is not a good character on his side as a fine boy. It's not. Like, if a guy tells you no today, no tomorrow, if she's playing you around like a yo-yo, rest, bro, rest. Except you want the drama, and he's enjoying, and like a previous speaker said, he has that character that he will want to date you, do things with you, create illusions in his mind, and then when you don't reciprocate, he will go and tarnish your name, which is what he's doing.
Exactly.
Which is the game he's playing.
Believe
you me, even on the outside, I believe it when someone tells me Cola would play the similar game outside, because his movements showed me that this guy feels like women are just tripping. When a woman tells you no, she's tripping. And that's a dangerous boundary, because that's all I have to say about that one, love.
You know what, Fifi? Thank you so much. And I want to appreciate you for two things. For sharing this brilliant analysis as you always do. I always enjoy your analysis, always very broad perspectives, always thinking outside the box, and it's always refreshing. Thank you so much for bringing that. And for secondly, you went out to have fun, but you still made out time in your own fun area to come and join the family meeting. You have no idea how much that means to me. Thank you so much.
True. This is the closest bond I've had with the community, and I value our community very much.
Wow.
Thank you for having me, dear.
And no, the pleasure is all mine. Thank you so much. That means a lot to me. It's like you just gave me a trophy right now. I mean, I'm realizing how much we mean to you, and I appreciate that. Thank you very much.
You do.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Please have fun, enjoy the party, and yeah, stay blessed.
I will. I wanted to show you my outfit on the YouTube.
Go ahead. Oh, yes. Yeah,
I'll send it to you on your inbox on Twitter.
Please do. I would appreciate that. Thank you so much. Enjoy the rest of your event. Thank you.
Thank you.
Wow, that is so heartwarming, really heartwarming. All right, guys, we're coming back to YouTube now. I'm going to speak with Mara, but before I do that, I want to give a shout out to Francesca for subscribing monthly to our support group on Buy Me a Coffee. Francesca, thank you so much. That is amazing. Thank you so much. I really appreciate your kind gesture. Thank you. Okay, for those of you wondering, buy me a coffee is for those people that cannot give a donation or a token via YouTube or any other platform. If you are on YouTube, you can just check the comment section. I'm going to pin the link right there. All right. So if you intend to give a donation and you cannot do that, you can just use that buy me a coffee link. All right. That is also just as easy. Thank you so much. All right. Let's speak with Mara World no, Mara Wild Group. Hello.
Hi, Glory.
Hi,
How are you?
sis. How are you? I'm
I'm fine,
good.
thank
You're
you.
welcome.
Thank you. I've missed you.
Ah,
Well, hi
it's nice.
everyone. It's Saturdays. It's one of the days we look forward to.
Yes.
I'm going to touch on a couple of things.
Okay.
Um, Faith, Dr. Faith, of course. The DEDE and Coin debacle, the
Hmm.
Cola meltdown, and our king of microphone. Now, it's so sad to see that people will always judge a reaction as opposed to an action that led to the reaction. And this week I found myself in battles, especially trying to make people understand that you cannot be on a script 247. If
Hmm.
you whatever you show me, it's something that you've shown me ever since we met, then that is
Hmm.
exactly who you are. It's
Absolutely.
not that you're playing a script, it's not that you're bringing a game, because if that is not your human nature, at some point you lose the plot and go back to factory setting. And the fact that you're being filmed 247, I will get an opportunity to see who you are.
Hmm.
But when you talk to somebody in a certain tone, in a certain demeanor, and in a disrespectful manner for 6 weeks straight, and you think at some point that person is not going to react,
Hmm.
you're being a hypocrite. And the introverted human being or the recluse, unfortunately, one of the things that most of us suffer from is we take a lot in. By the time we react, sometimes it's just a very small thing that will make you react in a very explosive way.
Yes.
And someone that is looking from the outside will judge you based on that particular moment, negating the things you've experienced weeks
Hmm.
or months or years prior. So it would essentially take you explaining what made you react the way you react, then them understanding it. But some of them will do it intentionally just to um, unsettle you. I love Dr.
Yes.
Faith. That, I mean, even on your YouTube channel, I go toe to toe with people. One of the things, and yes, and one of the things that I felt like, I know we have this thing of matching aura for aura, energy for energy. I
Hmm.
wish sometimes I have this policy that silence is golden.
Hmm.
Sometimes give people the illusion that they've won.
Hmm.
Give people the illusion that they have it, that they have an upper hand. It's also
Hmm.
okay to not win an argument.
True.
And you might come across as defeated, but no, it's not defeat. Some battles are also won silently.
True.
And when I saw his diary session with Big Brother, especially when he broke down, I was like, wow. And I've had moments of Dr. Faith. I remember there's a project I did about 7 years back, and my boss had traveled out, and it was a completely independent project. I was only answerable to him, but when he left, the company, he had two companies. They're correlated in functionality but totally independent. I remember the general manager and her cocoon felt that since the boss had traveled, it was a very opportune moment for them to kind of press my neck. And they didn't find it pretty because I'm 5'4", by height, and I'm 49 kgs. So you can imagine how petite I am. But there's a moment that happened that something erupted that made people get shocked. Then after that, of course, respect was there. I hope he'll get to see a therapist in the house, because I know he has concerns and he would like to do a voluntary exit. For me, 6 weeks in, I feel I don't want him I don't want those 6 weeks to go in vain.
Yeah.
Yeah. Matters JJ. I don't know why JJ always crashes when Dede does something with the three fishes. And JJ, he baffles me most of the time. So JJ has a serious relationship outside.
As
And
he said, though, because we're
as
not
he
even
says,
sure with all these things he's doing.
when he goes into Big Brother's diary room seeking advice on how to handle Sultana, he doesn't know what to do and everything. He gives this illusion that he's a deer caught in the headlights, but manufactures events that would make him triangulate into having a triangle or a hexagon relationship around him. It doesn't make sense at all. How do you crash to an extent whereby you voluntarily give your microphone for someone to audition and sing on national TV because you saw someone being or getting too cozy with another male? Do you really think that they would be stupid to do anything stupid in the eyes of everyone where they were lying? So you saw them there, you didn't understand what was happening, you got into your feelings, you started, giving the silent treatment to your in-house house girlfriend. She decided, because you're crashing out because of the crush that has not reciprocated your feelings, she went on a carrying spree of another man. Then after says, I don't care, I don't care, I don't care, I don't give a damn. Only for her to circle back. We are just friends, or we are trying to get to know each other. Only for them to be auditioning under the duvet. And he was
Says,
lying
yeah,
there receiving it like the king he is. Take it all. Do your magic.
the way it was balanced for me, like this,
Ah,
Ingi.
ah. No, wow. Hey, sometimes these people baffle me.
For
They
real, man.
baffle
For
me.
real.
And I need, if we ever have our family that would ever get an opportunity to get into the house, please take it as people who love you and who want the best for you. You see that prize that you win when you're now pronounced the winner, dependent the amount. That is the creme de la creme on top of the experience. But while you're in the house, I want you to understand that there's a lot of people who are watching you. There are a lot of opportunities that are attached with your presence in the house. You stand an opportunity to make much, much more than the briefcase you'll take home. So while you're in there, as much as you're playing your game, you're being strategic. I am who I am. When you come out, you will just tell us, I was playing, that is who I am. You know all those bullshit stories you people give us
I
at the
was just being
reunion in Jumi.
myself.
I was just being myself. Please, as you're being yourself, just know that the world is watching.
Yeah.
And we are watching with a microscope. As for Coin, I believe that Coin is a very underestimated player. He knows where to press. And him and Dede's brother sister relationship, whatever it is that they're having, the games sort of complement each other. I think Coin has deduced the fact that the fishes, even though he's part of the fishes, and also Bright, even though he's being there pretending to be, I don't give a damn what the lady does, he does give a damn. And I was so happy and elated when Dede refused to dance with him. That added to the hug denial that happened previously, that made made him be in his feelings. And when that happened, I actually noticed why he's trying to separate Mide and DEDE, why he doesn't want them to talk. Because if you really don't care about someone, you'd not even want to get paired with them on a normal day. But I think he sort of wished it was going to be an opportunity, maybe for him to say a word or two to DEDE and start, because I feel the game that JJ is trying to play with DEDE, Sultana, and I think he's trying to rope in what is the
Joanna.
name? Joanna. It's something
Hmm.
that Bright can really flourish in it because
I
he's good.
swear.
He can flourish in
Bryce
that
will
one.
ace it.
Bright would ace it with flying colors
I'm
because
telling you, and these girls be fighting one another because he
they
has that
will be
power.
fighting one another because he's mastered the art of whoever he's with not knowing where his heart or brain is at. So
Yeah.
now your fate, you're left fighting your bound, not your territory, like the way now they were in the pool party. Mide was trying to make sure that Sultana or Soso or whatever, the people that were supposed to come and ruffle the feathers, do not get access. For Kola, I am praying for whoever lands in the arms of that young man as a partner. When it comes to relationships, whether it's just boyfriend, girlfriend, or life partners, your partner will either build you up or tear you down. Kola strikes me as somebody who will take a microphone and go to the center square and announce to all and sundry whatever it is that happened in the relationship. Kola strikes me as someone, if you date him and you have a rift in your relationship, he'll go to the kitchen and cry to his mom, and you will not find it funny or you will not find it easy. Kola has mastered the game of being a victim. He walks into that
Right.
house, and the moment he showed his interest and those interests were not reciprocated, Kola was like, yes, this is it. I will show the world that I'm chasing after this lady, that I'm ready to be a loyal boyfriend, but he's not even giving me the time of the day. She does not respect me. Oga, master manipulator. We know it's just a game. You do not love that lady. For me, I understand a crush. I don't understand obsession and loving someone you barely knew 6 weeks ago. To an extent whereby you'll go upstairs and be shouting, Zita, go and see, go and watch what Jide is doing in the. Uh-uh. Is there something that these people are doing in the house that Big Brother is not showing us on the outside?
Exactly.
As for Zita, I need her to burn that coven down. I want her to ensure that Labubu, Labubu has a lot of mouth, huh?
My fluffy teddy bear.
Your fluffy teddy bear. Zita Zita can match the energy. The only thing that Zita on just a normal day, having one-on-one, she can express herself. But I noticed when it comes to combat, she doesn't know how to express herself. So her reaction is lost. So people are left wondering,
Yes.
like, what's wrong? What's happening? By the time you get to understand what led to her reaction, the drama has already died down. That is like, oh, okay, now I understand why she was reacting the way she was reacting. But I hope this coming Sunday she will be given an opportunity, like Doyin was given the opportunity, and
I hope
Doyin
so
did
too.
set that lady straight. I hope the same thing happens so that we get to they get to understand where she was coming from. And there's just one thing I would like for a Bukau production to do without saying so much. You see that family meeting Bright? No, actually, no, not that one. I want them to show the clip where Dede was refusing to dance with Bright without asking any questions, just to show that clip a little bit, so that maybe Mide's eyes can open a little bit. Because I think also Mide has lost herself in the arms of the young one. She's forgetting why she's in the house. She didn't go there to play Romeo and Juliet. She did not go there for that. She went there to win 150 million. So can she? I need a resetting in in Mide's mindset. Mide is forgetting. She's so wrapped up in hugs and kisses and whatever they do beneath the sheets to forget where she's at. As for Sultana, the one who knows who's beautiful and who's not beautiful, who on a normal day cannot talk to her outside. It's okay, because us also on a normal day, we cannot be microphoning people on the outside. She said she's afraid. She doesn't want to disappoint her mom. Let the microphoning thing that happened last night not repeat itself, because, hey, imagine if it was Dede who did that nonsense. Eh?
Everywhere was
Hey.
scatter. Everywhere. Everywhere.
It was awesome talking to you guys.
Thank you so much.
Yeah,
Thank
and
you. Thank you so
I
much.
wish you a very lovely weekend.
Thank
And
you.
everyone else, fanatics, you still have time to grow some brain cells. It's not too late. It's not too late. I need you guys to understand that this platform is not, we when we give our opinion, is not because we hate who your faves are, is because we see things on different perspectives. And also I need you
Absolutely.
guys to understand that as humans, we are a melting pot. How you see things is not how I'll see things. But that doesn't mean that
Absolutely.
we open room for disrespect and insults. So as
Absolutely.
instead of insulting people in the comment sections or everywhere else, on your free time when you're not watching Big Brother, pick a book, read something, and please don't read those Rendezvous novels. Just something that will, or if reading is not a good option, I recommend you eat some moringa seeds and that nourishing porridge. You need it. You need it. This platform, we are not here to massage your egos and massage your foot or your feet and massage your necks and make you feel nice. No, we are not here for that. We are here to analyze and share opinions, how we see it. If someone is bad, has bad behaviors that need correction, we will also, talk about it. Whatever happens, don't come here to insult people. And whoever needs the porridge that I'm talking about, I can give you the recipe. It has groundnuts, cassava, yam, flour, millet, sorghum, maize. Very nourishing porridge. Very nourishing.
Please, does
And
it
if,
give sense?
and if you cannot get that flour, I will be more than happy to send it your way. Even the moringa seeds I'm talking about. It's not bad to have common sense. It's not bad. A little bit of it. I'm not saying you should have 6 of them. Just have a fair share of the common sense that our creator blessed us with. Please.
All right. Thank you
Have a
so
wonderful
much,
day,
Mara.
everybody.
Thank you. Oh my
Bye
goodness, that
bye.
was so good. Thank you. Thank you so much for a wonderful conversation. Always a
Yo,
pleasure having a conversation with you.
always a pleasure to be here.
Okay. All right. Let's speak with SM. SM. Are you there?
Yes, I
S.
am.
Hi. You're welcome.
Hi, how you doing?
Good, good, good. Thank you.
Yes, I wanted to ask before I start my airing my contribution. I when this thing started on Monday, saga. Can you hear me?
Sorry, somebody is I'm trying to mute someone. Someone's mic is open. Okay, sorry. What were you asking? Sorry.
Okay, yes. I wanted to say, Glory, I was expecting that this season being like is a Gbasgbos season, like we're going to have two live conversations per week. Like he
Ah,
did, I think was it what season was it? I think it was the South African season, the one with Papa Ghost or something, that we had two live shows per week. I was expecting that we would have that because this season has been wild from the first day
hey.
to now. Right, so I was expecting that we would have that, but by the way, I just want to air my own suggestion. When Faith became head of house, I was so happy, right? Because I knew
Mm,
that it was going to cause a lot of reactions. You understand? Given especially
mm,
with Imisi, right? And with the fact that he wasn't or he's still not liked by the housemates. So I knew that we were going to have series of basbos, right?
mm,
What I don't understand is why Big Brother has still not called out Imisi for
mm,
I don't know why Big Brother has not called out Imisi for outrightly flaunting the head of Rouse rule. Right, I don't understand
mm,
that. He should call her out because it was an outright flaunting of the rules. She said that she
mm-hmm,
was going to flout rules, and she did. She should be called out. And when I heard the second speaker of today speaking, I was so triggered. I thought that I was going to be like the next person to talk. In fact, I even almost unmuted my microphone. But I was now very happy that you then, spoke. And when I said, okay, let me not even get so upset, like, and air my
mm,
upset to this person, was when you said, okay, everybody views this show in a different way. I felt okay.
mm,
Gloria sort of doused the situation because me, I don't the verse because you say that you don't you Nigeria is the way it is. Okay, now I'm because I'm a Nigerian, I have to say this. You say Nigeria is the way it is. The leaders are bad. You mentioned the president of the country, they are corrupt, everybody is this, nothing is working. Whereas you're talking like someone that doesn't even want any change.
mm,
This is a social experiment. This is a representation of
mm-hmm,
your society. Are you coming to
mm-hmm,
say Faith is doing too much? Imisi should do it's Big Brother's house. It means that we are very we thrive in decadence. We
mm,
thrive in it. There was a legendary, it wasn't even dictatorial. He sat down, we had a conversation with all of the housemates. You
mm-hmm.
understand? And she chose not
Yes.
to follow that rules. And you say it's not his house because it's Big Brother's house. She has the right to that. No, it's just 1 week of listening to this person's rule. If you become head of house, you like just like Isabella said. Isabella first of all said, I remember when Isabella said, even in fact, me, I cannot be a leader because I don't know how to lead people. I remember she was in the kitchen, she was talking to someone. I can't lead people. If I'm the
Mm-hmm,
head of us, if food finish, make it finish. Everybody enter and eat. That's the kind of person that she is. And if Isabella
mm-hmm.
goes to become the head of us, you can do whatever you like because she will give you as much grace as she wants to give you. But this is
Exactly.
Faith's regime. Faith had decided that this is how I want to make the house. And he said it that it was because there was not enough.
Mm-hmm,
You understand? He needed to
mm-hmm,
give decorum to the house. So it was very obvious that the girl wanted to cause issues. If it's for the game,
mm-hmm.
it was to bring more drama. Okay, it's fine. But if you say that is the reality, no, I find a very great fault with that reality. And it
Mm.
means that Nigerians are not ready for change. if you say that that is how someone's reality is supposed to be, he's not supposed to talk to her like, or the housemates like that, it means we're not ready for change. It's just eye service that we're all looking for. You understand? I liked how Faith's reign came. I liked how he started. I liked his first speech. I like how he told them that if you people are not ready to be heard, don't change your mics. You understand? Don't change your batteries, because if you want to be heard, you make efforts to. I just like how so where I think I had a problem was, I feel like he should have, when he noticed that Imisi was out to truncate his ability as the head of house, I just felt like he should have just told her, Imisi, you are looking for trouble. I won't give you the highlights that you are looking for. You understand? And just left it at that. But because he knew that he would have been misunderstood, he would be misunderstood. There's no how. People didn't like him in the house. He would be misunderstood. So I felt like he just that, fueled that mistrust. He fueled that is that situation. You understand? And he gave the girl more ammunition. You understand? And other people in the house more reason to not like him. I'm not saying that everybody should like him, right? But I'm just saying that you shouldn't give people the opportunity to say, oh, you are at fault. You understand? And I think that was what he did. Moving on from Faith, for Sultana and the coven, which is at this point, I don't know how I feel about Sultana. From the fact that she peed on Dede's box and felt like it was a right for her to do that, and coming to almost spit on Dede's face, telling her that Dede shouldn't have accused her for saying that she did it out of spite. I felt that was very triggering, right? I felt like she was looking for a reaction. Dede didn't give her that reaction she was looking for. Though I feel like Dede also messed up there. But maybe it was Dede's way of saying, okay, that highlights that you're looking for, I'm not going to give you. Because if it were me, I would have told her, Madam, you peed on my box. What do you want to say? And you have the right to, what highlights do you want to give? Like, what are you trying to prove here? But well, let's leave it at that. I don't understand Sultana's game. I see that people are saying, oh, she's manipulative and stuff like that. I'm sorry, this is my opinion, right? Anybody that finds Sultana, I don't know how I feel about such people, because she's a very vile person. There's no time she comes on air and she doesn't speak vile about. Anytime I turn on my TV or where I'm watching from and I watch Sultana, she's always talking vile about other people. And I'm like, how do you do this? Is this how you are in real life? Is this a game? Is this how you are in real life? What is going on, madam? Don't you have peace in your soul? Are you not a happy person? I think the only time she seems happy or she seems peaceful is when when she spoke about her children and the fact that she had 2 children. But other than that, she always speaks vilely of people. And I find it very somehow. Do you understand? I don't know if that's a game, but that's a very, very somehow game for someone to play. To the cover riches, I don't know what Big Soso is doing in that house. Oh, God, like, who are the people voting for her? Is it that they don't realize that she's there? Because I don't know what she's doing there. Really, I don't think I understand what she's doing there. For Doris, I think that is a backbelle that is making her not win anything, because I don't think she has won anything in throughout this. And I think I liked her vibe when she first came, but she now associated herself with being vile and this thing. And then I wish that Zita had. I feel like Zita was too. I don't know if Zita was looking for highlights, but I wish that, or maybe she was impatient. Maybe she thought that Ebuka would not ask her, and maybe it would just slide like that. That's how she came at them like that. So, but I felt like maybe she should have been there when they were talking. You understand? And maybe she said like she's been eavesdropping for a while, and you guys are so vile. I think maybe that would have been a better approach than for her to just come out of the blues like that. So I'm also hoping that tomorrow Ebuka will just say, okay, Zita, like the way he's asked, he say, okay, Zita, it seemed like people didn't really understand that outburst. Okay, let me just give you that opportunity to forget your emotions about this COVID. Okay,
Mhm.
Zita, you have the floor now. Let her just give us a doing part 2 and see how those girls will react. For
Yes.
Jason J, in fact, I don't even have anything. For Mide, I don't understand Mide at this point though, because um it has to be jealousy or envy. I don't think I understand why she feels like she's in a competition with Dede, right? And
Hmm.
I don't think I understand that dynamics there. And Kola needs to do better. Kola needs to do better. I don't enjoy his game. I feel like he's such a is a I feel like okay, is his game, yeah. I feel like he's giving him more screen time as opposed to what culture thinks of him. But Kola, if these are you are in real life, I need to run away from you. My sisters, all my family members need to run away from you because it's really not a good thing. Yeah, so I think that's all I
All
have to
right.
say regarding
Thank you
this.
so much.
Thank you
Thank you
very
so much.
much.
I totally appreciate your contribution. Thank you. All right, guys, we have to keep it quick. All right, 10 minutes max. There are so many people. I'm trying to manage our time. Please, let's speak with Abraham. Abraham, you're welcome.
Hi, Glory. Can you hear
Hello.
me? Okay.
Hello.
Can you hear me?
Oh yeah, I can hear you. Hi, you're welcome. How are you?
I'm good. And you?
Good. Thank you.
So I'm going to try and keep it short. First of all, shout out to Mara Wild Group. I mean, your analysis, your understanding of the game, your understanding of Big Brother is just on point. I mean, I just found myself every time I made a comment, you would. I felt you were saying the same thing. I was like, okay, this is somebody that understands what I'm talking about. And then to you, Glory, as well. I mean, you've been doing a fantastic
Thank you.
job. Really look out for your videos as well. So keep
Thank
doing
you.
that. Regardless of
Thank
what the naysayers are saying, keep doing you.
you.
I'm just going to keep it, short and brief. Um, First of all, Faith. I wasn't a fan of. I didn't have any faves, but I think I saw one of um, Faith's diary sessions, and that was when I was like, okay, this guy's intelligent. He knows what he's doing. He's competitive. He's committed. He knows why he's there. So I think
Mhm.
it started paying attention to him. So I'm just gonna put it out there. He's my fave.
Mm.
But that I wouldn't say. Having said that, I wouldn't say he's 100% pure. I mean, he doesn't have any flaws. I like Faith, flaws and all as he is, because I can understand where he's coming from. The house was a mess. Somebody needed to say certain things. Somebody needed to act, and him
Mm.
is admirable. I actually appreciate it.
Mm.
Everyone did where he messed up was, in the fight he had with Imisi. The way I see it is that Faith already knows because he's very self-aware from what I can see. He knows that the
Mm.
house won't like him. And I don't think he likes them either, and so when he was telling them, talking about, okay, I'm the house head of house, and these are my rules. I felt that was a bad call. I wouldn't have said anything if I were him. I know what I want to do. If I was going to, I won't go about and tell people what my plan was as head of house. I'll just go there, pack the batteries, put it there. Guys, your battery is here. Please come take it. If they don't take it, it's their problem. There's a way to play people because you are from day one. I seem to see, okay, after Jason J's reign, when victory came in, the housemates became very, very hell bent on making sure the lives of the head of house were miserable. That's a
Mm.
dynamic at play. And of course, Faith being in the house, he had several squabbles. I think he had one with Big Soso when they were going back at themselves, and then he had one with Imisi as well. There are certain things you've been in the house the longest to know people's feelings towards you. So I might have still been strict, but I would have not really cared, you know. But I do understand where he was coming from because of the wager, because they didn't get so much food, they had to manage resources. But I think he was sincere, but he was just wrong. You know, even though he had a good heart, it was just wrong the way he reacted. He went overboard. Other than that, you can't fault a brother for trying to keep some kind of decorum, some kind of orderliness in the house. And you know, when he talked about cleaning the kitchen, he didn't force anybody. He went there and did the dishes himself. And you think, okay, because I'm dealing with adults, they are supposed to understand what I've just done and take a leave from it. Unfortunately, not. You see, you can have good intentions, but it doesn't mean that the other person shares those good intentions with you. As far as I'm concerned, some people in the house never entered that kitchen to cook. One typical example was Gigi Jasmine. She never did. And that was her thing, you know. So if it's your thing that you like to be clean, you like to be organized and all that, you can't force it on other people. That's the thing. You can actually try, but at the end of the day, you have to appeal to their emotion and find creative ways of letting them understand, okay, guy, babe, let's try and do this, you know, this way or that way. Because I understand if you are too blunt, people not go like you. That's just the truth. Because people are just there to have fun. And look at somebody like Isabella, she doesn't really care, she does her own thing. You are a strict person. Nobody's going to care about that because a lot of people are going to see the attributes that they don't have in you and they're going to dislike you. So it shouldn't be um he shouldn't pretend as if he doesn't know the housemate's feelings towards him. That's the first thing. So and this was why I had a problem when he had put people in charge of the kitchen, and then Imisi was supposed to go there. And I know she's been doing a lot of disrespectful stuff. I think that's her strategy. And the unfortunate thing is working for her. It's working for her. Um, he should recognize the handwriting on the wall. If somebody is going to be difficult, they want to paint you in a bad light and not stoop to their level. It's just like you're upsetting me right now, Gloria, doing something I don't like. I will never give you the satisfaction of knowing that what you did to me I don't like. Because if I say that, you're going to do more. And Imisi knows what he doesn't like. That's why she's doing it more. I do understand and I don't condone the way she uses the Yoruba language to really insult, and she's being very vulgar about it. I think Big Brother really needs to talk about that. But if he chooses not to do anything about it, what can we do? This is where I actually support what Joanna said to him, even though the manner where she said it was not appropriate. She should have called him aside and said that to him. That yes, anything was at fault, but it's your responsibility in the sense that you are supposed to know to do what is right and know how to act. So I do like one thing for Faith, being somebody who is interested in growth. He needs to ask himself one vital question. Is he there to win or he's just there to grow? Because if he's there to win, then look, people must see all your good sides. You play your cards well and let people get to like you so that they can vote for you. Although, if you look at the other aspect of it, him having this quarrel and always being in the limelight is giving him studio time or camera time because people will be looking at him and then popularity kind of increases. So it's not a bad situation, it's just that he's getting to him. So I do understand when he had his diary session and then it got to him and he had to start crying. I really felt it and felt sorry for him. But he needs to just sit down now and see what has happened. Look at the dynamic that has happened. Even if he's stepping down as the head of house, I know he's not going to treat the next head of house the way the other housemates treated him. I think the housemates just saw an opportunity to get back at him for saying the things he said, in the sense of him telling them his do's or don'ts, what he likes or what he doesn't like. Nobody cares about you because, like we've said, they're all there for a particular purpose, and which is to win. So that's what I would say about it. For Zita,
Okay.
kudos to Zita. I'll wrap it up quickly. Kudos to Zita
Yeah.
for out the three witches. Doris is a sore loser. She really needs to sit down and look at her strategy as well. Imisi should really look at her own strategy as well. Is it to just be stirring problems as well? Because yes, I do agree with people, the the one of the speakers that said, "Will people want to work with you?" And I'm just speaking. I'm not saying. I'm just, if somebody is difficult, nobody wants to work with difficult people. Then just this last bit, K Bobo knew what was happening and he could have avoided it. Instead, he ran to Faith to tell him what Imisi was doing when he could have confronted her. That was the first strike that I didn't like. The second thing was that when the whole situation was happening, when the whole housemates were ganging up against Faith, why didn't K Bobo speak up and say, look, this was what Missy said. I tried to stop, I tried to intervene, but it seems as if the housemates are looking for opportunistic moments for them to have studio time or camera time. So that's what I say about that. And yeah, so I'll just wrap it up because of time. But Faith is still my
Mm,
guy. Kudos to what you're doing, Gloria. Looking out for all your videos that are coming up, and may the best
thank
man
you.
win.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Abraham. I love the fact that whilst you were speaking, you give one hand and then you give the other hand. It created some sort of balance in your analysis. However, I just wanted to, I'm not gonna nitpick anything. No, I'm not doing that. But I just wanted to point out something. So you see the part where you said you did not like the fact that Faith had the speech he had given about the whole battery change thing, telling the housemates what he was going to do, that if you were in his position, you wouldn't have said anything, you would have just gone ahead to do what you want to do. I need us to take a moment to look back at some of these housemates' diary sessions. You've noticed that whenever something happened, there are specific questions that Big Brother would ask. What did you do in that situation? Although it was just recently he started asking Missy that question. Formerly, he never used to ask. He just asked Missy to do whatever she wanted to do. But for a lot of other housemates, Big Brother always ask. Let's say, for instance, a housemate brings an issue to report. Big Brother would ask, oh, but when this thing happened, what did you say? But when this thing happened, what did you do? So Big Brother is always specific about, did you give this person a heads up before you did XYZ? Or stuff like that. And he had asked Faith that question before during his diary session. So I think Faith giving that speech when he won Head of House, I think it was him giving a notice first to all the housemates that, okay, it's like more like preparing their minds that, okay, in case you see me do this, at least we already had an agreement. We already discussed it, which I believe a leader should do. You don't just become president of Nigeria. You did not inform people that you are going to begin to collect tax. But all of a sudden, at the end of the month, people notice that there's been like a 30% slash from their salaries. It's going to cause chaos. They're going to burn down the whole country. You understand? I think we should think about it that way. You become a leader, you
Okay.
need to carry people along. I don't know if you understand. When you become a
Yeah,
leader, and you
I
want to
understand.
formulate new policies, you need to be
Yeah.
able to inform the people and carry them along so that if they have any objections about it, you are giving them an opportunity to speak up about it. Or if you are not looking forward to objections, you're already letting them know that, okay, this is my regime and this is the new policy, this is the way forward, this is how things are going to work. People are definitely going to revolt, but with time they would adjust with they'll get with the program. And I think Faith doing that, I think it made a lot of sense because at least it also gave the viewers a heads up. Those that will complain. But at least those who saw reason in what he did, they said that it made sense. And also, let's not forget that for every housemate that becomes head of house in Big Brother's house, they have been silently watching the behavior of their fellow housemates. In fact, all of them as a collective. I remember when Tracy became head of house, she was very strict. And guess what? People hated her in the house. Why? They said she was power drunk. How was she power drunk? She noticed that in other heads of house regime, when they call housemates to the lounge for a brief, they take forever to come to the lounge. So she told them that I will call for you to come and I give you all 20 seconds. If you do not arrive, I will read the brief and I'll read it just once. And after reading it once, I will not read it again and I will not give anybody the manuscript to read. So whether you got the information or not, that is your problem. And it worked. Because every time she called for everybody to gather in the lounge, she did what she said she would do. And so she created a bit of fear in their mind, to the point that Big Brother started aiding her in accomplishing that task. You know why? Because even Big Brother was having to deal with the same stress. Even till today, Big Brother will call the housemate, oh, go to the garden, close the doors, blah, 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 blah. And these people will take so much time, and Big Brother will have to start a countdown. So all of these things that are happening, it's not just Faith. Tracy saw the same thing, and she did the same thing till today. They still call her a dictator, that she was power drunk. That was why when Zita became head of house, Zita was scared because the only person she had in her corner had been evicted. That was Dambrowski. So Faith had her back and told her, okay, you know what? Instead of doing what Tracy did, just allow people to just do. Guess what? They overdid it. And even after Zita's head of house was over, they were still saying that this girl was mean. They were calling her all sorts of names. Why? Because they said she did not allow people to eat as much as they wanted to eat. So the thing is, no matter what any head of house does, these housemates will never be satisfied. Why? Because they are used to tardiness in their life. And for some of them, it is a strategy to cause chaos. It is a strategy to go against the head house. For them, that is their own way of getting highlights. So I think Faith giving that speech and announcing his pros and cons, his new policies, I think that was him preparing their minds that, okay, in my regime, this is what I'm going to be doing different. So we don't have issues over it. And the truth is, for any leadership position, it is a normal thing that happens. That when you become a leader anywhere, when you formulate new policies, you inform people. You cannot just start your reign like that without informing people about your policies or your intentions.
You're right. Thank you. Thank you for that clarification. I was just looking at it within the context of you knowing the type of people you are dealing with. So maybe we can agree of how the message was sent. Okay, it's not that I'm not saying you should. I think you are absolutely right. You should tell people
How
this
was the
how.
message sent? How
Yeah,
was the message sent?
remember, he just told people, okay, I am this, I am that. If you don't come, he just laid out the rules, yeah. And of course, somebody may just begin, or people may begin to think, who the hell does he think he is? Just laying out the rules. So that's what I'm just saying. How it was, how the message was. Not, I shouldn't have said it at all. Of course, you have to say it because how are people going? How are you going to judge what's going on? And another thing, and this is just for discussion. It's just like telling people, okay, this is my plan, and people say, so this is your plan. This is what we are going to do. This is where I was coming from. This
Yeah.
to make sure you don't
Mm.
achieve this. It's like coming out in the open to let people know, okay, this is what I want to do. When you know that these people don't like you. So I agree with
Mm.
you. It, we
And you see,
agree.
I will say this again. I like it when you analyze. I love the fact that you say one thing and you create another perspective to give it balance. What you said, secondly, is absolutely correct, that he knows that people don't like him, so they will definitely want to leverage on that to target his reign. And that is absolutely true. You said it was how he said it. The fact is, there was no way Faith could have passed on his message that still wouldn't have been a problem to the housemates. Even though Faith does not talk, even though he just looks at them, it's a problem. Even though Faith is just existing and just breathing beside the housemates, it's a problem. The thing is, Faith is very articulate in speech. Faith sounds intelligent. See, it's two different things. Somebody might be intelligent and okay, it's a different thing to be intelligent and also be able to articulate your thoughts. Some people are intelligent, but they are not articulate. I'll give a premium example. Coin is very smart, but he has a communication problem. He does not know how to articulate his thoughts. The only way he understands to articulate his feelings is by doing what he did with K Bobo in week 1, where he was shouting, I want to fight you, I want to fight you. That is how Coin knows how to vent. And that is why all those things that have been happening, Ebuka exposing what Kola said. If you notice, Coin did not react. Why? Because he does not really know how to react. It's not like he doesn't have things to say, he does, but he doesn't know how to go about it. Faith, on the other hand, very intelligent, very smart, very exposed. So he knows what to say, he knows how to say it. And so he said it in a very polite way. And the thing is, a lot of these housemates are not polite by nature. So when they meet people that are the opposite version of themselves, it's already a trigger. So I'm saying all of this to let you know that there's never been a time that Faith came rudely to the housemate and said, I'm going to do this, I'm going to do that, like a dictator. No. The thing is, Faith's existence alone in that house is a trigger, it's a threat to the housemates. But, anyways, thank you very much. I thoroughly enjoyed having this conversation with you, and I
Thank you.
hope to speak with you again some other time. Thank you very much. Okay, let's speak with Precious. Hi, sis.
Hi, Glory. How are you?
Good, good, good. So happy to have you back. You're welcome.
Thank you so much for having me, Glory. First, is there not an echo? Because I can move to another room if there's like an echo.
No, this is perfect. I can hear you very
Okay.
well.
Okay. No echo. Okay. Because I'm in the living room and it's a bit spacious. So I didn't want it
Okay.
to mess with my sound because I have a lot. I have a lot, Glory.
Spill, spill, spill it.
Okay. I will first start with Bright Morgan. Glory. Bright Morgan is a game player.
I swear,
I
sis.
will
I swear
give him
down.
his accolades, Glory. He is
Mm-hmm.
not my fave. I hate him. I hate him so much. But I will stand today and give him his accolade. That man is a game player. Let me tell you why, Glory. He is able to get back to his true enemy, even though the beef is one sided. He is
Mm-hmm.
able to capture and get back to his true enemy without having been the one to be in the front line. He uses
No,
his pawns. Those pawns are Cola and Mide.
absolutely.
Morgan is the weapon formed against DEDE, but he doesn't even need to represent himself as that weapon. He has his minions, and they are willing and able.
And then you see what he's doing. Oh, that's the most entertaining part.
Yes, Glory. I don't even feel sorry for them. They are willing. They are willing participants. And I think Mide is a willing participant because she is in a competition with Dede, a one-sided
Yes,
competition. So that's why she's
yes,
a
yes.
willing participant. And Kola is a willing participant because now he wants this relationship by force. Just like Imisi wanted a relationship by force with Faith. So
Yes.
when I say Bright Morgan is a game player, I mean in those regards that he is able to attack his true opponent without being in the front line, with having two
Mm-hmm.
minions that are willing and able because they are also in. One is in competition with the girl. One is mad that the girl is not doing his gameplay. You know.
Mm-hmm.
Mhm. So I give Bright Morgan his accolades for that. Do I like his game? No. Do I like him? Hell no. But I will give him his flowers, which I feel that
Yeah.
most people in the community fail to do, Glory. Most people just feel that we need to acknowledge things because people are our faves. And
Mm-hmm.
I think that's where the problem comes. I can acknowledge your game and you still not being my fave.
True.
And I
Mm-hmm.
think that's why we have these insults, Glory. I think that's why people in the streets are saying my faith can do no wrong. I think they
Yeah.
know that they can do a lot wrong, but because we have this thing that if I criticize or if I give flowers to somebody else, it in an essence takes away from somebody else. It is the
True.
worst thing. And that's why,
True.
Glory, I really love Big Brother, but as an intellectual, it is failing me. I am slowly, slowly, slowly falling off the wagon because of the people who watch the show. They cannot move
True.
intellectually with the show. We would enjoy the
True.
show more if we had faves, but we still called a spade a spade. You know,
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
I think us as fans are what kills the show sometimes. It doesn't
Mm-hmm.
mean that if Bright Morgan is my fave, I am saying now everything it does is 100%. That's not how life is. There's no human who was 100%. If there was a human who was 100%, we wouldn't have needed Jesus.
Of
So
course.
that is why when you come and you say, my faith can do no wrong, I will fight with you. Call a spade a spade. Gloria, I mentioned to you last time we spoke that I live with my sister. She's an Imisi stan, a big Imisi stan. I am a stan. So we are in the house. We are both watching the show. We are both in each other's necks. But what I will always give my sister is not oblivious to Imisi's game. My sister will always confess to me, then I lose because she has confessed. And that frustrates me. That's how she gets to me, because she confessed. She says, Faith is the Mrs. Gravy train in this competition. That is why Imisi was upset that she couldn't even get Faith to ship with her, sorry. Right. So now she is still going to use Faith, but in another way. Nonetheless, Faith is still in the equation, because it's not only Imisi who has clocked that Faith is actually a good contender for the money. It is the whole house.
All of
The
them.
whole house
All of them.
clocked that our biggest competitor in this house is Faith. And if I was a contestant, I would also be upset. So I do not blame the housemates for hating or being a little bit resentful to Faith. I blame them for being inhumane and being stupid by ganging up. I blame them for that, because they should have learned from previous season that you do not do that. If you find someone as a threat, do not gang up upon them. I mean, Perez season with white money, Pere and Maria clocked that white money was a threat. They went into their bedroom and they talked about it. And Saga, I remember that season, even Saga had to call Pere aside and say, you are giving this man a win. You don't gang up. The problem is when people find out that you are a threat and you are good at the game, they then leave out all emotional intelligence and they attack you 100%. Me, I'm going to be honest, Glory. Faith is my favorite and I'm going to vote for him till the end. But he was not on my radar. Faith was not on my radar when the show started. I didn't even know who Faith was. I was looking at other people. I was looking at Imisi. I was looking, Avatar, because she was South Africa. She lived in South Africa. I was looking at her as well with the tattoos. I liked it. I was looking at many people. I was looking at K-Bobo. I was looking at Koi. I was looking at DEDE. I was looking at Kola. I was looking at all these other housemates except for Faith. Faith did not exist for me. And then they started doing this great mistake. Now, should we punish Faith for it? No, because unlike other previous seasons, people who were ganged up on, Faith has proven that he is indeed worthy of the prize. He's not just a mere victim. He's not a woe is me. He stands, he gives us he gives us bragging rights by always putting his best foot forward. Remember when we called that Dekume Taskunle? We now have a Tasfaitle, whatever we want to call him. Those accolades. So he is also exerting himself. He is also putting in work. So why can we not meet him halfway? Why must we disregard him because he's not crying small? It is unfair that we want to punish Faith for something that the housemates did. It is the housemates' fault for showing their cards that they're intimidated by Faith. It is not Faith's fault. That's why when Ortega was trying to ask Faith to dim his lights, I was very angry, Glory. I will never forgive Ortega for that. How dare you? How dare you say that someone needs to dim their lights? No, this is a what is the definition of a competition, Glory? If now I have to dim my lights, if I'm trying to start a podcast or a thingy about Big Brother and Glory, you are there, you are the best in the business, right? And then every single time I start my video, I'm like, oh, I know you guys are watching, Frankly Speaking with Glory and Naija. She is the best, but I'm trying to tell you guys now that I'm here and I'm the second best. Imagine. I'm trying to be you in this game. I'm trying to be the next Glory and Naija, but my introduction is always, Glory is the best. I'm just trying to be number 2. No! I will come back
Just
by
the
4 o'clock.
career.
So they're asking Faith to do that. There's money involved, and they're asking Faith to just dim it a little bit, dim himself,
Yeah.
you know. And then I round up Glory, because as a person who's been waiting here for long, I understand how it feels when other people take too long. Even though I have a lot on my chest, I will just come back next week because I'm back now. I just want to close it off with the fact that what Enoch said. I know you reprimanded him, Glory, but
Mm,
we are watching the show and we are analyzing everything about the show. We have to
yeah.
analyze production, and we have to analyze Nigeria, and we have to analyze the tribe. So I'm coming back to what Enoch said. I do agree with him 100%, because the way Sultana, right, was just
Mm,
hyped from the beginning without having done anything. It reminded me of the Level Up season where everyone was hyping up Kaisha, and I hadn't even seen anything from her. And even inside the house, they're like, oh, Kaisha's from the Northern Queen, whatever it is. I don't know, but there's this thing that you guys give. I won't understand because I'm not Nigerian, but there's this
yeah.
accolades, or there's this pedestal that you guys give from people who, I don't know, maybe in the North or Hausa or whatever, but you give them that. Now I understand maybe the show is trying to draw those people, right? That's
Mm,
how it feels, because it does not make sense that these people just come and they're already VIPs. You haven't
mm,
done anything and then you're already a VIP. For me, it does not make
mm,
sense. And then with the Yoruba parts, I agree with Enoch as well. I feel that Big Brother wants a Yoruba winner. I don't know who it is, whether it's Coin. I think Coin is also Yoruba, but I do feel that they
yeah.
want, because they're trying to gain those fans back, because all this time it has been Igbos and other tribes, but I don't remember us having a Yoruba winner on the show. So I think they are trying to get that. But the difference is with Yorubas, now this is my own personal opinion. Yorubas are very intelligent, right? But they are not the softest and the most palatable people. You look at your V's, you look at your Shays, you look at even Faith, because people still blame Faith. You look at your Imisi, they are very, very aggressive, smart, very smart, but aggressive people. They're not all of them, but majority of them are not palatable. And I'm talking about this as someone who's outside of Nigeria, who's just observed what I've seen on social media and TV shows, and obviously Big Brother. So I think that's the difficulty, not because Yorubas were not winning. It's they are very principled and strict and intelligent, and I think it's within their culture. So they are not very happy-go-luckies and all of that. So that's why it has been difficult for them to win the show when it's all about a personality, also a personality contest. But whatever the reason for production to want that, even though I feel it that they're trying to drive that, at the end of the day, I feel that someone who also entertains us, regardless of their tribe, regardless of the region where they come from in Nigeria, regardless of what the production itself is trying to get, we still should
Yeah.
award a worthy winner. And for me,
Mm.
at this particular stage, it is Dr. Faith. And the
Um,
housemates are to blame. The housemates are to blame by showing their cards that they aren't, as they should. He's very brilliant. They should be intimidated, but they should have been smarter in how they attack Faith, not now
mm,
being kumbaya against Faith. Obvious.
mm.
And then Faith is also a good contender. So Faith is not crying in the corner. He's also giving it back. So he's showing us that he is worthy for the money. So it's not just pity. He is
Yeah.
also putting in the work for the money. Thank you, Glory.
Thank you so much, Precious. I really appreciate that you brought more context to this conversation of tribalism. And I'm going to tell you all something, maybe not just one thing, but a few things. All right. Now, if you look at the show this season, there are a lot of things at play. Number one, I'm going to say that the reason I'm really trying to shut down this conversation about tribalism on the part of production is because Nigerians are very sensitive people, very emotional, very sensitive. Well, we have people that are very logical thinkers, to be very honest, but because of how diverse we are as a people, our cultures, our traditions. We have so many tribes in this country. And from time to time, if we are not clashing in politics, we're clashing in religion. We rarely clash in education. It's usually politics and religion that the people of Nigeria clash a lot. So when a show like Big Brother is involved and people try to now bring on the tribalism narrative, I always try to shut it down because I wouldn't want to be a vehicle for propagating such a narrative. You know, I am not a tribalist, and so I would never want to be a part of the narrative. That is why I've told you all on my channel before that when I meet people for the first time and they ask me, where are you from? I always tell them I'm Nigerian. They'll be like, oh, tell us where you are from, which state in Nigeria, which local government. I never tell people. People sometimes guess a lot. People think I'm from the north. Some people think I'm Ghanaian. Some people think I'm Fulani. There are hairstyles I would do, and people assume I'm Fulani, you know. But I try as much as possible not to propagate where I am from because the spirit of tribalism is quite heavy in Nigeria. So that is why I kind of shut it down when Enoch brought it up. All right. Now, let's go into the details about the girls from the north. Sweet Soso and especially Sultana. I'll tell you why there was a lot of hype around her. The thing is, people from the northern part of Nigeria is very conservative in the sense that you rarely find the girls, the women from that part, you rarely find them involved in shows like Big Brother. We've had some of them over the years, but you find that the ones that I don't think we've ever had anybody like Sultana that is from the north, in the sense that she ties a hijab scarf over her head. I don't think we've ever had such, right? We had the likes of Sasuke, is it Diane or Diane in Pepper Them Gang season. We've had people like that, but these are people that have been, let's say, English sized or Lagosized. There's a way they put it, you know, people from the north that have lived in the big cities like Lagos or Abuja. So you can't really tell if they're from the north or not. But when we have people like Sultana, which is like a rare situation, you find that people who are from the north that are fans of the show, they really hype up that candidate, whether the candidate is doing anything or not, right? Now, there's also the part where some of these people that they call handlers for these housemates, there are things that they do to hype up their fave, to make it look like their fave is doing anything. I'll give you a premium example. Coin. I am of the opinion that Coin is not really doing a lot in the house. As at last week, 2 weeks ago, I did not really feel his presence in the house. But on Twitter, you see that Twitter, see that X space. There is no day I will go to Twitter that I will see some influencers. These are people that are paid, obviously. They've paid them to hype up Coin. So when you check out the kind of tweets that they put out, the only thing you see them type about, oh my God, Coin is so sexy. Oh my God, Coin is a masculine man. They are trying to draw away focus from the game itself to Coin's physical looks. And I'm sorry to say, in my opinion, Coin is not one of those housemates that I'll look at and I'll say, oh my God, he's so sexy. Oh my God. No, I don't see him that way as a viewer. And this is just my opinion. When I look at these housemates, to be very honest, I don't sexualize them. I am more concerned about their games and strategies. But you see, Coin, especially if you go on X, there are specific people that they call themselves influencers on Twitter or whatever. They've paid them. You know they've paid them. So when you check out the kind of content they put out there, it's all about, oh, Coin is so sexy. Oh, look at this. He's a fine boy. He's a fine boy. And I'm like, these people are so dumb. I'm sorry to say, but they are really dumb because they are narrowing down this guy's worth and his value to only the sexual part of him, which, to be very honest, is not even that big. Like, the sexual aura is not even there. I'm sorry to say, the sexual aura is not there, you know? So in my opinion, they are doing a poor job at it. But what I'm trying to say is, when you go onto Twitter, they populate the space, especially if you're one of those people that follow conversations about Big Brother. There's no You will see it. They create content and they promote these tweets. So even though you try to avoid it, so long as you follow the product content, you will see it, right? So my point here is that on the issue of tribalism, I don't think production is necessarily doing anything special to push a particular tribe to win the show. What I think production is doing, and I have called this out several times, what I think they are doing is they brought a lot of colorful characters this season in the presence of Faith, Imisi, Rude Boy, Culture. I mean, look at the likes of Rude Boy, Culture, Imisi. Okay, Imisi, we can say that we've seen a particular type of her before in the presence of Fina, right? But the likes of Rude Boy and Culture all in one house at the same time, it's a rare situation, right? We've had the likes of Omashola before. Omashola was very loud and noisy, but in Omashola, you can say, okay, we have Mensen, but Mensen sometimes pipes down low. So we have a lot of colorful characters this season. And I think what production is doing is they are just trying to pull traffic for the show. Why? They have a lot of sponsors and partners this season. And as we have always said, this is a business. The show is a business. As much as these housemates are there to promote themselves and to compete for the winning prize, at the end of the day, they are also there to work for production. Yes, they are there to work. You see all the sponsor tax they are doing? They are working to meet the agreements that production already had with these brands. These brands obviously paid money to be featured on the show. So how do these brands get value for their money? It's by all the sponsor tax that you're seeing around, and maybe the different merchandise that you see, the way they painted the house, all these branded things that you see around the house. So what the housemates are doing is they are working for production to meet up to those brands' expectations, right? So that one is there. Production has their own responsibilities cut out for them. They are running a business. So as far as they are concerned, the show must go on. Content must be created. Entertainment must be created. Traffic must be drawn. And how can they get traffic? These housemates must keep on giving the most type of content. And for them, it's let them do the most. I don't know if you get me. So it's a whole bubble. Like it's a whole bubble. The thing is big. And I think beyond this tribalism talk, there is a lot going on at the top. So I feel like people are seeing this tribalism, but they're not looking at the fact that there are a lot of elements that are at play here. I mentioned a number of things. I said that people from the north do not always see their representation on this Big Brother show. So this season, they have someone like Sultana. I think they are only very excited. In my comment section on YouTube, I've seen comments from people with names that are from the north, and they are busy defending Sultana. Why are they defending Sultana? They are excited because that is like their own true representation. And I do not blame them for it, right? So let them have their day and do whatever they want. Then for other housemates that are from the west, the Yorubas, they have their families, their friends, and their handlers working harder than the devil to hype them unnecessarily. But then it is not unnecessary for them, because at the end of the day, that is the job that they have been paid to do. And also, one last thing I will mention on this matter is that I need people to look at the pattern with which production does their auditions and their selections. Every season, you will notice that because we have the north, the south, the east, and the west in Nigeria. And within all of these geographical zones in Nigeria, there are sub-geographical zones. I, Glory Elijah, I am from the south of Nigeria, from the riverine area specifically. And in my zone, we have only two. We have Akwa Ibomites and we have Calabarians, people from Calabar, right? Then there are the Igbos, then there are the Yorubas, there are the Hausas, there are the Fulanis. So Nigeria is an influx of diversity. We are just special people, right? So last season, during the level up season, we had a lot of Igbos. We had the Mbadiwe twins, we had Onyeka and her sister, we had the Ndine pair, we had who else? There's this other people that we had. So we had a lot of Igbos during the level up season, and we had a few Yorubas during the level up season. This season now, we have a lot of Yorubas and a lot of people from the riverine area, Port Harcourt. Port Harcourt is under the south of Nigeria, the riverine area. So cast your mind back to the previous seasons of this show, you'll find out that I feel like they have a zoning structure. It's like from this part of Nigeria, they do a massive selection of people, more like giving more opportunities to candidates from those zones to participate on the show. I'm just saying this based on my observation. I do not work with production. I do not know their inner workings, but I'm just saying that beyond the conversation of tribalism, let us look within the look at the bigger picture and not be too hasty to draw conclusion that production is being tribalistic, all right? Just so that we can enjoy the show. Okay.
Thank you,
Thank you
Glory.
all very
Thank
much.
you, Glory, for educating me on the tribal part.
Yeah,
Obviously, I'm not from
thank you.
Nigeria, but from what you
Yeah.
just responded, I was listening attentively, and now I can see that it might, because Nigeria is so big, it might be they're moving from zone to zone to zone, like you're saying, but to us, it feels
Yeah.
like they're only pushing one tribe. But that I got,
Yeah.
and I'm also glad that I bought it, because now, Glory, what you did is you opened up the conversation for people who are not Nigerian, right? So that we can
Yes.
also know and then not jump into conclusions, Because I remember I put
Yes.
up a tweet. I said, when I was angry with Imisi and Faith fighting, I put up a tweet and I said, may the best Yoruba win. Because that's how it came across to me in a sense. But now that you've explained it, now I understand that they're trying to give equal opportunity to every single zone because there's so many
Exactly.
tribes. Because there's so,
Yes.
like, I saw someone commenting that there's 350 tribes. Is that true, Glory?
It's my sister. I don't even know. I've lost count, but I know that the languages in Nigeria. The languages in Nigeria, the last time I checked from what I studied in school, I heard it was over 700. I almost fainted. I say, what? We are that diverse in
What?
Nigeria. I'm telling you. I'm telling you, we are that. There are
No,
even
you guys
some
are
tribes in
definitely are.
Nigeria that I don't know about. Yeah. So we are that
Wow,
diverse.
wow.
Yeah.
Yeah, no,
Yeah.
thank you for that. And you're right about Koyin. It just doesn't make sense, but you've explained it nicely to me that sometimes they pay these PR people to just hype them for no reason.
Yes.
I
Yes.
I felt like that about Sultana being hyped, but you've explained that the only reason why Sultana was hyped is because people were just glad to see representation. And Koyin was another person on my list, but you've also explained that it's because sometimes you prepare for the show, and then we get like
Yes.
PR and all these companies to push us, but it's not going to work on Koyin's favor because there's nothing. Honestly,
Yes.
I'm sorry. He looks like a fake
Yes.
Brian from the Level Up season. That's all he
Yes.
brings to the table for me. So yeah, no, thank you, Glory.
You're welcome. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. All right, let's quickly move on. Guys, I am so sorry we're wasting time. We're trying to give clarity to these conversations, all right, so that people understand. And I'm just trying my best to explain. I don't really know much, even to be honest. Okay, let's look at Pony. Hi, Pony. Pony, where have you been? It's been a while.
Glory, I've been around, by the way. I'm always here. It's just that
Oh,
life has been so crazy for me. Work. There's been a lot. So usually during the time for the lives, I can't tune in. But I'm always here. I'm actually always liking videos before I see them. I like
thank you
all your
so
lives,
much.
even before the season started. I remember when you were reviewing the movie of Taraji. I actually went to watch it because you had talked about it.
Yeah, thank you
So
so much.
I've
I missed
actually
you,
been here.
anyways.
Oh, I've missed you too. I'm actually glad. And right now, my battery is on 4%. I was actually
Ah,
about to interrupt and ask you to wrap up so
oh
that at
yeah,
least I
talk,
could
talk,
have
talk.
a
I'm
chance
sorry.
to speak. So let me speak before my battery logs out on me.
Yeah.
Um, I have two issues I want to open with. First and foremost, I just want to say this. If you people do not know what to do with Faith, please send Faith to Uganda. We will handle him properly. We really know what to do with people like Faith. Because the way I'm seeing the season play out, I feel like, this dude is not getting the attention he needs to be getting. I see he's picking up right now, which is good, which is a good
Yeah.
sign. But I've seen
Yeah.
it has been a really rough ride. And secondly, Sultana and Bright, like the previous speaker actually did say, she spoke about Bright, but I would also want to speak about Sultana because I feel like Sultana and Bright are the weapons fashioned against Dede in that house.
Mm-hmm.
There is no question about it. It's hands down. And their strategies are quite different. But first and foremost, I would like to start with the issue of Faith. For some reason, it seems to be like the first thing housemates go to when they have any issue with Faith is to talk about his height. And I
Yeah.
think this is something that I have noticed over the seasons. I do not know how
Yeah.
things are over in Nigeria, but there seems to be a hierarchy with which people are treated in society. If it's not based on the wealth, it's based on certain futures. And one could argue that
Yes.
this is something that is a general problem everywhere. But I feel like it
Yes.
says a lot about people's personalities when you have an issue with someone and the first thing you attack is their height. Like you
Exactly.
find nothing else
Exactly.
to say about the person, but the first thing you will use to attack him is his height. I think it really is telling about the type of people who these people are and who they are stunning. Secondly, like we have always mentioned, it's a game. And I recently saw something on Twitter, and the person had likened Faith's issue to Joseph and Potiphar's wife.
Hey.
And for some reason, I can't unsee it. Because when I look at the issue between Faith and Imisi, it is exactly like that story. Because when you look at the trajectory and how the issue between Faith and Imisi started, actually, Imisi would want to have Faith as an ally in this game. But her personality and Faith is just can't match. So what's the next
Yes.
possible thing? In true Imisi's fashion, it is to cause chaos and to be a
Yes.
bone in his neck. Now the problem comes in, like you said, with the stands. They know this. I would like to believe they know this, but they choose to be oblivious to it. Because we have seen time and time again when it comes to BBNaija, people will always go down for their faiths, even when their faiths are leading them to the deepest part of the sea. So when I look at the issue of Imisi and Faith, it is a typical example of Potiphar's wife and Joseph. That rejection sparked something in Imisi that I do not know what can heal it at this point. And because Faith was already in such a hot zone, you know, there are sorts of hierarchies in that house. People have already put themselves in cocoons and cliques. And because people do not want to rile up the noisy one, they feel like it is easier to pick on the other. And like has been mentioned many times, people feel like Faith should dim himself to let other people shine. I don't understand what type of nonsense that is, because he's not responsible for your ego issues. If you, as a big, tall, huge man, are threatened by someone being intelligent, then maybe you need to check yourself. So Faith is not entitled to make anybody feel a certain type of way about themselves.
True.
Two, I feel like, yes, Sultana started her season in a quite shaky way, but we cannot ignore the game that Sultana is playing, because she has successfully managed to quench or put down Jason J's game. She has effectively silenced Jason J. He doesn't have a game anymore. He's just lost.
Absolutely.
And I feel like Sultana is playing the game of, I don't know what word I could use for it, but it's silent sabotage. It is subtle, and it's conniving. It's neck-like. She gets
Yes.
close to you, and before you know it, all your defenses are down, and before you know it, you're nothing. And that's exactly what she has been able to do to Jason J. He has no game right now. He's lost, literally. And I see her slowly
Absolutely.
starting to do it with Bright. She is slowly picking herself into that equation so that she can mess. Because right from the beginning, she has had an issue with Mide and DEDE. Those were the two girls she noticed, oh, this is going to be my challenge in the house. And she has been so intentional in making sure she nullifies these two girls' games. And hey, you can't blame her. I mean, it's a game. That's her angle. Her methods are not always the best, but hey, she's playing her game. Lastly, I'd like to talk about this issue of the gang up. I think it's very funny how these housemates never learn. Like season after season, we are having this issue, but these housemates never learn. They never learn that the moment you gang up on someone, it is the end. And it's funny
True.
because in this particular scenario, it is for no other reason except the boy is a threat. In fact, let me not use the word boy because I think he's a man. The man is a threat. And The mere fact that he will not shrink himself for anyone is such an issue to very many of these people who have egos. Because I see it's an ego issue in that house with all the guys, particularly Jason J and Bright. It's an ego issue.
Yeah.
Because you feel like because you're of a certain stature or you're of a certain ranking, you can look down on people, or you can talk down on people and think people would take it. In regards to his leadership style, I think many people do not understand that with leadership comes a lot of evolving. You do not know how many times leaders have to evolve and change their strategies when they take up office. Because leadership is a combination of so many things, mainly soft and hard skills. So I think maybe because I'm used to people like Faith, because I was raised by a nurse, so I'm used to their OCD levels. I don't really find it hard to stay in such spaces. And it's not really as difficult as those housemates are making it look. Those housemates, of course, simply because it's a game, they will choose to oppose. Because many think that is how they are going to get their highlight. The things Faith is asking for are not supernatural. Nobody should lie to you. They are basic things that anyone can do. But simply because they need to get a reaction and spread this narrative, and people who do not watch the show like you do, who just come online, there is that portion of the group that just comes online, they view, they also vote. So many handlers are taking advantage of that, using that portion of people who just
What's going on? Pony, we can't hear you anymore. Hello, Pony? Are you there? Pony, we can't hear you. Did she receive a call? Okay, for the sake of time, I think I'm just going to move on to speak with another person. Let's speak with two people on Twitter. They've been waiting, and then we'll come back and we'll speak with more people on YouTube. Let's speak with Rain. I don't know if I got that right. Rain on Twitter. Are you there? Rain, you need to unmute your mic. Okay, let's speak with Dr. Butte. Did I get it right? Dr. Butte on Twitter. Okay, whose voice am I hearing? Dr. Butte? Okay, hi, you're welcome. How are you? Your connection is really bad. I can't hear you. Can you hear me?
You too. I can hear you perfectly. Can you hear me?
Okay, this is better. This is great. You're welcome. You're welcome. Please carry on. Hello? You muted yourself. Please unmute your mic. Dr. Butte, kindly unmute your mic.
Oh, hi, Glory. Hi, good evening.
Good evening. You're welcome. How are you?
I'm fine, thank you. Are you?
Doing great. Please carry on. 10 minutes. Hit the nail on the head.
Okay. All right. I just want to talk about a few things. Well, firstly, I must commend you for your work.
Thank you.
You're doing a good job. You really, really understand this reality show. Because I remember one of your videos when you analyzed the Bright diary session. I think his second diary session, when he mentioned that he needs a companion.
Yeah.
So, but you understood what he was trying to say, that he will be with Mide. So, when I was watching that video, like at first in my head I was like, I mean, Bright will not leave a whole outside girlfriend, to be with Mide. Yeah, but I mean, if we are looking at what is happening now, you see, okay, even the question Ebuka asked him last Sunday. So what's the situation with your girlfriend outside? He was like, that he for right now that he's
living his moment, like his attention and everything is with Mide and all that.
Yes.
So like, yeah. So and like you analyze in that video, like everything you said is what is happening. Understand?
Yes.
Or just, like I say, I'm just scared for Mide because I doubt if Bright uses protection.
Hey!
Big brother baby on the way.
But it won't be bad for us to have a mini biggie. It won't be bad. She said she's scared.
Anyway, that's the problem, sir. I mean, she's an adult.
Mm-hmm.
Then moving on to Faith. For me, Faith is doing a good job as head of house. If we can remember General Prayer of Shine Your Eyes edition,
Yes.
I think that's season 6. Yeah, when he won head of house, he told fellow housemates to respect the title, position. I can't remember
the emblem on my neck.
Exactly. So I see no reason why Imisi can't respect, simple instruction. And I don't understand why housemates and fanatics will rant online saying that Faith is a bully, blah, blah, blah. The guy is just trying to manage resources since the theme of the week is bare minimum.
Mm-hmm.
Now, Imisi has quarreled with everyone that emerged head of house and fellow housemates because of the food issue. I mean, anyone that is watching that show, that is watching this show, if we can be honest, I mean, we will see that Imisi has the problem. Like, she always likes to prove a point. She's very provocative.
Mm-hmm.
So, I also blame the housemates too in the first week for making this Imisi girl gather fans, because that's why anything she does is right before her fanatics. Because you remember that first week, I think they were saying she's a fake housemate, she's this and that, they can't go up and all that. So that hatred and all that was what made her gain so much fans.
Mm-hmm.
If you remember, so I think that's where all these problems started. That's why anything she does is right before her fans. If you go online to say the truth, and if you say anything bad concerning Imisi, you just be ready to see insult from her fans. You understand? But that's fine. I just really feel bad, and I mean, Faith, I also admire Faith that he's strong to maintain his cool after all the housemates have tried to provocate him, because not everybody will tolerate that.
Yeah.
Okay, let's take Bright Morgan for example, which led to his double strike, because it's very obvious that he has anger issues. Yeah, he doesn't know how to manage his anger. But I mean, that's the little I will have to say.
All right.
Let me just stop here so another person will talk.
Thank you so much. And I really appreciate you keeping it very short and simple. And listen, don't worry. Even if Mide carries a baby, it is our baby. We were all witnesses to how the baby was being made. So we are all big uncles and aunties at the end of the day.
I swear.
It's not a bad thing. I think they're going to make a good couple, by the way. So we shall see.
Okay.
All right, thank you so much. Okay, let's speak with the next person. Let's speak with
Hello, Glory. I'm back, please.
Who is back?
Pony.
Okay, Pony, yeah. Pony, welcome back. Oh my God, we lost you like that. So please just
I'm sorry.
round up, all right?
Let me
Yeah,
wrap
you can
it
pick
up
up and round
because
up.
my battery actually logged me out. So I was saying the people on social media and the handlers are taking advantage of the fact that there are those portions of people who actually don't watch the show, will just come online, pick a narrative, and they will vote with that narrative. So I think the people who are behind Faith need to be woke to that particular part of things. Lastly, I want to sum it up with, I think it is high time we have an intelligent person like Lekon win the show again. And I don't mind it and I have no problem with it. So Jason J had the guts to say that if Faith is to win, he will bend. Well, I think he should get ready to bend because the inevitable is going to happen. And with that said, I wrap it up. Thank you so much. I just don't like leaving
Thank
my
you.
points halfway. That's why I had to get a charging point
Yeah.
to charge. Thank you,
Thank
and
you.
I'll see you next weekend.
Thank you so much. And I really appreciate you coming back to round up nicely. Thank you very much. All right, let's speak with Dr. Butte on Twitter. Are you there? Are you ready to speak now?
Oh, sorry, Glory, I was the one that spoke.
Oh.
Before the, yeah.
All right, sorry. Thank you so much for letting me know. Okay, let's speak with Lola. Lola, are you there?
Yes, I am.
Hi. Good evening. You're welcome. How are you?
Glory. Well done.
Thank
It's not
you.
easy.
Thank you.
Well done. Okay, so I have few points.
Okay.
To be very honest, I don't think I have many issues with the housemates. I only have issues with the viewers.
Okay.
The viewers, especially this season, what I notice about the viewers is the grace they give to some certain housemates. They don't give it to the other housemates.
Thank you.
I've noticed that. I've noticed situations whereas when a particular housemate does something, you see them crucifying. But when a certain housemate is doing that same thing, you see them clapping. So I feel like we are a lot of viewers this season are just bunch of hypocrites. Do you understand? We have situations whereas I think yes, you can make mistakes. Do you understand?
Yes.
The first week there were a lot of mistakes that occurred from the housemates in the sense that before you come to a show like Big Brother, there are several manuals you can actually read. We have, it's just that this season is one of the best seasons actually.
Yes.
And it's quite unfortunate that the manuals, or let me just say the scripts we've seen before is occurring in this same season. And it's so funny and it's so shocking and surprising that these hospitals are falling for the same thing. Because I was actually thinking we are going to get something new this season. For example, I want to talk about the viewers, bias that I just stated now. That first week, there was a gang up on Imisi, right? Everybody supported Imisi because obviously it was a gang up.
Yes.
And this same thing happened, I think, this week. And it's quite funny that everybody wants to crucify Faith. It's quite funny. And sometimes when I see some people tweet, I'll just laugh to myself that, man, you are just nothing but an hypocrite. That is what you are. Because and I think I realized that some certain housemates along the line, after that first week, they get to realize that they were making a mistake by joining some gang up and all of that. That's why I think during that third, fourth week, when two people are having an issue, the housemates don't really put much of their strength. Do you understand? Like, don't gather.
Yes.
This last fight with Faith and Imisi, I think Rude Boy made a mistake for that first week. I think he was trying to create a different narrative this particular fight. For example, I think he was telling Jason J that, man, don't put mouth. I think the reason why I said don't put mouth was because he doesn't want the viewers to have the impression that all of them were ganging up on Faith.
Yes.
Do you understand? And it's quite shocking that if you think deeply, there are a lot of things behind. And okay, let me just say there are deep stuff that these people have talked. Like when they speak, if you reason, if you are intelligent, if you don't want to just speak and just let it favor your favor, all of that, you will know that this housemates, whatever they are saying, it can actually be a deep meaning behind it. It's not saying that it supports Faith. I feel like it's just trying to say, like, guy, 4, 5, 6 people are on this guy. Because they don't know what is happening outside, To anybody that has sense, you will definitely say that, the viewers might actually think we are ganging up on this guy. You know what? Let me not join. Maybe that's why he was trying to call Jason J that, man, we have Imisi, we have Cola, we have Isabella, we have Mide, like on him already. Do you understand? I feel like he was just trying, we have Pride. I feel like he was trying to reduce the total amount of people that are on him to not pass the impression outside and they are ganging up.
Mm-hmm.
Because they don't know what is going on the outside. Because probably some people don't feel that they gang up for me. Because trust me, faith too much at times. There's a way you can actually pass your message. You are talking to adults, not kids.
Mm-hmm.
You can actually pass your message. And I feel like Faith would have been a good reality TV material, but not in Nigeria. Because Nigerians, I don't think they are that emotion. Like, I don't think we really deserve, because they attach emotions and sentiments to everything. They don't reason logically. They just, we attach emotions to everything.
Mm-hmm.
Things that can actually happen naturally, you start saying that, he's saying this because of this. It's like, no. Trust me, what Faith is doing, I don't see much of a big deal. Okay, this is my regime. This is what I want. This is normal for any housemate to say.
Yeah.
Okay, when you want to take anything, you need to ask these social people that I put in charge. It's not because he's trying to talk to you less or anyway. But sometimes I think the reason why a lot of people are reacting towards Faith is because his manner of approach. You can actually pass a message nicely too. And when you now pass it nicely, and the housemates are not, and it's just quite funny that even though if he passes it nicely, the housemates will still not adhere to it. Because we've watched this season, the housemates are just, I don't know how to put it, I feel like they are just nonchalant. They do not respect one another. They are standing on the business that it is Big Brother house. I can do whatever I like. Because I was already getting pissed that second, third week when they lost their wager. And there was not enough in the house. And so people were still eating just anyhow. When people talk and be like, you know what, guys, let's manage this thing. You see them flaring up. So I feel like these housemates, they don't have control. I feel like they just come into the house to piss one another. There's not even genuine friendship in that house. So I feel like they are just there. They just want to do their thing and leave. No respect whatsoever. And Tracy, according to what you said, I feel like Tracy even tried, but see the outcome. A lot of them have a lot of impression on Tracy already because he was trying to. So I just feel like Faith would have been a good reality TV material. But I don't think it fits into what Nigerians want because we are too emotional. We attach emotions to everything. So I feel like he was trying to call up Jason that, man, you to stay far, but you see the way they went for him too. So, and I noticed something. When the certain housemate does something, we all applaud. And the second person does the same thing, we are already condemning, calling Big Brother to do something about it. Man, this season is one of the best seasons, but trust me, the viewers are not giving. The viewers are just so biased, so sentimental. I don't know why they are all of a sudden acting up this way. You will see you will see a situation and you'll be like, okay, this is perception, and you come online and you start saying different things. It gets to a stage where nobody can even have issues with a certain housemate because they feel like there's no fucking with how many people are they won't have discussion. When 2-3 people have discussions or they have arguments, you will see it's a normal thing. You see on the timeline, and so people have issues on the timeline. But when it involves one certain housemate, you start seeing gang up, start seeing and all of that. So I just feel like they are the viewers, not the housemate. The housemates have nothing because they don't know what's going on. I feel like the viewers are biased. I only have issues with viewers. You can actually pick your fave and say it as it is. Not when somebody and one person is fighting. You say they are ganging up. When they can have issues. And one thing about viewers, once they have one perception of you, if you do 99 good in their eyes, you see that one thing where you don't do from the onset, they are not going to change their mind towards you. And that's one of the things that is killing this show. Because we make mistakes, and at the end of the day, once they have a bad impression about you, that's at the end of the show, they will never like you. Even though you instead, I think that is what is happening to Faith right now. And even Rude Boy, I think that's what is happening to both of them. Once they have a perception of you, no matter whatever you do, they will try and twist it, and I just feel like it's so funny. I wish them luck.
Yeah.
I wish
Faith, I wish him good. I wish him well. I feel like you should just try and tone down the way he passes his message because he's actually not talking to kids.
Okay.
In this situation, he doesn't even have to go that far.
Okay, let's correct some.
Thank you so much. That's all I have to say.
Thank you very much, Lola. But let's correct some narratives here. You know, Lola says she has a problem with the viewers, right? I think we are all the viewers, including me, including Lola herself. And I think what we say also contributes to the narratives that us as viewers create about the housemates. When Lola says Faith needs to watch how he speaks to the housemate, they are not kids, I'm just sat here and I'm racking my brains. I'm thinking, how? How does he speak to the housemates? What exactly has he said to the housemates that comes off as rude or disrespectful or what? Like, how? Because if we're being honest with ourselves, Faith is one of the most polite and respectful housemates this season. Faith has a way. And when we talk about someone that's a gentleman to the core, in terms of the way they speak to both genders, Faith is refined to that extent. He understands human communication, but he also understands gender communication. And I think that is something people don't really understand. I'm saying it because I have knowledge of it. There's human communication, there's gender communication, there's a way you speak to women, there's a way you speak to men. If there's one housemate that is exposed to that level of understanding these dynamics in human relationship, Faith is that one person. Before he is the Faith that he is now, the Faith that matches energy for energy. When this show started this season, week 1, week 2, we saw that side of Faith. And he's still very respectful, don't get me wrong. But I'm speaking about gender communication, how polite he is to the ladies, how respectful he is to them and to the guys as well. Faith had all of that. But now, Faith is relating to this housemate with human communication. In other words, I respect you as a human, but because we're in a competition, I do not allow your gender to get in the way of our interaction. So he's having polite and respectful conversations with these people. But the problem is not Faith. I've said this before. The problem is in the housemate's perception of Faith. I've said it that Faith is both intelligent and articulate with his thoughts. So because he knows the right thing to say at every given point in time, it is a trigger for these housemates. And they all admit it during their diary session. Oh, the guy is good when it comes to task, when it comes to this, when it comes to that. The guy is unmatched. The guy is good. And that is the bone of contention for Doris till today. That's the bone in Doris's neck. That's what is pressing Doris so hard. They have this perception that Faith is proud. Ortega, even after he was evicted, I saw one of his interviews, and they asked him, if you had to evict somebody, who would you evict? That one still outside though. You are watching somebody from outside. You are still saying, "I will evict Faith." I'm just looking at the guy. I said, "Now, wow, Ortega will never recover anytime soon." As tall and as big and as domineering as Ortega was, Faith, with his tiny structure, was the biggest threat for Ortega in that house. And not just Ortega now, but for all the housemates, they see this guy as a threat. So even though Faith coughs, even though he breathes, even though he just keeps quiet and just looks, his look is offensive to them. The sight of Faith is offensive to all of these housemates. And I'm not saying he's perfect, but I'm saying that this is somebody that understands human interaction, human communication. It's like they feel like, oh, this guy is too perfect, so let's just hate him for whatever reason. And everything is amplified because he has started dishing out to them the same energy they dish out to him. They did not expect it. They did not see it coming. But because he's doing it, now they come up with the language of, oh, he's an instigator. How is he an instigator? For instance, now, what happened today before we came on live? He was trying to pass on a message to the rude boy and his team. Oh, Big Brother said you guys should spread out. You people are many in your group, blah, blah, blah. And they were all making a fuss out of it. And what did Faith say? said you are making this thing, something about you're making this thing too difficult. Just do the thing. And boom, Rude Boy flared up, started shouting at Faith, insulting the guy, threatening the guy, saying, I'll stone you this bottle, I'll beat you, I'll go out, I'll beat you, even Big Brother cannot do anything, I'll beat you, I'll do this, I'll do that, I'll blow your eye, I'll give you a slap, I'll blow your head, all because of what? And guess what? Big Brother called Faith into the diary room, instructed him to tell Rude Boy to leave that team and go and join that team. And Rude Boy left. When he saw that Doris was in that team, because they know that Doris's team is always the losing team, the guy almost went mad. And then afterwards, he started attacking Faith all over again. And then, as he was attacking Faith, he was going from one housemate to the other and telling them, look at this boy, yo. And that is what these housemates do. One person has an issue with Faith, they go around and they spin the narrative and they twist the whole event. And what they are doing is they are mobilizing one another that I'm about to fight Faith. Come and join the fight. Come and join the fight. That is what they do. So us as viewers out here, I'm referring to what Lola said now. If you have a problem with how the viewers spin the narratives and how the viewers are biased and how the viewers are not balanced in their analysis, I think you also need to check yourself and ask yourself, okay, if you say that this person does not speak well to the housemates, how exactly does this person not speak well with the housemates? I think we need to also check ourselves. Okay? Because it's not enough for us to query the narratives that the housemates create on the inside, whilst we are also out here also spinning the wrong narratives. It's not fair. Let us learn to call a spade always. Say the truth the way it is. Speak truth to power the way it is. Rude Boy is notorious for blowing things way out of proportion. He did the same thing to his very good friend Jason J in week 1. Just a simple event that happened. This guy went on a media round, calling on a meeting to people with different people in the kitchen, saying, this is what Jason did. He was literally painting the guy bad to everybody in the house. And this is something all the housemates does. And if you ask me, I do not have a problem with it because it is the game. Housemates will try to outsmart one another. They will try to eliminate one another via every single tactics they have in their book. But us as viewers, it is left to you to filter which one you will accept and which one you will not accept. Anyways, let's speak with where's Malik? Hey, Malik. Okay, Malik is here. Okay, hi Malik. You're welcome. Malik was here before others. Malik,
yeah,
you're
good
welcome.
evening, everyone.
Good evening. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry for wasting your time. So sorry.
No, it's fine. This will probably be like my first time speaking.
You're welcome. Thank you for joining.
So the first thing I wanted to do is I wanted to dead any gender bias in the Big Brother show, because they're all gunning for the money. So all this, you're not meant to speak to a girl that way, or you're not meant to treat a girl that way. In a way, it's kind of misogynistic as well, because you're kind of saying that you need to treat the girl in a special way for her to get the money. And now, if you do something like that to someone like Imisi now, you will lose in a battle, because in the Big Brother house, they don't come with their status or their money or anything. A lot of them are on the same neutral ground. So everyone, all they have is their cadence, the way they carry each other. So if you're saying, okay, this person is a woman, don't let me speak to her that way, you will lose your cadence and she will speak to you anyhow. I think that's what happened to Kaikumi. Now, the way Selma bodied him in the kitchen, he couldn't even reply, he couldn't even drag her through the mud or anything like that. That's why what happened between Faith and Imisi this week now, even though he lost, it was a necessary loss. He needed to set some boundaries, because next time now, Imisi will know the levels Faith is willing to go to. Remember, she wants to drag him through the mud. Because I think that's the same thing that happened to with Rude Boy now. Even though, now, Faith and Imisi are probably my favorite, even though they don't like each other. Because I feel like they're actually playing really good games. But now, see the altercation with Rude Boy last week. I probably wasn't here when you guys talked about it. But last week now, Rude Boy was able to go to the extreme low. But what I didn't like was that after he won the battle, he kept on instigating and stuff like that. So I didn't like stuff like that. But ever since then, you see, Imisi has avoided altercations with Rude Boy. So even though
Yes.
Faith in sort of a way lost the battle, even though it was sort of like a double-edged sword, if he doesn't go home this week, he has sort of set like a certain kind of status between him and Imisi. So Imisi won't be able to drag him through that mud, even though he lost the battle. And the thing is that this entire thing started with like the key stuff. So I don't know how we just kept on building on top of each other. Like now, even like in secondary school now, like a new year or something, and a kid brings like a new water bottle, then another kid goes to collect the new water bottle, but the kid says no. Then the other kid angrily was like, "Okay, I'll punish you or something like that. I'll bully you because of this." And once he or she bullies you, you react somehow. Then from there, she keeps on instigating you. I think that's what Imisi is doing to Faith. But the other housemates don't know the history with Faith and Imisi. So they are most, and the way the housemates were ganging up against Faith, it wasn't really because they were on Imisi's side. It was much more of, I hate you less. That was what it was giving, and it was because Imisi was cooking for them that week. So I think
Yes.
Faith would have won the battle, but I think he wasn't smart with it because Imisi is still in the wrong, whatever way you look at, because she was eating the food, the proprietary stuff. It's for everyone, it's not just for you. So Faith could have channeled it from that front and tell everybody that, okay, you guys, this babe is eating all our food. This food will finish. What will you guys eat? Because it's not just fighting for himself, it's fighting from everyone. So from there, instead of Imisi using everyone against him, he could have brought everyone into the matter, then tackled it that way. And with the people were saying that it was getting physical. You only had the kerosene. I didn't see any physical altercation with that stuff. I didn't think he went too far. I think it was just like the right way. So just that the husband's ganging up against him. That's like the only part that was like bad and stuff like that. But also the Sultana and JJ stuff, I really didn't mind what happened under the shits because it happens. But for me, it was the hypocrisy. That was like
Exactly.
in regards to Sultana for me, because Sultana has been dragging a lot of people in the house, including in Isabella, because she was saying, "Oh, Isabella is the smart that she can never do," and she did the same thing. And I don't know if you guys continue to watching because around 3 a.m., I think she woke up. Then she went to go and start gossiping with Isabella,
Yes.
the same person she dragged. And they were not talking about Mide and Bright Morgan. They talking about their predicament. I was not looking at this is not the same thing you just did. You gave a BJ to someone that has
Exactly.
girlfriend outside the house. That's the same thing you did. Then you're talking about it like the hypocrisy. I was just so mad. Like you just did it. You just did the same thing. Then how dare you talk about it? Then at that point, I was just arguing to her friends that she literally just did the same thing. Then how dare you talk about it? Then I was like, oh, nah, I'm fed up with this babe because I wasn't really offended with the fact that she did the stuff like it's normal, it happens. But the fact that
Yeah.
she did it, then she's not talking about somebody else's relationship in regards to. But I think she's trying to justify herself doing that stuff to JJ.
Yeah.
Because if you had a point of the argument that she was making to Isabella, she was trying to tell Isabella that even though Bright has a girlfriend outside, Bright might later end up choosing Mide over the girlfriend outside. I think she was trying to convince herself that maybe JJ could pick her over the girlfriend outside. So I don't really think it was really a matter of gear. I think she actually likes Jason Jade for real. Because the day JJ found out she kissed Coin, she was kind of begging him sort of. I really don't know. It was kind of irritating and I don't know. I just think I think she
But
actually likes him.
I don't think anything can ever come out in terms of a relationship between Jason and Sultana. I'm sorry. I mean,
For sure.
there are certain things I've seen, and Jason J does not cut it for the type of people
In
that
terms
he
of
dates.
Jason J's part, he's not interested. Jason J
Yeah.
only has eyes for dating for sure. He's only just looking at Sultana for the meantime to know part time and stuff like that. I also like dating's game as well. But like you said, Coin is not really doing anything for me in the house. Because he's in a situation with dating right now. He's the closest to dating in the house for sure. They had like a moment when I do. I don't know what they did. I can't really go to that. But like, it's kind of pissing Coin and Cola off, and he knows that. Then And he has not. We all know he has feelings for Diddy, but he hasn't really addressed or professed the feelings to Diddy herself. Then I'm not looking at. Is it just gonna be stuck at that point, or would he make like a shift and like make the game interesting and tell Diddy how he feels? Like to see how things are going to go. I just don't know. Or is it just gonna stay there? Because I'm just trying to see how. Because I feel like it's not doing anything in the house right now. I don't know how he
Yes.
has gathered so many funds. So that's what
Yeah.
I just wanted to like talk about to like wrap it up and stuff like that.
Yeah.
But
Thank you
so
so
nice
much.
talking on the platform. Yeah, you're welcome.
Thank you so much. These are very, very brilliant observations from you, and I totally agree
Yeah.
with your observations. And I'm also keen on seeing how Jason is going to handle himself, because it's very obvious that everybody around him, they're actually handling him and handling their situationships with him. He is
Yeah.
just floating around. They
Yeah,
are
that's the thing.
tossing
I
him
feel
like
like
a
you just
ball
go with the
around.
flow. I feel like you just go
Yes.
with the flow
Yeah.
because when people were saying he has a game, I was like, I'm not really seeing any game because last week
Nothing.
was like moving to Coin and Dede, and this week is with
Mm.
Sultana. I'm really not seeing anything with the guy. Then he's also moving Joanna, but Joanna, I don't think that one has bearing as well because you see Joanna with either Jason J or Faith as well. So JJ, I'm just kind of confused. I think the moment with Sultana yesterday, I think it was even
Mm.
Sultana that like pushed for the moment itself. I don't think it was sort of a JJ thing. I think it was much more of a Sultana thing.
Of course.
The
Of
BJ
course.
for sure, because I don't think it came from JJ himself. But I just want to
Yeah.
see. I don't think Ebuka is gonna address it this Sunday for sure. It's probably gonna be for the reunion or something like that.
Mm.
But I just want to see.
Mm.
And also have one more thing in terms of Mide and Daily's friendship. People keep commenting that it is bright. Nah, it is Mide herself because she didn't allow a man to like come between her and Diddy's friendship. Her herself, she's willing for she's allowing Bright to come between their friendship. She wants it herself. She's just trying to use Bright as a bridge in case Ibuka questions her on Sunday. You know, look for like an escape route or like an excuse to justify some things that she said behind Diddy's back. I feel like her
But I think
herself.
it's a combination of both. I think it's a combination of both because
Yeah, for sure.
Bright
Bright
has
doesn't
his
like Diddy as
yeah.
well. He's still paying
Yeah.
because he didn't all game and stuff like that. I think he likes
Yeah.
Dede deep down as well.
He does. He does.
Yeah, so
He
I
does.
kind of saw stuff
All right.
like that. So I really don't know. Kola is kind of messed up as well. So those housemates just they have a lot of things going on actually. And one
Yeah.
more thing, Zita, what she did this week was amazing with the three
Mm-hmm.
gospels and stuff like that. But I feel like
Yeah.
she didn't set it up well. It was kind of like
Yeah.
like a spur of the moment. She could have waited for like when you're playing like a truth or dare game, then little by little kind of like peel back and reveal some of the vile stuff they said about people in the house. I feel
Mm.
like that way everyone will be able to confront them better. But the way she
Mm.
presented it, it just made her seem mad. Because Doris was trying to shut it down fast. Because that's what Doris
Mm.
was saying. But that's my take on what's happened this week so far.
Yeah. Thank you so much. Thank you so, so much for sharing.
Yeah, you're
Really
welcome.
great conversation with you. Thank you very much. All right. Let's speak with who is the next person here? Let's speak with Lone Rider. Lone Rider, hi. You're welcome.
Hello, yes, Chloe. How are you?
Hey. Now, wow, this kind of baritone, eh? You're welcome.
Thank you. All right, so I'll keep it short. Some of
Uh,
us have been probably enjoying the show, regardless of how it's going. The vile
yeah.
nature, the jealousy, the anger, the ambush, and all that. But my issue here is, what is the essence of the diary room for the housemates?
Hmm.
Is it a place to vent? Is it a strategic location for them to speak to the viewers and
Hmm.
those voting for them? Because it looks like they go in and all they do is to attack in the diary room.
Hmm.
Is there is there in a form of education before the entire show, so like they know how vital the diary room is? I'm kind of
Hmm.
lost
Do you want me to
because
respond to
you
that?
yes, please help me.
Okay. So, based on my experience of watching the show, I think The diary room is for them to decompress first. Decompress. So the house in itself is very overwhelming. It's a confined space. You have conflicts with people, there's nowhere for you to run to, and you just want to tell your own side of the story because being inside the house, yes, there are cameras everywhere, but it is not a housemate's personal show, right? So as a housemate, you do not know which side of you the camera is showing to the viewers. I don't know if you get me. So going into the diary room at that point in time, that camera moments that you possibly must have missed every other day of the week, you have the cameras on you now for as long as probably 20 to 30 minutes, right? So it is your opportunity to sell your story. If something happened between a housemate and other housemates, let's say that day or the previous day, and you know that it will drive conversations outside, that is your opportunity to tell your side of the story. So it's either you lie or you tell the truth. Also, the mental
Can I come
torture
in?
of being, sorry?
Can I come in?
Oh, yeah, go ahead.
Is the diary room not a place to address strategies and speak to us about how well you think you're playing the game, so that you
Of course.
carry us along your game, so that we tend to understand how the housemate is moving along, and then
Absolutely.
yeah, and for me, I don't like speculations, so I wait to hear from them, and then I make my own decision from that. So I think if the housemates take a cue from using the diary room to speak to us, it will make their storylines more interesting and then clearer to us, so that there won't be speculations. So suppose, let me give an example. Imisi's behavior. She's vowed to torment Faith in the house. Now, when she comes to the diary room, she can tell us what she's doing, and then again tell us that, look, she knows that she's pushing the guy's limits, but this is how she wants to play the game. But then she's not doing that, and we see consistent repetition of what she's doing. So in essence, we can conclude that that is her behavior, but we both don't know. I don't know if that's her behavior or that is the game she's playing.
Mhm,
So we tend to
mhm.
get lost in how they play their strategies. As to whether they even have a strategy is another discussion altogether. So I wouldn't
Yeah.
want to take much of anybody's time. I think we've stayed online for a very long time, and I would like to
Mm.
end my submission. Probably next time we'll get to talk some more.
Yeah.
But thanks
I
so
mean,
much.
thank you so much. I thank you. I really appreciate that you asked that question because I think it's something we've actually talked about over and over again. Every time we watch the Housemates Diary sessions, for those who do not come in there owning up to whatever they did, or maybe telling the viewers or carrying the viewers along with their strategies, you see that a lot of us viewers we get frustrated. But I do not think a lot of these housemates really understand how to utilize their privilege of time in the diary room. And that was the point I was driving to. A lot of them do not understand how to do that. They don't know. A lot of them instead they try to capitalize on the gullibility of most of the viewers. And which category do those ones fall under? There are people that have busy schedules, maybe 9 to 5 jobs, or maybe they are so busy they can't watch the show for hours unless maybe at night when they get home from work, right? So they're probably only able to watch the show for an hour or two. So these housemates know that there are people like that, there are viewers like that that do not have all the information of the show. So when they have their diary session, instead of them to do what you said, telling people what they're doing, carrying the viewers along, they go in there and try to spin narratives about what they are doing in the house, which is actually the wrong move. But for some people, that's for some of the housemates, it works sometimes. Like, for instance, what Imisi does, it works for her. Why? Because she has a fan base that would swallow hook, line, and sinker anything she sells in the diary room. Whilst for others, it also works for them as well, when they go in there and they tell the actual facts of the situation the way it happened. So I do not think these housemates really understand the power they have with that diary room. And that's the reason I said that, in a whole day, a housemate might only have just 5 minutes of screen time because they are quite much in the house at the moment, right? But once it's time for the diary sessions, they have at least, some people even use up to 45 minutes talking in the diary room. And what they do is they just go on ranting and ranting about how underprivileged they are. And it makes me sad because I really wish they understood the power that they had to really sell their strategies and give explanations for whatever actions they must have committed during the week. But then a lot of them they miss out on that. So yeah, thank you very much for your submission. All right, let's speak with S Cuckoo. S Cuckoo, you're welcome, sis. How are you?
I'm good, Glory. Thank you so much. I've been trying to, my network has been bad. I kept going in and out. Finally, I found a place that is convenient and I just sat there. I said I had to run, go get my charger, come and plug it in because I don't want to my situation like ponies. I said today I need to offload my chest because this week
Yeah.
has been so triggering in so many ways. First of all, let me just
Mm,
add to what the previous speaker was just talking about the diary room. One thing people forget
mm,
is the diary room, like you said, is a place for this view for the housemates to kind of like take us along their journey, so that we know
mm-hmm.
that we don't want them coming out tomorrow and acting like this is who they are. I was just being myself. I was just being myself. Whereas we know it was just a strategy that they were trying to play in the house. So
Yes.
we, if you have watched somebody like Imisi's intro video on BBNaija page, you will know
Mm,
that the Imisi in the house and that Imisi in that video are two different people. The one who was acting yesterday in that wager, that is the Imisi I saw in that intro, especially the one with the accent, the American accent that she was playing after. That one,
mm,
that is the Imisi I saw in that intro video on the BBNaija page. But most people don't go and watch those intro videos. They just see them on the
yeah.
show on that first night and just start following them without actually. So sometimes maybe viewers need to actually watch those intro videos because people actually tend to believe, they really think that the way they portray themselves on the show, like how she entered with that thing on her head, that box on her head, they think
Mm,
that maybe that's how she really is. She's trying to portray these characters in this I want to say Yoruba drama series that they always,
mm,
the way they exaggerate certain their personalities. That is what she's trying to play, and I applaud her for that because she has been staying true to her script and she's been playing it. The other week she was quiet because after she realized that Big Brother started asking her questions that were now going to expose her, like, okay, she's not being honest because she thought she could just play with
mm,
the minds of the viewers and gaslight them to believe whatever she was saying. And when
mm,
Big Brother started questioning her that week, if you notice, the week after that diary session, she was very quiet. I guess maybe she was trying to
mhm.
now re-strategize.
Yes.
Fade winning head of house was what uh, kind of like she had a reawakening. She said, "Let me come back. This is the person. This
Mm,
was my original target to actually gain highlight in this house. So let me use it as an
yes.
use this opportunity to make sure I milk it to the until the it's really dry." But going back to the diary room, Kola, if you notice, every time Kola goes into the diary room, he starts to, first of all, when he does something, he first of all does his media rounds around the house, tries to look at the
Mm,
camera. Wherever he knows that there's a camera, he tries to go around those places, try to start
mm,
explaining why he made the decision he made, so that
mm,
when he makes those, he tries to explain those decisions he made, so that when people can understand why he made those, so he's not saying it for the housemate, he's saying it for the
mm.
viewers to
Yes.
understand why he made the decision he made. When he goes in to sleep with Big
Yes.
Brother, we might think he's ranting, but he is trying to just explain all the things that he has done that week, so that people can know that,
Mm,
okay, I did this because of this, I did this because of this. Because
mm,
because he talks too much and because it's too much, it sounds like ranting. But some people who maybe have maybe some kind of concerns about anything he does kind of pick one or two things here, like, oh, that's what he was trying to do, that's what he was trying to do. And I
mm,
believe that that is what some that is what the previous speaker was trying to say. Like maybe they need
mm,
to use the diary room to be able to explain it, what is going on. Somebody like Imisi, for example, we might fault her all we want, but she had, even though she thought she could play with the minds of the viewers, but at the same time, she was very clear in the diary room that she's going to torment Faith. She even said it to Big Brother that she's going to torment Faith. She even said, and I don't, and which is what I don't like, and I hate when people try to intentionally do certain things to another person. And the sad thing about it is, when she's trying to now torment Faith, it is not only about Imisi and Faith. Because she's louder, she starts to call the attention of everybody. They come and start ganging up now on Faith. For example, somebody like Bright, he was very quiet in that in all that interaction, because he is still collecting, he's still serving punishment because of things that he joined in on voices to gang up on the same Faith, and went and collected strikes. Cast your mind back to BB Zamzi season 5, when the bandana cohort were when they all self punishment. It was because of gang up. Because this gang up thing, at the end of the day, when it starts being everybody jumping on one person, that is a gang up. Regardless, it was something between Imisi and Faith, but because all of you now came to join, to now you don't even know what was happening. You just heard shouting. You just came and started shouting. At Faith as well. You don't care what transpired. You just said it's against Faith. Let's all burn him down. That's exactly what was happening. And I do not, for the life of me, understand how this is week 6. They still have 20 something housemates in that house.
Sis, I am overwhelmed.
And
22.
I am like, the other day I was sitting and I was trying to calculate, see how many people were left in there, and because I kept saying, "Oh, Tracy is still in the house. Oh, this person is still." Because there are so many people before this week. I had even forgotten Jason J was in the house until last week, and I forgot. I said Tracy is still there. I said, "Oh, this person is still there." Then I'm like, what is happening to these people? How I have not been. This is they need to. It's not just about Sunday evictions. They need to use the BB Zamzi style, where even in the middle of the week there are surprise evictions. That's what they do even in the US here. It's like you cannot wait only for Sunday when there are too many. You cannot wait only for Sunday evictions to kick people out of their house. They do like BB Zamzi, where in the middle of the week they have a game. You go and pick the red ball and you leave. Something. In the middle of the week, they need to evict people. There is no explanation why. If this is the 6th week and we still have 22 housemates, why? I thought maybe after they did not evict anybody last week, I thought maybe this week they will have like a surprise eviction in the middle of the week. When Joanna picked up that red phone yesterday, the other day, in my mind, I thought it was going to be like a trick, where whoever she picks, if they go, they are going to, when they get to their destination, they'll tell them that they are evicted and they are not coming back.
Yes. Hey.
I was hoping that is how it would have been, but that was not the case. They missed the opportunity to have a surprise eviction in the middle of the week, just like that. Why are you ringing the red telephone? It should be for things like that. I am tired of hearing Kola ranting around the house. It is time for a mass eviction, like how that BB Zamzi season 5, when they did the mass eviction of the Bandana Boys. That is the kind of eviction I want this week. It better come with some power. I don't care how the voting goes on. If it means since all of the housemates except maybe Faith and is it Joanna who are Faith and what's her name, Zita, immune for eviction. So the rest of them, whoever to me is the bottom 5, they should all go home today, or 6 even. They should have evictions galore today, this Sunday, that in a way that is going to shake up the house, so that the housemates can realize that, you know what, because I don't think it has been sinking in their head. They've been seeing people in and week after week, surprising strong players leaving the house, and they don't get it. They need to shake up the house. Some people's storylines have run out. We don't need to hear it anymore. Kola's storyline is one of them. It has run out. It's time for him to bow out and go. If DEDE does not adjust her storyline this week, it's time for her to go. Things like that. People need to be thinking, you cannot be having the same storyline that is stale. We need something fresh, something different. It is just too much.
Hmm.
And I really applaud Big Brother for the diary session he had with Faith yesterday, because he allowed Faith to express himself.
Hmm.
Normally, in the past, he would probably have been scolding Faith about certain things, or trying, not
Yes.
trying to scold Faith per se, but trying to make gaslight Faith to actually accept some fault that he does not even know how he even accepted.
Yes.
But
True.
yesterday, he allowed Faith to express himself. The only thing I did not like was his final statement when he said something about uh your rules are just your rules. He is the head of house.
Yeah.
Those rules are not his rules. If it is in his
Exactly.
if it is not the week that if it is not the week that he is head of house, then those rules are his rules. I agree. But when it comes to being head of house, the rules that he gives becomes now a representation of something to run the house. People really
Mm-hmm.
forget. I put in the comment section, and I think I put it on one other video, that being a head of house is like being a school prefect. And
Mm-hmm.
when you are a school prefect, that's why students in school respect prefects in school, because they are a representation of the school administration. And so if you are a head of house, you are kind of like representing Big Brother. And so they should accord you that kind of respect. Why?
Exactly.
Let somebody give me one person who does not respect the school prefect. What are the consequences of not respecting a school prefect? That should be the same thing with the head of house. I
Mm-hmm.
understand that in the past they used to be respect for that authority in Big Brother Naija, but from what some, I think, I don't know who said it in the comment section, that in recent years it has not been the case. But that doesn't make it
Hmm.
right. Maybe Fred wanted to regain all that authority back, which is acceptable, and I applaud that, because I'm the kind of person where I have it resonates with me. I don't do something because everybody is doing it. I do it because it's the
Hmm.
right thing to do.
Hmm.
And so and I really love that, regardless of what people are saying, Faith is sticking to what is right, and he's just doing what he knows is right. What I
Hmm.
love also is the fact that he has taken accountability. He has learned. Everything is a learning experience. He
Hmm.
has learned from this experience, and I'm glad he has immunity, because I want to see the growth in him this coming week. I want to really see how he grows from this experience that he has had. I see him
Hmm.
being more flexible in a lot of things, and I really hope that, as a leader, which is one of the things I have learned in life, is that I have become very flexible with as a leader. And flexible doesn't mean you accept nonsense. Flexible just means you know that, okay, everybody is not going to be built like you, and so you have to
Hmm.
sometimes be able to give grace to get something back in return too.
Yeah.
You cannot just be all hard or rigid. And
Yeah.
I really really love that he has kind of like taken account of that, and he has learned from this experience. And I just pray that Nigerians and everybody who's able to vote. This week I had to start researching ways to get a subscription, because I need to start voting. This is nonsense. I was like, this thing was just killing my mind this week. Then that diary session just brought me to tears, so much that I
Yeah.
could not even understand. My face was just, the tears could not stop.
Yeah.
But thank you so
All
much,
right.
Laurie, for keeping us
Thank you,
updated. Thank you
sis.
so much, everyone, for being gracious and patient with
Thank
us
you.
too. Thank you for being kind to each other in the comment section. And I pray that we keep it that way.
Yes, so
All right. Wish you all
yeah.
a wonderful weekend.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. I really appreciate your contribution. Thank you very much. Oh, and your generosity as well. God bless you. Thank you so much. Okay, we're going to speak with the last person for tonight. I'm sorry to everybody else that wants to speak, but I'm tired and there's no time anymore. All right. I'm sorry. Okay, let's speak with Cynthia. Hi, sis.
Glory.
Hi.
Glory.
Good
Glory, have you seen what has
evening.
been happening to me today? I've been going and
I
coming.
noticed.
It's the network has
I
been crazy.
noticed. It was a
Network has been
struggle to bring you up to speak, but I'm glad you're
yeah.
here. Welcome.
Yeah, I'm glad to. Glory. Hmm. Let me say something here.
I want to advise the people that would want to go to, if Imisi wins this season, I would like to advise the people that want to go for Big Brother Naija moving forward. If you are from a rich home and you have a social media account, delete it. When the day you start, the day you start auditioning for Big Brother, go and live in Ajegule. When you go there, become a bus conductor. You learn all the slangs that you can learn from there. If you are a lady, keep your wigs at home. Drop your makeup. Carry yourself as a bush baby and come on the show. Because
Say bush baby.
what is happening, Glory, is that if we continue like this to accept some behaviors, we'll begin to lose intellectual people on this show. We'll
Hmm.
begin to lose smart people on this show.
True.
Because the smart ones will just be like, what is the point? Because I am well spoken, because I'm a doctor, because I have a good background, nobody thinks that I am worthy, of winning the show. Regardless of
Hmm.
whether I'm bringing entertainment, I'm there on every wager tax, walking in the arena games. I'm there, I'm pulling my weights. I'm not a good dancer, but when I come on the dance floor, I make sure to dance. In the pool parties, I don't just sit down from the beginning to the end. And then you say that because I am, averagely well to do, I've done well for myself, I don't deserve to win. It's such a very poor judgment. Very poor
Hmm.
judgment. And then I also want to say that I really wish that there's a way that we can see um what the rule book entails. I want to see what the position of of the HOH, what exactly is spelled out in that rule book.
Hmm.
For
Absolutely.
such a HOH as this particular season, where after winning the HOH, you still have to go and challenge it. Big
Hmm.
Brother will now come and say your rules are your rules. I win the
Like,
HOH.
make it make sense.
I win the HOH. I go back the next day to
Seriously.
challenge it. And then if I'm lucky, I win again. And I'm trying to put the house in order. I'm not saying you are not going to eat. I'm saying that you don't even have to come and ask me as the HOH. I have put
Mm-hmm.
people there in the kitchen. They are not going to deprive you of food. They are only just going to portion out what is meant for you and give it to you. And you
Period.
say you are not going to abide by it. And when I talk, Big Brother will say your rules is your rules.
Period.
It's ridiculous. Because I don't want to believe that the HOH is meant to be the slave of Big Brother, the slave of housemates. The HOH is supposed to just go and collect brief, come and read. Collect battery and come
Hmm.
and read. But when he says
Hmm.
wash your dishes is a problem. Wash
Hmm.
your dishes. Glory, your dishes. Not mine. Not that of any other person. Just eat and wash your plate. It is
Big
an
Brother was
issue.
being funny with that statement, to be
No,
honest.
that statement is just so ridiculous. It's nonsense. Because what will happen now is that if the housemates see that the HOH is so powerless and such a ridiculous position, nobody would care so much about it,
Mm-hmm.
especially in that challenger. Because
Mm-hmm.
why? And that's why it baffles me when people like Jason, who had been HOH before and had a problem with Imisi based off of food, is now acting oblivious of the kind of person that she is, all because he has a problem with faith.
Hmm.
He's turning a blind eye to the kind of person that Imisi is because he has a problem with faith.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't know what kind of friend I would say Joanna is. Because I don't know if it is because Faith, that last week Sunday, was giving her all the praises. She now feels like she's the one that can belittle him and speak to him. Like, I'm not saying that when your friend is wrong, you cannot call them to order. You
Hmm.
remember when K-Bobo tried to call Imisi out? when she had that issue with I can't remember who now, but that scuffle that happened between Imisi and K-Bobo. It was because K-Bobo was trying to call Imisi out on something that she had done wrong. And
Mm-hmm.
Imisi fans were like, oh, even though you want to call her out, it's not in the presence of people. But when Joanna did it to Faith, they said, that's a good friend. Even Joanna, his friend,
Mm-hmm.
mentioned that what he did is wrong. Joanna is the last person that should have put Faith down in the presence of those housemates. You are seeking
Exactly.
validation from people that do not care about you. In that house, Faith is the only person that looks out for Joanna. She said it herself to
Mm-hmm.
Dede that, unlike their parties, Faith is pool party. He's helping her secure her chicken, he's helping her secure her drinks. People like Jason J that even claims to like her. Jason J just wants to dance, rock with Joanna. Her well being is none of his business.
Mm-hmm.
But Faith is one person that is looking out for you, looking out for your well-being. If you were not the snail of the house last week, you would have not even been on that nomination list because of your
Mm-hmm.
friendship with Faith. And because you want to pledge allegiance to housemates that don't care about you, you now decided that time and that place is where you should also be casting your own stone at your friend. And then the time
Mm-hmm.
when he also wanted to still speak to you, you didn't even want to listen to him. So I don't blame her. I think maybe the praises that Faith gave her got to her head and she started thinking that she can, speak to him and do whatever. So that's her problem. I also have a
Yeah.
problem with Thelma. Thelma, in her less than 24 hours reign, was already Margaret Thatcher.
I swear, like she did the most.
So Thelma, is it that Thelma is angry that Faith is the one that is putting the house in order? Because Thelma was going to do the same thing. She had even already
Mm-hmm.
started it.
Mm-hmm.
So is it that you are angry that it is not you who is giving these rules and trying to put the house in order? Or what exactly is your anger towards Faith? You cannot take what you dish out. That is who Thelma is. Thelma cannot take what she dish out. Then let me round up with Mide. I don't want to believe, or Mide is too much of a beautiful girl to be a pick me.
Mm-hmm.
Mide is losing her friendship with Dede. Is about to lose her friendship with Jason J, all because of Bright. So let me understand. You will choose to lose your friends over a man who has a serious relationship outside the house. As in, that this road that you are going with this guy is leading you nowhere. But you
Mm-hmm.
are destroying every other thing that you have because he's saying he doesn't want you to speak to these people. There is nobody that Mide has complained to Bright about that Bright has stopped speaking to those people. Even him
Mm-hmm.
not speaking to Isabella right now, it was Bright's decision. It wasn't because of all of the complaints that Mide had been complaining about his relationship with Isabella.
Bless you.
But Mide
Bless you.
is losing her friendship with Dede, about to lose her friendship with Jason J, because Bright, a man who belongs to another woman, is telling you to destroy your. So Mide will leave this house now. No friendship, no alliance, no boyfriend. That's what will happen to her. Meanwhile, Bright
Mm.
will walk away. The friends that he has made, he will keep them. The relationship
Mm-hmm.
that he has outside, he would go and meet it and continue. I just hope that Big Brother is able to address Imisi's level of provocation. Because the only reason why Imisi keeps doing the things that she does is that Big Brother has never made it known to her that this is provocation.
Mm.
That there's no way. Big Brother has maybe one time pointed out to her that you were not friends with Faith, you shouldn't have done it. But he did not specifically name it to her that what you
Mm.
did or what you are doing is provocation. So, Glory, I'm glad I was able to
Mm.
still speak. Nice
Ah,
having you. Nice being on your platform.
I'm
Thank
glad.
you so much. Yeah.
I am happy. Your analysis gladdened my heart. Even though I was really tired, it was giving me energy. So all the gratitude is from me to you. Thank you so much for still exercising patience despite all the connection issues, still coming back to share. God bless you. Thank you so much. That was such a robust analysis, and I'm glad you were the last speaker for today and you rounded off nicely. Thank you very much. Thank you. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, thank you all so much for your time. I want to give a quick shout out once again to S. Kuko for giving another donation to this channel. Kuku, thank you so much. Honestly, you have no idea what your donation is doing for this channel, and I really appreciate you. Thank you so much. There's also Chiamaka Okafor. Chiamaka, thank you so much. God bless you and replenish what you have given. Thank you so much. There's also Sadiq Babayo. Thank you so much, Sadiq. And Sadiq, I want to especially thank you for opening the chat section of today's live conversation. I came online and I realized that you had set a precedent. It was such a beautiful thing to see. And I really liked it. Thank you so much. That was really sweet of you. I just love the way that you outlined so many questions. And then you said we're going to come back by 4 o'clock. And I was really looking forward to hearing your voice. Was really looking forward to, interacting with you. But yeah, I don't know. Hopefully next week we have a one-on-one conversation just like everybody else. But yeah, thank you so much. Thank you so much for opening the conversation. I really appreciate you. And for everybody that spoke today, you vocalized your thoughts, shared your very apt analysis. I appreciate you. Thank you so, so much. It was a pleasure interacting with every single one of you. For those of you in the comment section, keeping the conversation alive, just bringing the engagement back to back, back to back. You guys are simply amazing. I appreciate you all. Thank you so, so much for putting in all of that work, keeping the conversation going there. And then to the silent viewers, the silent listeners, you guys are the realest MVPs. The way I love you guys so much. You are amazing. You guys are like the pillars here. You're holding everything down whilst the conversation is going on. I appreciate all of you for your presence. The presence is very, very vital, and I appreciate you for it. And then to the people that donated, you guys are amazing. Honestly, you guys are amazing. I don't even know what to say, but I really appreciate every single one of you for your generosity, for your kindness, and your thoughtfulness. You don't have any idea. I don't think you have any idea how much your donation really goes to keep the good work going. So I appreciate you for it. Thank you so, so much. Yeah, I think I've actually thanked the silent viewers and listeners. Yes. Yeah, so overall, that is that, ladies and gentlemen. I'll see you guys on another video. What else? There was something I wanted to say. Yeah. Oh, yeah, let me address this quickly. Imisi's fans, they are saying that I did not analyze the wager because Imisi performed greatly. Here, please, everything is not about your faith. Please get that out of your head. All right. I explained on my video that I put out here today that the housemates did not put in a lot of effort into rehearsing for their wager. So I did not feel the energy. I did not feel it. There was no anticipation. There was no build up for me. So by the time they were presenting, to be very honest, I felt like a lot of things they were doing was unnecessarily exaggerated. Even though they were all presenting skits, I felt like it's either some housemates were underplaying their characters or others were exaggerating their characters. And if I talk about the ones that were exaggerating their characters, people will say, you hate this person, you hate that person. So I tell them, okay, let me just keep my mouth shut because honestly, I'm not interested in getting dragged for no reason. All right. Yeah. But overall, they did what they could do. And congratulations to the team that won. I said the same thing on my previous video. So I'm still seeing some people coming here to come and say, Glory, you don't like him. You see, that's why I did not analyze the wager. Everything is not about your faith. Yeah, please, it's okay. But anyways, thank you all so much for a wonderful time out today. I will see you guys on another episode of Frankly Speaking with Glory Elijah. Enjoy the rest of your evening Have a fantastic weekend. Make sure you enjoy your weekend, though. Enjoy your weekend. And I'll see you guys on my next video. Thanks for your time and have a good evening. Bye.